Madam Director, I think we're about 4 minutes past the hour. We do not have the treasurer here yet, so we'll just recognize him when he comes in. For the record, I will say the superintendent, the secretary of state, the auditor, and myself are here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, this meeting has been properly noticed as a regular meeting of the State Board of Land Commissioners. And the first item on your agenda for consideration today is item I-1, and these are oral arguments and considerations of exceptions to the recommended order regarding cross motions for summary judgment pertaining to state lease number 1-8906. So for this portion of your agenda, we will turn matters over to Abigail Bodewines.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Would you like me to begin with just reading through the board matter?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, this matter is an appeal from the director's decision to conditionally award a vacant grazing and agricultural lease to Logan Heth, Heather Heth, Lauren Heth, and Robin Heth, collectively the Heths, on July 26, 2024. In March 2024, the Office of State Lands and Investments solicited vacant land lease applications for state lease number 1-8906, which is a 640-acre tract of land in Niobrara County. This same land had been previously awarded to the Hansen Livestock Company through multiple successive one-year temporary use permits for grazing and agricultural use. In early November of 2023, OSLI sent Hansen and noticed that its current 2023 TUP would expire and provided direction on how to reapply for a new 2024 TUP. Hansen submitted a timely 2024 TUP application to continue using the lands and tendered payment to OSLI. OSLI did not make a determination on Hansen's 2024 TUP application. Instead, OSLI decided that the use of land in question would be more appropriately authorized through the board's grazing and agricultural leasing process. OSLI advertised the lands as lease number 1-8906 in March of 2024. The Heths and Hansen both applied for the lease. OSLI allowed the Heths and Hansen to submit final competitive bids because both applicants claimed eligibility for the adjoining landowner preference. The Heths submitted the highest final bid, and on July 26, 2024, the director conditionally awarded lease number 1-8906 to the Heths. On September 3rd, 2024, Hansen appealed the director's decision on the following grounds. One, that the director inappropriately listed the lease number 1-8906 lands on the state vacant lands list before issuing a decision on the Hansen's 2024 TUP application. Two, the director incorrectly determined that the Heths were eligible for a preference under Wyoming Statute 36-5-105. And three, the director incorrectly determined that awarding the lease to the Heths would inure the greatest benefit of the state land trust beneficiaries. OSLI referred the matter to the Office of Administrative Hearings to conduct a contested case. Both parties filed cross motions for summary judgment, and on November 7, 2025, the Office of Administrative Hearings issued its recommended decision. Upon review of the recommended decision in the administrative record, the board, at its February meeting, requested additional briefing from the parties on the applicability and effect of Wyoming Statute 16-3-113B. The recommendation for today is that the board take action on this matter following oral argument from the parties, review of the administrative record, and any necessary deliberations.
Thank you, Ms. Brandwine. So the board will now take up the OH docket number 25-044-060 in the matter of conflicting lease application by Hansen Livestock Company. The board will begin with hearing oral argument by parties, and if the parties could please introduce themselves for the record. Each party has been granted 10 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal granted to Hansen. So if the parties could come forward and introduce themselves. Thank you. You're on now. Yeah.
Good morning. Annalisa Miller on behalf of Hansen Livestock Company.
Thank you.
Accompanied by Connor Nicholas, I will be doing the rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Please proceed. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we are faced with two options. Hansen seeks to repair a fatally flawed process, which would reclaim the board's authority to decide how state trust land is used in this state. Or you can rule with the agency who was acting without authorization and who took that authority away from the board. If the recommended decision is upheld, it sends a message that future applications can simply disappear in the director's desk because they don't like the request. But that's not how these rules are designed to work. The law makes clear that the board dictates what happens to these lands, not the director and the staff. At its core, this appeal is about whether the state can move forward with leasing contested lands while a valid TUP application remains pending and undecided simply because the director didn't play by the rules. That procedural failure is the foundation of everything before you today. That failure bypassed the board's final rulemaking and decision-making authority and deprived Hansen Livestock of their right to be heard on their TUP application, a process that the law guarantees. We are asking that the board correct this procedural error by setting aside the director's decision on this lease and to restore the process required by law, which begins with a decision on the TUP. Hansen Livestock has been granted multiple successive TUPs over this state parcel to graze this land, and they did so without hiccups year after year until it applied for their 2024 TUP application, and in which case their application seemingly disappeared as it was never acted on. The rules could not be more clear on this issue. The director shall preliminarily approve or disapprove a TUP application in no less than 20 days and no more than 30 days after receipt of a completed application. Here, there is no dispute that Hansen Livestock submitted a timely, complete application that fully complies with the law. There has not even been an allegation of any deficiencies with their TUP application. Instead, the failures that led to this matter lie solely in the hands of the former director. The director was required to issue a preliminary decision on the TUP application by December 29th of 2023, and then send the matter to the board for their final say. The board, the only body in this state empowered to control the use of state lands. By making a de facto final decision on this application without the decision maker's approval, the director usurped the board's authority and trampled Hansen Livestock's rights to be heard on their TUP application. Throughout this case, there has been a lot of discussion over whether Hansen should have expected its TUP to be renewed. But that framing misses the point. The office has consistently argued that the Hansens should have had no expectation that their TUP would be renewed again for 2024. Yet they sent a letter to the Hansens inviting them for reapplication and asked in bold and highlighted text for a written termination request if they didn't intend to renew that application. They never filed a written termination request. They submitted a timely and complete application. But even setting that aside, this dispute stems from an expectation that the rules would be followed. The Hansens expected that their application would receive a preliminary decision from the director. The Hansens expected that this matter would be forwarded to the board and that they would have an opportunity to defend their TUP application. Surely we can all agree that the Hansens, this board, and people across the state should be able to expect that the agency will follow the rules. That didn't happen here, and because that process was never completed, the matter never reached the board where the law requires these decisions to be made. Instead of issuing a decision on the TUP application by December 29th of 2023, the director did nothing until March, until it listed the land on the vacant lands list. If the director would have followed the rules, this land likely would have never been listed on the vacant lands in the first place. But more importantly, the Hansens' 2023 TUP authorization should continue until a decision is issued on their 2024 application, which still hasn't happened to date. The Wyoming APA protects applicants like Hansen, who did everything right, but are simply stuck waiting on the agency to make a decision. Under the Wyoming APA, Hansen's grazing application should remain in full force and effect until a decision is made on their pending application. Listing the lands on the vacant land list was not just premature, it was incompatible with the pending grazing authorization. Until a decision is issued on the TUP, the land cannot be available for a new grazing lease. It is a simple property concept. Two grazing authorizations cannot be granted to two parties at the same time for the same purpose without creating a conflicting consumptive use on the parcels. In issuing the grazing lease, for example, to the Heths, the agency must covenant that it will not use or lease this instrument or lease the land for grazing. It cannot meet this contractual obligation while the Hansen's TUP remains pending. Likewise, it would violate the terms of the Hansen's TUP because the state in that contract reserved many rights of authority, but they did not reserve the right to lease that same parcel to a different party at the same time while that authorization remains in place. The board cannot issue a grazing lease to the Heths while Hansen's grazing authorizations through the 2023 TUP remains valid and pending. And the director's decision to list the land on the vacant lands list while the TUP remains pending was improper. So everything that has followed has been built on that error. While we maintain that the parcel never should have been listed on the vacant lands list in the first place, even if this listing stands, Hansen should be the only party eligible for the preference. The pictures in this case speak for themselves. The Heth's record raises legitimate concerns of land degradation and livestock deaths due to mismanagement. The same is not true for Hansen's, who have won awards for their management and stewardship practices. When the director or the board are considering which applicant should inure the greatest benefit to the state land trust beneficiaries, the inquiry should not be strictly limited to the highest dollar amount. The board's fiduciary duties include a duty to preserve the value of the land. We would ask the board to consider this in making your decision. Hansen Livestock's record demonstrates responsible stewardship in compliance with its prior grazing TUPs. And the decision should not be reduced just to simple arithmetic. The decision on determining who would inure the greatest benefit to the state land trust beneficiaries should consider factors like land stewardship, maintenance costs, and resource preservation that will best serve the long-term interests of the beneficiaries. Hansen, a verifiably good lessee, would preserve the value of this land for generations to come. None of these considerations were meaningfully addressed in the hearing examiner's recommendation. The board's role is critical here. The hearing examiner made clear that he cannot decide many of the questions that drive this case, but the board can decide each of the questions that underlie this case. For example, the hearing officer is said that he cannot rule on the TUP. The board can. The hearing examiner said that he cannot consider reports of mismanagement or decide whether the Heths should be eligible for the preference. The board can. The hearing officer cannot determine which applicant would provide the greatest benefit to the state land trust beneficiaries. The board can. The hearing examiner cannot decide who can occupy state lands. Only the board can. These are the decisions that matter in this case, and they're decisions that belong to the board. These are the reasons that we would ask you to grant our motion for summary judgment and vacate the hearing officer's recommended order. The board has discretion and a duty to decide these issues, and we're asking that all of these leasing decisions be vacated and taken after the TUP decision is made. We must ensure that the rules are upheld and that the agency inaction is not rewarded, especially not at the expense of the very people that these rules are designed to protect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Well, now, Ms. Gamble.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Kate Gamble, and I represent the Wyoming Office of State Lands and Investments in this matter. This conflicting lease stems from an appeal from the director's decision to conditionally award grazing and agricultural use lease 1-8906 to the Heths in July 2024, following the vacant land leasing process. As a result, any final decision by this board should be based on the very narrow question of whether the director's decision was made in accordance with law. First and foremost, this board should find that there is no genuine dispute of material fact and conclude that the director's decision to award the Heths the lease was consistent with law. Wyoming Statute 36-5-105 and Chapter 4 of the board's rules govern the vacant land leasing process, and the sole purpose of that process is to determine which conflicting applicant will inure to the greatest benefit of the state trust beneficiaries. Real quickly, I'm going to briefly walk through the steps that the office takes when they are deciding on a conflicting grazing lease application, simply to lay the foundation for why the director's decision was made in accordance with law and why this board should uphold the director's decision. So under these two legal authorities, the vacant land leasing process begins when the director decides that there's a state land parcel that is vacant. Vacant land is a defined term by statute and by the board's rules, and that definition states that vacant land is land that is not currently subject to a grazing and agricultural use lease. The office then advertises the land as vacant, provides notice on the office's website, and direct notice to each of the adjoining landowners. The office then collects applications and determines whether the applicants are qualified applicants under 36-5-105. If there are multiple qualified applicants, the applications are in conflict. The office then determines whether the conflicting applicants are entitled to the preference. Applicants entitled to the preference are those who are the owners, lessees, or lawful occupants of adjoining land, and are those who have not engaged in an activity that would create good cause for the director to deny the preference. If two or more eligible applicants are entitled to the preference, the director determines who to award the conflicting lease based on final bids. And the director may award the lease to the applicant who submits the higher final bid. In this case, the director strictly followed every single step of this vacant land leasing process that I just described. There was no grazing and agricultural use lease on the land. That is an undisputed fact in the record. And as a result, the director correctly concluded that this state land parcel was vacant. Both applicants were given direct notice, and the director determined that both applicants were qualified applicants under the statute. The director also determined that both applicants were entitled to the preference, and as a result, the director requested final bids from the applicants. The office received a final bid from the Hansens in the amount of $4,480 and a final bid from the Heths in the amount of $5,585. As a result, the director decided to conditionally award the grazing and agricultural use lease to the Heths based on their final bid. And so again, the reason I just walked you through that whole process is to demonstrate that because this is an appeal from the director's decision, this board's decision has to be based on whether the director's decision was made in accordance with law. And based on the record, the director strictly followed every single step of the vacant land leasing process as prescribed by statute and this board's rules. And as a result, the office would request that this board affirm the director's decision. Hansen did assert in its appeal that its primary purpose for this appeal is the director's premature listing of the state land parcel as vacant and available for leasing. However, this argument is without merit, and it certainly is not ripe for this proceeding. And this is because the vacant land leasing process has absolutely nothing to do with whether a conflicting applicant, previously held a temporary use permit on state trust land for grazing, or whether there was an unresolved temporary use permit. So as an initial matter and foremost, grazing leases in the vacant land process are governed by Chapter 4 of the board's rules, whereas temporary use permits are governed by Chapter 14. Chapter 4 of the board's rules do not even mention temporary use permits, let alone require the director to consider and make a preliminary decision on a temporary use permit application before she decides that vacant land is truly vacant. And this is because, again, the vacant land definition by statute and rule is expressly defined as land that is not currently subject to a grazing and agricultural use lease. And once again, it is undisputed in the record that there was no grazing and agricultural use lease on this subject property. And to put a final point on this topic, under Title 36 and Chapter 4 of this board's rules, an appeal from the director's decision is not the appropriate forum for Hansen to bring its claims on the TUP. And this is because, again, this is an appeal from the director's decision, and an appeal from the director's decision is just that. The appeal must be based on one of the factors that is actually considered by the director when she makes her decision on conflicting applications. Again, a TUP is not even mentioned in the conflicting grazing lease process or the vacant land leasing process. Therefore, Hansen's assertion that the board was somehow required to issue a preliminary decision on its temporary use permit application is simply incorrect, inconsistent with the law. And as a result, again, the office would ask that this board affirm the director's decision. The director also correctly concluded that the Heths inure to the greatest benefit of the state trust beneficiaries. Hansen argues that the director's decision should have considered that Hansens are known to be good stewards of the land, and the director should have considered that awarding the lease to the Heths will require the Hansens to inure quite a few costs, mostly related to building an expensive fence. However, these factors, again, are simply not considerations that the director makes when deciding which applicant to award a conflicting grazing lease. If the director were to base her decisions on factors such as which applicants are known to be the better stewards of the land or which applicant may incur costs, sometimes related to a fence, that would probably be pretty problematic. And this is because it might lead to arbitrary decisions by the director because those considerations are not laid out anywhere in statute or in rule. Hansen was arguing that the director needs to follow the rules, needs to follow the statute. If she were to base her considerations on arbitrary factors, such as which applicant has the better reputation or which applicant may incur more costs, that would be going outside of what is required by statute and rule in the vacant land leasing process. Instead, statute and rule do lay out a very specific and very step-by-step process that the that the director must go through when choosing who to award a conflicting lease to. And further, and pursuant to this process, the board has a statutory and fiduciary duty to maximize revenue generation on state trust land. And pursuant to this duty, the director is authorized to conditionally award the lease to the applicant who submits the highest final bid, because that will result in the most money for the state trust beneficiaries. And the Wyoming Supreme Court has actually recognized that, and they have stated that the board fulfills its statutory and fiduciary duty when it awards the lease to the higher of the two final bids. And again, in this case, the director did exactly what it was required to do. It considered the vacant land leasing requirements, it considered the applications, and it ultimately determined that both parties were entitled to the preference. As a result, the director's decision had to be based on final bids. And in this case, the director decided to award the lease to the highest final bidder, which was the Heths. And by doing so, her decision was consistent with Wyoming Supreme Court precedent, statute established by the Wyoming legislature, and this board's rules. Board members, I believe my time is running short, so I would just like to reiterate one more time that this is an appeal of the director's decision. The director's decision has nothing to do with Hansen's temporary use permit application, nor does it have anything to do with Hansen's arguments and assertions that it has a protected property interest in use of the land. The office would request that this board only base its decision on whether the director's decision was in accordance with law, and in this case, it was. And I welcome any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Gamble. And now, Mr. Nicholas, or sorry, Mr. Frank, sorry. Good to see you.
I'm Dan Frank Law Office, PC.
You might turn your microphone on there. When the red light comes on, Dan, that's when it's working. There you are.
Is that working? There we go. I'm Dan Frank Law Office, PC out of Meriden. I represent the Heth family. That'd be Logan, Robin, Lauren, and Heather. I got them all right this time. So The Heth family lives right adjacent to this state lease. They're on the Geisinger Ranch, which is south, located adjoining south of this particular lease. The lease is otherwise landlocked. So there's Hansen on two sides, Hess on one side, and another landowner on the west side. The Hess saw the advertise or received the letter that this was a vacant land lease. They applied for the lease. They had the high bid the first round because they were both them and Hansen's were the qualified bidders on this. Then it went to a second round of bidding, and the Hess also submitted the high bid on the second round. So the director awarded the lease to the Hess because they were the high bidder under the rules. And Hansen Ranch has appealed this, asserting various arguments that the Hess had. They had some pictures of some dead livestock after the blizzard in 2023, a couple other issues surrounding livestock being out. I mean, this goes both ways. We're in ranch country. Hansen's livestock has cows out too, but nobody took a picture of it. So, it's just, it's some facts in there by Hansen Livestock to try to make the Hess look bad. But the fact of the matter is they're both qualified applicants under this conflicting lease process, and the Hess won the bid, fair and square. Now, the Hansens had a series of temporary use permits on this section for 3 successive years. And those temporary use permits were specifically for 1-year permits. It was basically to allow interim grazing use until this land goes back under a state grazing and agricultural lease. And so Hansen's did apply for a renewal of their 2023 TUP. That wasn't acted on by the director. Instead, it went into the vacant land process, and the Hess won the bid. Now, interestingly, the Hansens didn't have any problem with this going into the bid process. They didn't jump around and say, hey, we've got a pending TUP out here. You can't put this up for a vacant land lease process. No, it was after they didn't win the bid on this vacant land. Now they come back and say, oh, wait a minute, we had a pending TUP out there, and the director never acted on it, and hold the phone. We can't do anything until you act on our TUP, which is merely a 1-year authorization. And so when we were here in February, the issue that we were asked to supply some additional briefing on was whether 16.3 Wyoming statute 16.3 113B, how does that play into this thing where we have an application for this TUP that wasn't resolved? And how does that play with these facts? And we briefed that. I don't know if you've read those or just relying on counsel, but basically the fact that there was a TUP application, the most that would do, first of all, we don't think it was a continuing activity because these were a series of 1-year authorizations. It wasn't like a professional license, a doctor or an outfitter or CPA, where that is their occupation. They have to have a license from the state to practice. And so they put in an application and it doesn't get decided on. That statute says, well, as long as you timely submitted an application for a continuing activity, then you're good to go until the licensing authority acts on it. This here's a whole different kind of deal. It's a temporary 1-year authorization for interim use, and it's only good for a year. So it's not a continuing activity. So that was our argument, our first argument. Even if somebody concluded that it is a continuing activity, so the application was made for the 2024 grazing season. Well, that came and passed while this whole thing has been under appeal. There was no new application made for the 2025 grazing season. Hansen's had free use of the land basically in 2024 and 2025. And that whole issue is moot. The fact that they made an application for a 2024 TUP, it doesn't matter anymore. That part is moot. The land has been leased as vacant land. The recommended decision or the director's action was to award it to Heth because they were the high bidder, which is the criteria under the rules. There's no other criteria for examining the merits of applicants' ranching operations and saying, oh, this ranch won more awards and they've achieved recognition somewhere. There's no certification process that you're a better rancher than somebody else. The fact is, the applicants were qualified, the Heths made the better bid, and it was awarded to them, and that's the fair process. Hansen's want to say, well, we have this 2024 TUP application, which is now gone by, we're 2 years past that. That whole issue is moot. And the Hansens didn't have any objection to the fact their TUP wasn't acted on until they lost the bid process. And so the Heth family respectfully requests that the board follow affirm the director's decision. The Office of Administrative Hearings made a thorough examination of all the facts in this case, recommended that the director's decision be upheld, and the Heth family requests that they be awarded this lease. It was a fair process, and they're qualified to hold the lease. And that's it. We just request you go ahead with the OAH's recommended decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
If there's any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
We'll deal with that presently. So, Mr. Nicholas.
I'll be quick because I know you have a big docket.
Yeah.
Just a few matters I want to just clarify. The first is, yes, the board is to decide whether the director's decision is legal, and clearly it was not. The director's decision was not consistent with the law because the decision would violate the temporary use permit. It would also violate any lease that would have been applied because there were 2 pending applications. The Wyoming Tort Claims Act prohibits the state from breaching contracts they enter into unless there's an exception to statute. There's no exception here. The temporary use permit has specific reserved rights the state may use. The state can lease it for mineral development and other things like that. The state can lease it, can grant easements. The state can allow people to be on there for recreation. It's explicitly disregarded and explicitly not in your reservations is the ability to lease this land for grazing and the temporary use permit. So the pending 2023 and 2024 temporary use permits prohibit the state from leasing this. It is considered, it would be completely contrary to any kind of practical matter when it comes to grazing to allow 2 grazing uses on the same land. The director also incorrectly determined that the lands were vacant while the TUP was pending, again, because of that same issue. It would be in violation of the contract. Grazing is a consumptive use, and 2 grazing parties cannot coexist. Additionally, I just want to clear up a few other things. The law requires that there was supposed to be a preliminary decision by the state director. The state director, by law, is required to make a decision between 20 and 30 days. Once that decision is made, it has to come to you guys. And so at the end of the day, the director did violate the law. They did not make a decision, and that should be considered in this. Finally, another thing we just want to bring up is that we were not able to bring additional TUPs while this matter was before you. This was a contested case hearing. So we cannot bring a TUP application for 25. We can't bring a TUP application for 26 because this is in a contested hearing and everything is frozen on that state land until this is decided. And so by saying that we basically gave up our opportunity while this is going on is once again just looking past the practical matter. Additionally, when it comes to what the Wyoming APA protects us with, it's that we have the 2023 TUP that was approved. Until a decision is made on the 2024 TUP application, the 2023 approval for the TUP, that is what is keeping and preserving Hansen's rights on the land. At this point, I know, again, you have a full docket, so I'll just keep up here for any questions you guys may have.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. So, Ms. Miller, what I'm going to suggest is that we move with questions from my right, so starting with the superintendent, going to the Secretary of State, and the auditor and the treasurer. Now I'll finish. And I think we can ask each of the parties in order to come up and ask those questions. Does that make sense? Okay. Madam Superintendent, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only question is if there was ever formal action, final action on the TUP.
Never final action on the TUP.
Thank you. We'll kind of go through this in
Perfect.
sequence.
That's my only question.
And Mr. Chairman, if we could get the parties, make sure they don't disagree with that.
Okay. Ms. Gamble.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, it's my understanding that that is correct. There has been no action.
Is there any color that Mr. Frank would like to give to this?
I agree, there was no formal action on the TUP application made in November, December 2023.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Mr. Secretary? No questions. Madam Auditor?
Mr. Chairman, my question is, there was some maybe insinuations or a statement made that the director was denying or not acting because he or she didn't like a project. That's a really strong accusation. And I was just wondering, do you have anything that indicates that was the case versus just an administrative oversight?
Yes. And one of the reasons is if you look at both the affidavit of Mr. Booth, as well as in all the briefings, the decision was made that they decided that they did not want this to be a TUP because they thought this land would be better as a state lease. And so they basically said that there's a new policy that TUPs are inappropriate for grazing. And one thing I do want to point out is that seems to be a post hoc decision in a lot of ways, because you actually have a TUP today in front of you for state grazing. And so it seems that there's a post hoc really decision of we messed this up. So, but of course we messed it up because it's a policy that's an unwritten policy that we do not want to have basically TUPs for grazing anymore at this point. And so that has been the statement consistently, both in affidavits as well as in briefing.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, if I could just address that real quick. So I'm so sorry. I can't off the top of my head point to exactly which section it is within the temporary use permit rules in Chapter 14. However, there is a provision within the temporary use permit rules. These rules have not been edited since I believe 2000 or 2001. So this provision has been there for a very long time. And what it says is that temporary use permits should not be used if there is a better mechanism to authorize use on state trust land. Why grazing and why TUPs were used to authorize grazing for so long, I can't entirely answer that. However, once that issue was brought to the office's attention, they realized it is probably best, according to this provision that again has been there for 26 years now, 25 years now, it's probably best to authorize grazing and agricultural use on state land through a grazing and agricultural use lease. It's my understanding that there was no ill will in that decision, particularly targeted towards one conflicting applicant. It was more so just a general policy. We are going to go through, try to reach out to temporary use permit holders who use their temporary use permit for grazing purposes and move forward with the vacant land leasing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Frank.
No, I have nothing to add to that other than grazing use is not one of the recognized TUP uses. It was pretty much an interim use until it's not vacant anymore.
Thank you. Further questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, is there a reason that the Hansens didn't, so they fully participated in the process of the vacant land leasing? Is there a reason at that time they didn't bring up the issue of their TUP having never been acted upon?
I think one of the main reasons is there wasn't any mechanism to be able to bring that up. We didn't have a mechanism to bring up that this TUP was not acted upon because there was never a decision. There was never a decision made by the director one way or another. And so there's no appeal process. There's no process for us to go before this board to bring that up until there was a decision made on the lease. That was the first time we really had an opportunity to do so. And I'll tell you from our perspective, had we tried to take this to district court, they would have said this was not ripe for district court action because we needed to exhaust administrative remedies, which is to bring it to you guys as the final decision makers.
Ms. Campbell.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I don't have a whole lot to add because I do not represent the Hansen, so I'm not sure what their reasoning was for not bringing this up previously. So I'm sorry, I don't have much to add to that.
And Mr. Frank, it may not be appropriate, but I want to give you the chance. So.
Well, I think if you read the hearing officer's recommended decision, he explains that pretty well, that these are two separate things, two separate processes. If you don't get relief that you want under your TUP, you have a separate process. Now, whether a district court would entertain that particular case or just remand it and say, here, board, decide this. I'm not sure what the court would do. I don't think we can say, oh, the court would just do nothing with it. And you know, frankly, we're 2 years down the road now. The whole TUP issue is moot. So it's time to move on with the lease.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Further questions?
Sorry, one
No,
final one.
No, sorry, is necessary.
Would they have not been able to use the APA to claim inaction at that point?
Yes, and so that's exactly why we're here today, is because of the inaction. And really, again, we never had a way to come before this board until any kind of decision was made on the state. And so we felt that since there was no inaction, it meant that we were not in violation if we had livestock out there while this decision was being made. Again, we didn't have livestock out there because it was important, because we didn't have any decision made. We didn't want to be in violation of the law until any decision was made on the state lands by the director. We did not have any kind of avenue to approach this and bring this to your attention. And so this was the earliest possible time we had.
Ms. Campbell.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, just a real quick comment on that. So to your question, withheld agency action. Agency action unreasonably delayed or withheld under the APA and an appeal of the director's decision under Title 36 and Chapter 4 of the board's rules, they are two separate processes. And so, and I won't endeavor to explain the process of how to bring in action for agency action unreasonably withheld or delayed. I don't think that is what is before this board right now. However, that is a completely separate process and something that Hansen's maybe could have done. I'm not sure. But I think this line of questioning goes to the heart of what the office is purporting, that this is not the appropriate forum to bring issues about the temporary use permit, because again, it doesn't have anything to do with the director's decision.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
And I guess to the extent that there's any kind of residual right remaining under this 2023 TUP application. The board can simply say, hey, we're on notice that there was this application. It conflicts with moving this onto a vacant or through the vacant lease process. And so it's denied and award the vacant lease to the Hess. They want it fair and square. And just one other point, there is an unfenced portion of unfenced boundary on this state lease. The Hess intend to fence that themselves with a application for improvements through the Office of State Lands and Investments.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Any further questions, Madam Auditor? Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, just want to get the timeline straight here. So I think the Hansens basically applied for the temporary use permit before the decision was made to make this a vacant land.
That's correct.
Okay, and then there was no notice given before you made that application that it was going to be vacant land.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess to look at it, I tend to agree that yeah, it was held out that there were trying to be two different things when you're already tied up on the TUP process, and that was never finalized, and that's why you're here.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So if you can't do the vacant land process because it should have been noticed in the right place, I think the only thing we do is just to put the toothpaste back in the tube is try to cure what we had on the TUP and just go through the vacant lease process again. Is that what you're contemplating?
That's our request. Exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Start the process over.
Right. Yeah. And it's unfortunate that we have governmental, miscues for whatever reason, but we need to understand that I think as a government, when you make a mistake, you have to try to put it back to the right starting point. And I don't think there's any damage because you guys have had use of the land in that regard. So I don't see any problems in that regard. So, okay, I just wanted to clear those things up, that timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Ms. Gamble.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to confirm Mr. Treasurer's recount of the timeline. That would be correct. Their TUP was set to expire in January 1, 2024. The office sent a letter notifying them that their TUP was going to expire, I believe in early November. Hansen shortly thereafter submitted their follow-up TUP application. Then in March, the office advertised the state land parcel as vacant. And just if I may, one last time say, it is the office's perspective that restarting the process is not entirely necessary. And the reason for doing that is because, again, temporary use permits and grazing leases are completely separate things. And making a decision on a temporary use permit is not required by statute, by rule, by Supreme Court precedent, nothing, in order for the office to begin initiating the vacant land leasing process. Thank you.
Could I address the idea that it's not required? The law does require that they make a preliminary decision 20 to 30 days after an application is made. And that decision then needs to be submitted to you. That was never done. So they did have a required decision that never happened. And that is something that cannot be ignored here because it is required by law.
And if I may, please ask.
I'm sorry.
Being responsive. So
I'm sorry.
Ms. Gamble, I afford you the opportunity to respond.
Mr. Treasurer, I won't add anything further. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Frank.
She keeps turning this off. Mr. Chairman, I think there's the whole issue. Hansens want another bite at the apple. That's all this case is about. And everybody's kind of glossing over the fact that the Heths are injured here if you try to go back and reset everything over a TUP that really wasn't even supposed to be happening out there. It should have been under a vacant land lease several years ago. And the fact that it's a TUP, it's for 1 year. This is not a continuing activity under 16.3.113B. The TUP says it's for a year. When it expires, you're done. And, you know, yeah, we can argue all day over whether this was a continuing activity under 113B or whether it wasn't. And so, you know, the one idea is to, well, let's reset it all and go back through the vacant land lease process, give Hansen's another chance to make a better bid. But the fair thing here is these are two separate processes. If there's any outstanding right in this TUP, cancel it. That's totally the board's prerogative. Deny it, say, you know, you're not approved anymore for a TUP, and let the Heths have the lease that they want. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Further questions, Mr. Treasurer? So I have a question, and it really goes to process. I think the point's been made that the two processes, the TUP and the vacant land process, aren't necessarily well related. So I'm not looking for an answer there. But in the event, and I think with the advent of better GPS technology and understanding where boundaries are and so on over the last several years, a lot of parcels or portions of parcels that previously were maybe unknown to any of the parties are in fact vacant. And so the question I guess I have is, what is the remedy when somebody notices that they're potentially trespassing, but that's fenced into their property, and you know, how do they resolve that? Because going to a vacant land process, you know, immediately means you're in a contested sort of situation.
I guess and I think there's different remedies, obviously, if you're talking between private parties or the state in a lot of ways. And in this matter, I guess it wasn't in trespass ever. And so I don't know if that applies in this matter because there was a TUP, and so there never was a trespass. But if this were a trespass, there would be a violation of state permits, and there would be a violation of grazing leases, or that you're grazing without authorization, correct? And so there are remedies available from the state in that, whether that's a trespass against state lands, and that's a big deal.
And I appreciate that. I'm not intending to imply anybody intentionally trespass. I'm simply saying inadvertently with knowledge gained in time, suddenly you realize. And so if you're a good landowner and you decide to do things the right way, understanding that this process isn't necessarily linked, bringing it to the attention of the office, or the office bringing it to the attention of the potential lessee or permittee, causes angst.
Sure. So, and I think that's a good reason why we passed the legislation last year about fencing. I think that helps with some of these things as well, because there could be tension between state and landowners that wouldn't have been previously known or existing before Onyx and other applications like that have been created.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Campbell.
Mr. Chairman, I won't add too much to what has already been said. As Mr. Nicholas mentioned, and as you elucidated to in your question, any unauthorized use of state trust lands without a TUP, a grazing lease, whatever it may be, would be considered a trespass. I personally, this conflicting grazing lease did not really concern the issue of trespass. That wasn't raised by any of the parties. And so I haven't spent a whole lot of time researching into what the most appropriate way one of the parties should have gone about addressing a trespass if there was one happening. So I won't go to speculate on any specific process that one of the parties should have gone through. However, I'm sure and I'm confident that there are processes that either the office could go through, the board could bring it to the landowner's attention, whatever it may be.
Okay, Mr. Frank.
I don't think I have anything to add to what's been discussed on that particular issue.
Okay. So then the other question I have, Mr. Nicholas, is, you know, we spend a lot of time on this board talking about what inures to the beneficiaries the best.
Sure.
And there has been conflicting testimony on that. Sometimes it's just how much money is given to the state from the lessee or permittee. And other times it's a, you know, kind of the recommendation of stewardship of the resource for the long term. I think the argument can be made that there's a recognition in the state that having the viability of an agricultural operation over time has been judged to be a good benefit to the state. We've done the same thing sometimes with oil and gas as well. I guess the question is, do you see, and this will sort of be for Ms. Gamble, but I want to give you and Mr. Frank also the opportunity. Do you see that there's precedent and the opportunity for judgment to be exercised?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, absolutely have discretion to do this. The board has very broad discretion in exercise in how they decide what inures the greatest benefit of this beneficiary. It isn't just a bean counting exercise. You have to look at what is the long-term viability of this. You guys have done that in the past. You have that discretion to do that today.
Thank you. Ms. Gamble.
Mr. Chairman, to answer your question, yes, I would say that the board does have discretion to decide what it means for a potential lessee to inure to the greatest benefit of the state trust beneficiaries. And no, that's not always just how much money is being put up. I will say that there is quite a few, not quite a few, there's a few cases out there saying that when it does come down to the applicants are, each applicant checks off the box that they're supposed to check off in the director's vacant land leasing process, it does to some degree come down to which applicant is putting up the highest final bid. Because at that point, there really are no other distinguishing factors. What I will also say, and most relevant to this case, is in the appeal, one of the arguments that was put forth was that Heth should not have been entitled to the preference. They do not inure to the greatest benefit of the state trust beneficiaries because some allegations of overgrazing had occurred around 2017. Based on the information in the record, you will see that we have affidavits, we have information from Office of State Land inspectors who went out, coordinated with the Heths, consistently worked with them for, I believe, a period of about 5 years to make sure that they were resting the parcel, they were allowing for rain. Overgrazing is something that simply cannot be fixed overnight. You have to allow for rain and regrowth. You have to allow for the soil conditions to get back to optimal condition. And so that process does take time. And at the time that the inspectors were out there working with the Hess, the office did have a policy that, which I now believe is codified in law, allowing lessees who have a less than optimal rangeland condition to cure within a reasonable period of time. And if they do cure within a reasonable period of time, they are not in violation of any of the laws related to state lands or the lease terms. And if they maintain the quality of the rangeland condition, I think there's a very strong argument that would show that grazing lessee ultimately does inure to the greatest benefit of the state trust beneficiaries.
Thank you very much. Mr. Frank.
Mr. Chairman, the question, what inures to the beneficiary? And I think there is, there's arguments on ag viability. There's a lot of these old state land cases that looked at that particular issue. And so we can, we can insinuate some facts here, but there was nothing on the applications that said, how big are you? How reliant on a state lease are you? There was nothing in the application that said, give us your best grazing proposal of how you can make this lease look like our ideal state land lease. I mean, it's nowhere in the application process. If it was, we could address that. But the state has a lot of acres to lease. It's not like the landowner down the road that says, hey, guys, I want to keep the fire danger down, but I don't want to graze it too hard. I want to leave, 3 inches of stubble when we're done and, make this thing pretty. The state doesn't get into those kind of issues. The state says, okay, here's our bid process. We do 2 rounds of bidding when there's qualified applicants, and whoever bids the most, you win the bid. But if we look at this ag viability thing, the Geisinger Ranch is, I don't know, 4,500 acres, something like that. I'm not sure what the Hansens run, but it's many times larger than the Geisinger Ranch here. But for Heth's, this gaining this state lease increases their acreage by about 20%. So from an ag viability perspective, it's a big thing to the Heth family. I'm not going to speak whether it's a big thing to Hansen's or not, but for my client, it certainly is. And so, if the state wants to have grazing lessees come forward in these contested case scenarios and say, well, I can do a better job than the other guy, then put some criteria in so we know what the criteria is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And my point here is not to suggest anybody has better or worse grazing management. It's simply just to establish the ability to have that it's not simply remuneration that we're looking at. So thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman?
Let me
Okay.
start down here and just ask another round of questions. Mr. Secretary.
I guess my Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I guess my question for both would be, this recommended motion, which has appeared on our desks, that the TUP is supposed to go back before the board, before it goes on the state's vacant land list. I mean, I just view that as inconsistent with the fiduciary duty, because putting on the vacant land list, I think it's very clear that's the way that we're going to get the bidding process and have a true competitive process. So I guess, I just really have issues with that portion of the third section of the motion, some other issues with the other parts, but I guess, I would ask both parties, especially counsel for the Office of State Lands, whether they agree with that, and whether counsel with Office of State Lands views that we could just summarily at this moment in time state that the TUP process is over and we're going to place it on the vacant land deal to go through that process again. But I kind of have an issue with this stepwise approach of, hey, we're going to go back to the TUP next time, and it's all going to continue in limbo. And I just think that's really inconsistent with the fiduciary duty.
Mr.
Okay.
I'm so-
Yep. Ms. Gamble, and then it's directed to you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I will start by saying I have not seen the motion. So I actually don't know. And I don't want to answer your question in too much depth and give my opinions too much without actually seeing the motion and maybe having a moment to think on it. I'm sorry, I know that's probably not the most satisfying answer to that question, but again, through my representation through the office, I do not want to speak on behalf of the office without first seeing the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary Gray. The long and short of it is, if it is of the opinion that from the board that this needs to go back this needs to be leased, what needs to happen is you make a ruling on the temporary use permit, start the process over for vacant lands, let the parties bid again, and have the process correct. Otherwise, this is a decision that could be ripe for challenge. And this could be a decision that could be held in limbo because the process clearly was not followed correctly. And so it could be to inure to the best benefit of the beneficiary to do the process correctly, start by issuing a decision on the TUP. If you were to deny the TUP, You can list those lands back on vacant lands. The parties would have another opportunity to bid. Perhaps they would bid higher even, who knows? And it would be able, and the state would have a defensible lease on place then that would not have the shadow of an incorrect process up to that point.
Mr. Frank, anything you want to add?
Well, I mean, this TUP is a minor thing. It's been elevated to this big overriding concern that, oh my gosh, Hansen Livestock has this continuing right to graze because they did a TUP application. I mean, it's a temporary use permit. It was interim. It, to the extent it's even an issue anymore and it's not moot, I think the board can simply say, yeah, we have noticed that there was this TUP application made in November of 2023. It's inconsistent with the decision to move forward with a vacant land process, deny the TUP, that issue's done, and affirm the director's decision to award the vacant lease to Heth. I think otherwise it just turns into an unfair process to give Hansen's another bite at the apple. And so, you know, there's fairness going both ways on this thing.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Madam Auditor, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, just one, and this has to deal with a lot of the stuff that if in this parcel, if we're going to get the highest back to the beneficiaries, I think, and I don't know whether we can do this, is to require, if we do have another bite at the apple, that it's required that whoever gets it has to fence the whole section out. That way it's competitive the next go around. You can either do that or you can put it into two sections. From what I understand is that you've got grass on one half of it and you've got rocks on the other half. And the big differentiation between, you know, what that land will yield. But the whole thing is if you're going to have some competition 10 years from now, then the thing needs to be fenced out. And I don't know whether we can or can't have that stipulation in our lease going forward. But irregardless, I think that would be the best thing for the beneficiaries, the best thing for whoever gets control of the land.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I suspect we are starting, I'll let you have the opportunity to answer that, but I suspect we're starting to kind of talk more about potential remedies than we are questions, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam.
Apologies, I do have one more question.
Okay.
So
Let them respond to that and I'll be right back to you. And so.
I don't know if there was a question or I
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, well,
But anyway,
but I'm just trying to get your legal opinion for what it's worth, or to whether or not we can have that type of stipulation, you know, on a lease. Because I know it would be be the most competitive thing to do in the long run, but I don't know whether or not we can actually stipulate that.
The board does have broad discretion. And I think that could be a condition. One thing I will point out, we had and from my opinion, a very good statute passed last year that requires that be paid 50-50. And we're certainly looking at that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gamble.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I would agree with Mr. Nicholas that the board has broad discretion. The only thing I will know is I don't want to tread on the line of giving too much legal advice. I would much prefer to leave that to your conflict counsel, Ms. Bodwines. For the most part, I'll leave it there. But it's my understanding that there are various different fencing options nowadays, virtual fencing in replace of physical fencing. And so I would just, leave it to Mrs. Bodwines or Ms. Bodwines to advise you on that. And then also taking into the consideration that there are different options nowadays for fencing that may not have existed, 50 years ago. So.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
Well, first, the unfenced portion is between the state and Hansen. And so Heths are not going to turn livestock out on the state lease until they've got that fenced. So number one, they're going to take care of that. And also, the other remedy here is that the Heths are committed on the record here today that they will fence the boundary at their cost. It won't be a state cost. It won't be a cost share with Hansen's unless they want to join in, but the Heths fully intend to construct a new fence in the 1.25 miles or so that it needs fenced. So that's really, it's a cost, but the Heths are going to bear all that. There's nothing that it costs the state. So no need to send this back and say, okay, give us your proposals with a new fence across here. Heths are already committed to doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand for my last question that a final action was not taken on the TUP application. Further question is whether or not notification was given to all TUP holders that this transition was going on with office, because I don't disagree with the transition. I think I don't know why we went down the road of TUPs long ago. I think the problem is we've changed the rules of the game partway through the process without notification. So the question was there notification to all TUP holders of this change in process moving forward?
We weren't given notification even, and I don't know if anyone else was given notification. Again, you're still continuing that process today. There's a TUP today for grazing. And so if that was a decision that was made by the state, it hasn't been consistent. It hasn't been done to this point. You have those same applications happening as we speak. And so from the way we look at it, from our perspective, it looks like kind of a post hoc explanation as to why they did what they did.
Thank you, Ms. Gamble.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent. So to answer your question, I would direct you to, we have an affidavit within the record from the office. And within that affidavit, it states that when the decision by the office was made, according to the board's rules, it is most appropriate to use this land for grazing and agricultural purposes through a grazing and agricultural lease instead of a TUP. It's my understanding that the office did initiate and try to be as comprehensive with reaching out to as many TUP holders for grazing and agricultural purposes as possible. What you will also see in the affidavit is that there is not any direct mention that the Hansens were one of the TUP holders for grazing and agricultural use that was contacted. So within the record, you will see that there isn't direct evidence that Hansens were specifically contacted. However, it is my understanding that the office did at least go through some sort of process to try to reach out to as many TUP holders as they possibly could.
Thank you, Mr. Frank.
And I don't think it was so much a question of a policy change. The policy was that they weren't following the rules that said grazing leases really aren't a proper TUP for multiple years. And so all they did was return back to what the rule says. And so whether there was notice, the notice was in the rule. The office had been doing these series of TUPs for grazing leases all over the state. And so that was not following the rules.
Okay, thank you. Any further, let me emphasize, questions? And if there are none, thank you all for your testimony. Is there anyone, I think we'll take this matter under consideration, but I'll leave it to you to sort of put a bow on it for us.
Mr. Chairman, that would be great. If the board has any questions for me, we would need to make a vote today unless you want to have a decision brought back for final review. But I would need the board to vote on the matter.
Right. So let me ask the board, is there further deliberation you want to have? If not, then
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I would just add that I understand a lot of the arguments that were made today and reverting back to our policy and rule. And I agree that grazing lease a grazing lease is far better than TUP, and that transition should occur. I think, again, what occurred here is that we changed the rules of the game midway through and did not communicate that well and didn't operationalize that in a good use and kind of held our folks out to dry. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion.
Let me just ask if there are other comments to be made. If there are none, I certainly please proceed with your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board grant Hansen's motion for summary judgment on the basis that the leased lands were improperly placed on the state's vacant lands list. I move that the board deny OSLI's motion for summary judgment on the basis that the leased lands were improperly placed on the state's vacant land list, and that the board not uphold the director's conditional award of the lease.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there further discussion? Mr. Treasurer.
I just want to make sure that that's a period after Heath. So the rest of this paragraph is not applying. Where is it?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, I think you can address what the office wants to see or what the board would like to see with that after you dispose of this case. I think that would be fine.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, that would be my intent. I think we need to address that in addition.
And by that, you mean that's a separate matter, or you're going to attach that to?
Mr. Chairman, we can certainly attach it to this, I suppose, but I think the direction would be to move forward with laying out that process.
Okay. Everybody understand?
Lay out the process after the Heath period.
Right.
Okay.
I think that is the intent. Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries. I would vote aye. Is there further? Ms. Brandywine? Yes. Mr. Treasurer.
I guess I would make a motion that after the disposal of so we got the final, just want to be clear, we're final. What we've done is that we've denied these, but we haven't had any action on the TUP. So I think we need to dispose of that and make that final that the TUP isn't going forward on this particular thing. Basically, the motion would say that there are no subsequent TUPs to be issued on this lease or this property, and put a date certain on it. It would be I guess, are we going to stop the TUPs dead in their tracks today, or does this problem does it carry forward if we say that there's not going to be a TUP in 2026? That's a question I want to find out, because I think we need to make that decision today, because it's going to be grazing season, and you got all these. If you're going to start that application process, we want to make sure that we're able to have the final disposition of who's going to graze that land by June 1st, or the next time this board meets.
So, Mr. Treasurer, it appears to me that the remainder of the suggestion that was here really addresses your concern.
And that one is just separate, that this particular thing would go right immediately into a vacant land process, and there's no extending rights afforded to the Hansens because of the problem that we had back in a year or two ago.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
That would be my intention with leaving that out, is that I don't know that we need to rehash the TUP, and I don't even know if we need, if the staff needs a vote on that, because that refers back to our rules that say the highest and best use would be grazing lease over TUP, but.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to?
Right, please. I think we are continuing a problem here, so please.
Abigail Bonowitz, Conflict Counsel. I believe the board needs to take a final action on the 2024 TUP application. Your rules under Chapter 14 have the director bringing a preliminary approval or disapproval. However, I mean, the timeline for that is far past. So whether the board is comfortable making that determination today or would wait until it receives that preliminary approval or disapproval, I think that's a question that's out there, and I don't have good legal advice on that too.
Okay, I guess I want to go back to the timeline, Mr. Chairman, if I can. So this is the 2024, we're already in 2026. So if we disapprove the 2024, that's, you can't do anything ex post facto anyway. So, you know, there's that problem. So what I'm trying to do is say from, you know, from the grazing period of 2026, that there's going to be no TUPs on this, and nor can any subsequent actions on TUPs on this affect any, you know, prospective lease property rights that we have on vacant lands.
So I'm going to recommend that we break this down. I think the fact that we're here today is because there's still a pending 2024 TUP.
Yes.
That needs to be resolved. I'm going to suggest that we just deal
Okay.
with that, either by directing the director to give us some recommendation, or if you feel confident about it, just dealing with it now. And then we can talk about the subsequent actions afterwards. So
And
that
Mr.
would be my request.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the basis for any denial of that 2024 application, if you so choose to do that today, be that it's not in accordance with your rules.
Okay?
If we deny it, it's not in accordance with our rules?
You would deny the 2024 application on the basis that to grant it would not be in accordance with your rules, because it should not be, there should not be a TUP for grazing and agricultural use.
So this then raises a
But this
a
is why
very-
I would recommend a preliminary.
Yeah, so that's what, this is in fact exactly the issue that bothers me. Because I understand that it's important to have a vacant land process, and I think that goes forward. In the event that somebody inadvertently ends up with grazing practices, what is the remedy that we have? We don't have an immediate way to go to a vacant land process, and at the same time, it's grazing season and so on and so forth. The TUP has come in handy, and there are, I believe, multiples of TUPs with grazing use around the state. So to sort of summarily do that here today, I think risks further challenges.
And Mr. Chairman, there is a TUP likely in place on that property. It's the 2023 TUP that is in place until the 2024 application is acted upon. That would be under the Administrative Procedures Act.
Okay, okay.
I'm not sure that makes it any cleaner.
And it doesn't for me, because it just means that a non-renewal means the continual perpetual kind of use. And I think we need to have a process here that makes sense.
How
So
long does it take to do a vacant land lease thing? Months? Okay.
So my recommendation then is to have the director come back with a recommendation since 2023. That would allow you time to sort of sort through those issues. The policy statement is that we've had a lot of testimony today that talks about how these are two parallel processes that don't link. There's a problem there. And I think it's highlighted in this particular circumstance. And I think it would be important that we at least give some time and consideration to how to resolve those issues in one way or another. Either they're completely separate, or there's some linkage that's understandable to the people that are in the process of doing either of those processes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to find out, has either of these parties paid any lease payments?
Mr. Nichols.
We did pay a TUP application fee and a TUP payment.
But you've been running cattle on it, but you haven't been paying any payments.
No, we have not been running cattle on it since this has come before the
So
board.
it's been vacant.
Yes.
And the Heth hasn't paid anything either.
It hasn't been used. Let me put it that way.
Yeah,
Has
okay.
been used.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, if I might
Mr. Booth.
clarify, we have payments for the TUPs for the years from 2021 to 2023. We did receive with that application in 2024 payment for the application fee and the consideration. We have since refunded that back. The money that we do have right now is through the vacant advertisement process. We hold on to that till the board makes a final decision. So that's what we have and we're sitting on right now is the bids from that vacant advertisement.
But the Heaths haven't had to pay anything for this process. Well, that's,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, no, sir. No annual recurring consideration to the state is owed at this time.
okay. Do we expect now that we've had this process here, then we're going to get the back payments from the Hansens? Or those are going to be utilized? I mean,
So Mr. Treasurer, that's the intent of what I have here is that we can weigh all those considerations and have some determination from that, given not just the sort of here and now,
Okay,
but
well,
a
we-
little bit of time to consider it.
Mr.
We've
Chairman.
burned enough time on this. I don't think there's anything before the.
I'd like to also point out, you've made a final decision that the rationale has not been written up for the parties to review and determine if they wish to appeal this. There's a 30-day deadline from the date of that order. The parties appeal this, it's going to move back up. It's going to keep moving through the process. So I'm not sure the board wants to get cart ahead of the horse in terms of trying to fix any scenario without seeing where this goes in terms of any appeal.
And I appreciate that. I still think it would make sense for us to direct the director to start to think about process. So.
Mr.
Madam
Chairman,
Auditor.
and I think at first I was on board with going ahead and saying, let's go ahead and deny the lease today to try to get this moving for the 2026 season, but it just doesn't maybe sound like that's gonna be feasible in any way. And the other thing that concerns me, the one example that comes to mind is when we purchased the Mosque property. On day one, we had folks grazing on those, and it takes a little bit of time to get the vacant lease process set up, and we were immediately able to issue TUPs, and so that to me was a really appropriate use of TUP for grazing to fill a hole. It's just where we are, due to turnover situations or resources where they go on. And this one didn't go on and on. It sounds like it went 3 years and then there was some sort of effort to shut it down. So I am hesitant to say that it was in violation of our rules in a way, because I want to preserve that flexibility, although it shouldn't become a habit. So with that, I would move that we direct OSLI to bring the board a preliminary approval or disapproval of Hansen's 2024 TUP application for final agency action prior to listing the piece of lands on the state's vacant lands list.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, so you're asking them to come back to us next time?
Mr. Chairman, yes. So on the old 2024 that was never acted upon, bring us the recommendation and then we can make a final determination based on that, which would be the next step in law. And then based on that, based on our decision on that, we would then potentially go forward with placing them. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question.
Mr. Secretary.
So, Mr. Chairman, if they rule that the TUP is adequate, I mean, the TUP from 2024 is moot. So what would affirmatively granting the TUP from 2024, assuming that's the recommendation, what would be the next steps from that? That I guess at that point, quote unquote, right? Not saying I agree with that moves forward indefinitely?
Mr. Chairman, good question. I wouldn't agree with that either. And so I think But that would be up for a vote on this board then in June to say whether we think this should be TUPs forever or not. As with any recommendation, they can bring us a recommendation and we could go with that or not go with that. But given that their indication that this piece of lands is not ripe for long-term TUP usage, I would guess that the recommendation would be to deny, but that will be to be determined.
Okay, further questions, further discussion? Mr. Treasurer.
If the 24 TUP is denied, does that throw it open to an open, and then we say for this year, we're going to do a TUP, then that throws it open for anybody to use that?
Mr. Treasurer, that would seem to be an option that we could consider. Is that Ms. Brandywine?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Meyer, when you say throws it open for anyone to use it, do you mean you're talking about some sort of?
Then you basically have a contested TUP thing.
The TUP, so what the vote on the 2024 TUP does is provide Hansen with the due process that they were accorded under law.
Mm-hmm.
That is what that vote is about. Whether you would get competing, I mean, there was no other 2024 TUP application.
No, but I mean for this year. Because
Oh,
that
for
was
this
just
year.
approved, yeah.
Whether someone could bring forth a TUP for 2026 application,
Yeah.
I can't answer that today. That would be a question probably for your day-to-day council.
Okay. All right. Well,
Director, is there any observation you have on this? I guess my sense is this gives you the time to kind of consider a full range of options.
Mr. Chairman, yes, this will allow us obviously to bring you a recommendation on the 2024. To the question of the treasurer, there could be one or more applications that come forward to the office at any time for a temporary use permit, then for consideration by the office and then approval or disapproval by the board.
Okay. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none? All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? Thank you. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for kind of stretching that out, but I think it's an important discussion to have. And so curious too, if the office will consider in bringing that application of what our process should be moving forward of TUP versus grazing leases. And I don't know if that's rule change or how formal we want to make that, but I think we got to figure out, to the governor's point, how we streamline these two.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, happy to have those conversations. I think that we can even, continue them as early as today on the rationale on why the office is managing them as such.
And to follow up on the superintendent's good point, my concern is that, and there were a lot of extenuating circumstances, so I'm not blaming anybody, but I think if there is a change of policy, it's important that we do a good job of communicating it. I know that is really unnecessary to say, but I did want to say it here. Very good. Thank you. Ms. Brandywine, anything more on this matter?
We took a break.
Yeah. Hearing none, we'll take a break. And Mr. Secretary, how long do you want?
I'd like 15.
15 minutes. Okay, that'll bring us back at 10 of 10. Director, I think we are in fully again, and I did want to note that the treasurer came in this morning for morning's session. I guess that would be in the minutes, but for the minutes record. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll now proceed with the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners meeting. First is tab A, the minutes. You'll need a motion to approve the February 5th, 2025 minutes.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review the minutes. Are there any changes, corrections, comments? If none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move the February 5th, 2025. I assume that's 2026. We got it.
I think that's the error.
As
We found
amended.
it.
Okay.
As amended.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I have a new, mine says 2026. Yeah, thank you. Is there a second for that? It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is tab B, reports. These are informational, but staff is available to answer any questions that the board might have on these reports.
Are there any questions on any of the reports under tab B? If there are none, Mr. Treasurer, are you?
No,
I'm just
trying to get that microphone this way.
Okay. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having been individually briefed on all the matters on the agenda today, I would like to propose items that appear amenable to treatment on a consent list. The list has been provided to the board up front on your desk before the meeting. And the recommended list for your consideration would include items C1 and C2, E1 through E3, E5 and 6, F1, F3 and 4, G1, G4 through 8, and H1 and 2.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, does that include the TUP that was referenced earlier in the meeting? Is that within the consent list or could we pull that off?
We can pull off, that would be item H2.
H2, okay.
Pull that off. All right. Further recommendation. I'll note for the record that on page 6 of E2 is a list of grazing leases. On page 6, the second one down, Gordon Ranch LLC. I will not be voting on that. That is my ranch. So.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of C1 and 2, E1 through 3, E5 and 6, F1, F3 and 4, G1, G4 through 8, and H1.
You've heard the consent list, C1 and 2, E1 through 3, E5 and 6, F1, F3 and 4, G1, G4 through 8, and H1. Is there support for that consent list? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. I would now entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendation on the items on the consent list. And again, noting my conflict on 2, 5, 3, 6, 8, which I will not be voting on.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings you to tab C, forestry matters. We will have Forester Norris present her report.
Adam Forrester.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Happy spring. I have provided each of you with State Forestry's 2025 annual report, which highlights the division's accomplishments over the last year. Wyoming has already been experiencing a fire season this year, as approximately 240 fires burned 12,450 acres. In the last few months, Wyoming had wildfires cause residential evacuations, residential homes and structures burned, and whole communities put on evacuation notice. We're tracking double the number of wildfires and 6 times the number of acres burned compared to last year at this time. We're also ahead of our 2024 numbers. Wyoming has reported more fires and acres burned than Utah, Idaho, and Montana. And while the Rocky Mountain area, which includes Nebraska, has seen some of the highest wildfire activity than anywhere else in the nation this spring. I want to take a moment and acknowledge our local fire districts and departments, along with our federal fire suppression agencies across the state. Fires have been kept small and contained with little access to aviation resources. All hands, all lands response is alive and well. Many areas in Wyoming are experiencing snow drought, with some places having the lowest snowpacks on record. This lack of moisture often leads to the earlier of the drying of that fine fuels and grasses and brush. As of March, approximately 82% of Wyoming has experienced drought conditions, with additional 16% is classified as abnormally dry. For April and May, temperatures will remain above average across most of the state. Precipitation is leaning towards normal to slightly above on the west side of the state, and then drier than normal on the east. Currently, there are 12 counties in stage 1 fire restrictions, and Bighorn and Washakie County were going into short-term restrictions in and out of them over the last couple weeks. And I haven't heard Sheridan County might be our 13th one this week that went into fire restrictions. Haven't gotten confirmation on that yet. State Forestry will be starting a new rulemaking process for the fire suppression revolving account this month. We have spent the last few months developing them with input from the Wyoming's wildland fire wardens and fire chiefs. Once finalized, we expect to start implementing the wildland fire prevention and qualified insurance approved resource rules this summer. These are the rules that include a permitting process through State Forestry for wildland fire prevention resources that are sent in on fires from insurance companies during wildland fire incidents. Construction on the new helibase at the Casper-Natrona International Airport is on schedule for a completion date of August 31st, 2026. Aviation contracts are finalized. State Forestry will have 1 Type 2 and 1 Type 3 helicopter, along with 4 single-engine air tankers under contract for 2026. Start date for June 1st. The BLM has opened the Worland seat base for use if needed to receive any seats that may be pre-positioned in Wyoming. Casper Tanker Base is slated to be opened on June 15th. With the passing of House Bill 36, which approved 2 wildland fire modules for State Forestry, we have been busy working to stand up those modules. Vehicles and supplies are being purchased, office and living space are being secured in Lander and Douglas, job announcements are being finalized. Target date to advertise all positions I was hoping by the end of this week, and might be early next week. I'd like to take a moment to thank Wyoming Legislature and this board for the support and investment in Wyoming State Forestry's wildland fire suppression response. The new modules will make a significant difference in keeping wildfires smaller, reducing those wildfire costs, and saving homes, infrastructure, natural resources, and human lives. Transitioning to a forestry update, a consistent timber supply is critical to maintaining Wyoming's forest products industry. State Forestry has been coordinating with the federal and county partners to provide predictable volume from Wyoming's forested lands. Regional timber industry meetings are being conducted across Wyoming over the next few months, connecting federal and state agencies with the timber industry representatives. The recently passed House Bill 78 Forest Health Grant Program should also help increase active forest management efforts. The newly created cost share program invests $3.5 million into proactive management activities on state, federal, and private lands with the goal to expand cross-boundary projects. With the desire from Wyoming's legislature to begin implementing project work this year, State Forestry will be implementing emergency rules for this newly established grant program while also working through the general rules process. Over the last month, State Forestry has developed application and guidance materials, started the formation of a review committee, and prepped our staff for the rollout of the program. We're currently targeting the request for proposals to be released by April 15th, with the application window closing by May 15th. In March, the U.S. Forest Service Chief, Tom Schultz, made a visit to Sundance, Wyoming to visit the Bear Lodge Ranger District and received a tour of the Fort Forest Management Project. The Fort Forest Management Project encompasses 7,500 acres of timber harvesting across federal, state Good Neighbor Authority, and National Wild Turkey Federation stewardship projects. The large-scale interagency project took less than 1 year to complete from NEPA decision to timber sale bids. During the tour, State Forestry showcased a unit of our Neon G&A timber sale, which will treat over 1,000 acres and provide approximately 4.7 million board feet of timber to the local timber industry. Lastly, I want to provide a few national forest and fire updates. There's been a lot of movement just even in the last couple days. So this week, the U.S. Department of Agriculture announced the reorganization of the U.S. Forest Service. Reorganization efforts include relocating the Forest Service's headquarters to Salt Lake City, Utah. Under the new model, 15 state directors will be distributed throughout the country to oversee the Forest Service operations within one or more states. State directors will serve as national leaders with primary oversight of forest supervisors, operational priorities, and relationships with states, tribes, and other partners. Each state office will include a small leadership support team responsible for functions such as legislative affairs, communications, and intergovernmental coordination. Cheyenne was chosen to serve as a place for the Northern Plains State Director, as the goal is to have the state directors connected with the state foresters. The Northern Plains State Director will have Wyoming, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota in their portfolio, with the Deputy Director to be in Rapid City to help with cover South and North Dakota. Lastly, I want to provide an update to the creation of the United States Wildfire Fire Service. Under the direction of Chief Brian Fennessy, 9 geographic area fire chiefs have been named to head up regions across the United States. Paul Hone, previously the BLM Wyoming State Fire Management Officer here in Cheyenne, was selected as the Rocky Mountain Fire Chief. Wyoming State Forestry, as well as local wildland fire wardens and fire chiefs, are very supportive of this decision and look forward to working with Mr. Hone in his newly appointed position. Transitions with wildfire staff from the Department of Interior agencies to the Wildfire Fire Service are continuing, but are not to be impacting boots on the ground resources this year, as a busy fire season is upon us in the West. And so with that, I will end there and open it up for any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Forester Norris. Are there questions? Questions? The only question I would have is the aviation assets. It's my understanding those are going to be kind of consolidated. Do you have any idea how they will be dispatched?
Mr. Chairman, that is a good question. They are not to change on how they are to be dispatched currently. We are not changing operations on the ground. When it comes to that, we were challenged. We had a couple of fires, and we had 2 fires. We had to pull large air tankers up out of Colorado Springs. Currently, most of the aviation in the Rocky Mountain area is sitting in Colorado, I think Pueblo and Colorado Springs. But just was in a meeting yesterday with Montana, and they have their helicopters and their aviation resources. They need not to be on fire when we're on fire. That would be very helpful for us. But they are starting to bring in also air attack resources, and we'll start coordinating with Alaska to start bringing down some large air tankers. So between the states and what we're bringing in, as well as the federal agencies, we're hoping that there'll be opportunities to leverage each other's resources through ordering processes. But as of right now, we were challenged because of how dry it was and how many fires we were having in March. We basically requested that the federal agencies put aviation contracts call when needed on. And that's what they started to do. And now we're going to balance that green up stage. And hence why we did not bring on our aviation resources early. With the budgets we have, we wanted to have the opportunity to hold on to our contracted aviation into the fall.
Thank you. How about Smoke Busters? They're doing well?
Mr. Chairman, the Smoke Busters are doing very well. They've made it to Johnson County twice, North and South Johnson County on a fire already, both in those areas in the Bighorns this spring. And they are ramping up for this summer.
No, great. And lastly, I just want to thank you for your help. I know Governor Pillen from Nebraska said thank you very much. And I know you're very much appreciated in South Dakota too. And you're doing that when you're also first and foremost taking care of Wyoming. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, next on the agenda is tab E, surface lease matters, and that brings us to matter E4. This is a special use lease application with the Wyoming Military Department. This works in conjunction with the exchange proposal that is on the agenda further down for this meeting. This special use lease is for a recommended term of 40 years for a one-time payment of $13,357,775. This will allow the Wyoming Military Department to secure their operational mission and use these lands as part of their operational control zone necessary to support their operational activities. The recommendation would be to approve this lease. It is contingent upon the approval of the exchange and then closing that exchange before it would go into place. I know proponents are also here today if you have questions for them.
Members of the board, your thoughts?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Madam Director, so your preference would be to approve this one prior to discussing the exchange?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, yes, knowing that it's contingent. If for some reason the exchange were not to happen, then the special use lease would not be able to go forward.
Okay.
I'd move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is tab F, oil and gas matters. This takes you to matter F2. This matter originally came to the board in December of 2025, was tabled until the February meeting and postponed definitely until this meeting. This is the proposal to award leases to Verde Land LLC, and the office would recommend approval of these leases.
Thanks. Members of the board, your thoughts? This is F2.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Madam Director, we don't need to take this from the table, or do we need to do that first before discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, this was postponed definitely, so it doesn't need to be taken from the table.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's recommendation.
Thank you for your motion. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next for your consideration is matter F5. These are the results of our most recent oil and gas lease auction, and I would have Mr. Booth share the highlights both for the board and the public in attendance today.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, within the auction, we offered 191 parcels, and that totaled a little over 77,000 acres. Of those, we received successful bids on 117, and that's to the tune of a little over 45,000 acres. 107 of those leases received bids. They were offered at a royalty rate of 16 2/3%, while the remaining 10 are at 12.5%. The auction grossed a little over $4.2 million. And when you compare that to the last 5 years, that's the third highest auction as far as bonus payments is concerned that we've had in the last 5 years. So really encouraging results there. And then also comparing those auction stats from the last 5 years in terms of number of leases, we see between 63 and 130 leases at each one of our auctions. So at 117 receiving successful bids, that's on the high end. And then considering acres, we see between 18,000 and 52,000 acres. So again, at that 45,000 acres, that's on the upper end. We again did the sealed bid process. We offered 29 parcels within that process. 20 of those received successful bids. One was at the minimum of $1, and the others were between $3,000 and $4,611. So within that sealed bid package, we earned a little over $1.5 million. And with that, be happy to stand for any questions the board may have.
Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer?
it seems like administratively doing a lease for $1 probably costs us more to do it than to actually get the money back almost. You know, I don't know, but I'm just wondering if we could look, see around the industry, whether or not a $10 minimum lease is appropriate on these things or something, because when you get to, you know, to the point where it's almost not worth doing it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, happy to compare what we have and come back with that.
Okay, thanks. Further questions? The only one I have, Mr. Booth, all qualified bidders.
All qualified bidders, yes, sir.
Very good. So we would need a motion to accept these bids and would certainly entertain.
Move acceptance, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, is there support?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. And
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, would just note, recuse myself from any purchased by Kirkwood Oil and Gas, not because I have any conflict whatsoever, but just in case of appearance.
Thanks very much. It's duly noted. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we move to tab G, miscellaneous mineral matters. The first for the board's consideration is matter G2. This is a sand and gravel application, new application by Western Sunset LLC located in Converse County, 24.3 miles northeast of Glen Rock. The office would recommend approval of this lease application.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I didn't ask this in my briefing. I just thought of it. I just want to make sure. I went back and I don't think it is, but you don't have any understanding that this is tied to the Glen Rock leases that that were voted on in December. Because remember, I declared a conflict, not that it's for a perception, but it was a totally different entity. So I don't think that it is, but
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I don't really have any answer to that. Don't know that they are connected in any way or how any of those companies might be connected offhand.
okay.
Okay, further questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec on item G2.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on your agenda is item G3. These are also sand and gravel lease applications. However, they are all renewals for producing gravel permits in Laramie County, adjoining the city limits, Johnson County, 30 miles northeast of KC, and Crook County, 16.9 miles northwest of Hewlett. The recommendation of the office would be to grant renewals on all of these applications.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Move do pass, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This brings you to tab H on your agenda, easements and temporary use permit matters. H2 is the list of temporary use permits being brought forward for approval by the board. The recommendation would be to grant these temporary use permits.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Director, would you mind just giving us a little bit of information on the TUP for grazing. I think there's only one in the list.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, yes, happy to do so. This is a temporary use permit for a term of 1 year. This is a parcel that's located in Laramie County, right off of 4 Mile Road over by the soccer fields. And as was discussed a little bit earlier today, this provides flexibility for the office on a parcel like this that's in a residential area that has some high revenue generating opportunities where we don't want to have the parcel tied up for 10 years in a grazing lease, but allows us the flexibility to keep it grazed while we have a grazing lessee, but then also to change course with a parcel like that in a place where we see flexibility is necessary.
Thanks.
Questions, Mr. Chairman, on the temporary permits for surface water lines. I guess kind of harking back to the conversation we had in Converse County about what some of the private landowners are getting for basically temporary water access. I'm wondering whether or not we're in the same ballpark of what the private folks are getting, or whether we've taken a look at that recently.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we have talked to a lot of industry leaders in Wyoming to understand what negotiations that they have both in Commerce County and in the surrounding counties throughout the state. We've also looked at the rates that all of our neighboring states charge for these. And we've determined through that analysis, which was extensive, that this $1 a foot is on the high end of what others are charging. So the throughput fee that certain individuals have communicated to you have determined to be outliers within our analysis at this time.
How far are the outliers?
It's a good question. I haven't read their specific agreements. I think that I've heard anywhere between 25 cents a barrel and 52 cents a barrel. So that's pretty significant when you consider the amount of barrels necessary to complete a well.
So they're doing it on a totally different rate, I guess. When we find out what the barrel rate is of our states, or everybody's just doing it by a length? Because, I mean, you're really kind of looking at a volume thing rather than a distance. And so if you're going on volumes, that could be substantially more. So maybe we're just not selling it at the right metrics there.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, we did evaluate that too, and most are basing their consideration rates off of length. The other comparables that we found where they were charging on volume, that was to incentivize less use of water in the area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Booth, just noting that from time to time, certainly not on a regular basis, but from time to time, folks with either water lines or with access roads crossing their grazing permits have had some substantial problems with operators. How does that process work?
Mr. Chairman, to submit a complete application to the Office of State Lands and Investments, you have to go through the comment form process. And that is contacting that existing surface lessee, soliciting those comments. And if there are concerns, the office takes those very seriously. We follow up on those, see if there's remediation that needs to take place, whether it be placing fences in certain locations, cattle guards, avoidance in a number of ways. So we work collectively to ensure that those impacts are limited.
Okay. And I guess I'm thinking of the Laramie Irrigation District and some of the challenges that they've had with an operator there. What are their recourses? Can they notify the office? And
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. We are available if there is any concern with a project. Give any of our staff a call. We'd be happy to go out and have an on-site and have further discussions as appropriate there.
Thank you.
Just kind of follow up on the topic, but I don't think you can answer. We probably need the Oil and Gas Commission, but I guess recognize that they're having some substantial problems in the Permian Basin with the produced oil water, putting it into, one of the deeper, I guess, storage areas, and it's actually coming up in old wells and getting these 150-foot tall geysers of water coming out of old wells, and you're getting a lot of contamination between different aquifers. So Texas recognized that, I think, 15 years ago, that it could be a problem, and now it is a problem. I just want to, make sure that we communicate to the oil and gas folks that, let's keep an eye on it. So if it could be a problem with us, we need to figure out how we're going to address some of this stuff before it is one.
Thanks. If there's further discussion on matter H2, I'm certainly willing to hear it. If there isn't, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, would move director's recommendation, excuse me.
Thank you. It's been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us to tab I, miscellaneous matters. I2, the final consideration of state trust land exchange in Platte County. Mr. Booth has a brief presentation for the board and the public to highlight the finer points of this exchange. We also have the proponents here today to be able to visit with the board.
Very good. Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're going to be bringing the map up that shows the exchange, but while that's taking place, just touch on the highlights of this. So as the director mentioned, it's located in Platte County, Wyoming. The exchange is 8,206.81 acres of state trust land in exchange for 8,212 acres of land owned by the Wyoming Military Department. If approved, this would result in an increase of 5.19 acres of state trust land. The exchange represents an opportunity for the Board of Land Commissioners to improve investment revenue generation and manageability of the trust asset by consolidating and repositioning ownership of state trust land. The proposed exchange only contemplates the surface estate. All current mineral estate ownership will be retained by both parties. The state trust parcels are scattered throughout multiple townships within the Camp Guernsey training boundary. The state trust parcels appraised for $6,998,003. The Wyoming Military Department parcels are consolidated. These parcels are within the Camp Guernsey operations boundary, but currently they fall outside of the training boundary. The Wyoming Military Department parcels appraised for $5,391,160. When we talk about accessibility of the two properties, all of the state parcels are under a 2024 board-approved restriction. This restriction disallows recreation use unless prior authorization by the military department is granted. Approximately half of the parcels currently owned and controlled by the Board of Land Commissioners, they don't have public rights-of-way to them. All of these parcels adjoin private lands where walk-in recreation may be permitted at the discretion of the Wyoming Military Department. Conversely, the U.S. Highway 26 travels through the north end of the consolidated block of the Wyoming Military Department parcels. As such, there's legal public access to all of these parcels. This exchange has been evaluated by the director in an internal review team meeting. At this meeting, the director moved the exchange into Category 2 status as it was believed to have the potential to meet trust land management objectives. There are 3 trust land management objectives, and for the land transaction to move forward, it doesn't need to meet all 3, but these objectives are better meet the beneficiary's short and long-term objectives, improve the manageability of the land asset, meet a specific school and or community need. The land transaction meets these objectives, and I'll explain that shortly. After being moved into a Category 2 status, OSLI brought the exchange to the board in executive session. Following executive session, OSLI brought the exchange to the board at its regular meeting, January 4th, 2020. At this meeting, OSLI was directed to move into the detailed analysis phase. An appraisal was completed, a detailed analysis was published, public comment was taken for a 60-day period, comments were solicited from the Wyoming Game and Fish and the State Historic and Preservation Office, and a public hearing was held in Platte County. The hearing was held on Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. There were no public comments given during the hearing, and throughout the entire comment period, we only received one comment. The comment indicated that the individual is in agreement with the land transaction apart from one section that he currently enjoys recreating on. This section is publicly accessible via county road. However, access is currently restricted by that order I mentioned previously, and the restriction is specifically to protect public health and safety. So just wanted to point that out. It's OSLI's understanding that once acquired, the Wyoming Military Department intends to offer similar access opportunities as previously allowed. So as a result, the comment didn't alter the course of the director's recommendation today. After the analysis was completed, it was confirmed that the exchange meets trust land management objectives. And the first is better meeting the beneficiary short and long-term objectives. And that's through both revenue and investment. So talking about revenue, the exchange is expected to increase short-term revenue outputs from grazing and agriculture leasing, but also decrease short-term revenue outputs through temporary use permitting and special use leasing. The long-term objective would be benefited by repositioning state ownership from scattered parcels for a consolidated block of land with greater future development potential, and that could result in increased annual revenue in the future to the trust beneficiaries. Now looking at investment, the state parcel is appraised for almost $7 million, while the military department a little over $5.391 million. The state, being the owner of the higher appraised land, will require a cash equalization payment to facilitate that value for value exchange. Thus, the state would receive a payment of $1,606,843 prior to closing. Invested by the treasurer, the cash equalization payment is estimated to generate revenue from 6.2% to 8.1% annually. And that equates to $112,420.61 per year to the trust beneficiaries. Additionally, the state trust parcel are estimated to appreciate at the same rate as the Wyoming Military Department parcels, and that appreciation that we estimated is 4.057%. The second objective this transaction meets is manageability of the land asset. The proposed exchange consolidates currently scattered and disjointed state trust lands into a larger contiguous ownership, which reduces costs and increases its efficiency and effectiveness in managing the state's trust assets. OSLI has seen increasing competitive uses on lands with legal public access, which further has the ability to optimize use and returns on those trust assets. So to summarize, the state would acquire a $5,391,003 property appreciating at a rate of 4.057% and would receive a cash equalization payment of $1,606,843 with an estimated return of 6.2 to 8.1%. Combined, this will have a net annual increase in revenue to the trust of $23,536.85. The acquired property would be contiguous and all parcels would have legal public access. Due to its specific attributes, the acquired property would have greater potential for development. The board matter serves as the final step in the process to consider the exchange. The director recommends approving the completion of the proposed exchange and the amendment of grazing lease 1-8330, which is held by the Wyoming Military Department currently, and amend it to remove the state trust land that's being disposed of and include the military department parcels that will be acquired. General Porter and members of his team are in the audience today if you have any specific questions. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions myself.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Are there questions from Mr. Booth? Any questions? Very good. General Porter, he's had to step out. Well, are there questions for the military department?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was that, you, Mel, or? Thanks, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. We've gotten sort of an indication, you just heard it there, that access is going to remain the same net on all the lands that are involved in this exchange. I think that's pretty much what they've told us. So obviously that depends on the orders that you guys make over there. So just want to ask if that's your understanding as well.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, my name is Lieutenant Colonel Michael Kingman. I'm the Construction and Facilities Management Officer for the Wyoming Army National Guard and the Wyoming Military Department on the Army side. Yes, sir, that is true. As of today, you heard about the restriction that is in place from a public safety perspective, really just to deconflict private use for recreation, et cetera, from ongoing military training and operations, as would be understandable. I just want to highlight there were a few comments that we received specifically as it relates to hunting. There is a hunter management area, the Game and Fish Broom Creek HMA, that we are participants with the Game and Fish in managing that hunter management area. Nothing will change there. Public access is still available 1 September through 20 May each year. And we are committed to offering those opportunities for public access, specifically in that HMA, even going as far as we have a chairbound hunter program specifically in that HMA offering veterans, chairbound veterans, opportunities to elk hunt, et cetera. So while the purpose, from our perspective in Wyoming Military Department is to use these lands to make sure we're building trained and ready units to respond to state and federal missions, we do also understand there are other opportunities for use, and we're willing to certainly work to deconflict our operations with civilian entities who come out and desire to participate in those programs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that. Those comments you were alluding to, were you talking about the one comment that was submitted or the discussion? Just want to make sure you said there were comments in the.
I did have one comment. I think that was some discussion previously. The other comment that we received was from Carly Ann Carruthers, the planning manager for state parks and cultural resources, specifically looking at how we manage cultural resources, because there's a significant amount of cultural resources in both the north and south training area up there. And the bluff there is the same. We work with Wyoming State Historic Preservation Office to preserve all of the cultural resources as well. So I'm not exactly certain, sir, where the origin of the one particularly as it relates to the hunter management area, but that is just something that I wanted to provide, on the record that HMA does exist in Broom Creek, and we intend to sustain that after the exchange.
Okay. And then I have one question for Mr. Booth. I'm not sure you mentioned it here. You definitely mentioned it in the briefing that you had the hearing. It had a pretty big turnout, but for the most part, there wasn't affirmative or negative comments. It was more they heard the office out on the exchange, which is totally valid because that's where it was presented. And it seemed like from the hearing, there wasn't any formal negative comments. Was there any formal comment?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, at that hearing, we didn't receive any negative comments. And then as far as comments formally, we didn't receive any there either, just a question. And that was about how this is going to interact with OnX in the future. Is it going to be reflected there? The answer to that is yes. That's the only comment we received was written, and it was after the hearing.
Okay. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just question for the department. Safe to say that you likely now have better access, given that those are sparsed out throughout the north training area, and you have to be cognizant of what trainings you have in place. And so this may actually increase access.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, yes. It allows, I think, for better management on both sides, because we do have, the military department has obviously a significant number of grazing leases as well, that are leased both in the north and the south. So from both sides, from the Wyoming Military Department side and from the training perspective on the Army side, I think it's a better outcome for both parties.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Kind of a clarity. I know you guys are going to give us a little bit of bonus on the side. Is that because the state's losing income, or is it just the value of the land?
I believe it's just the value of the land.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, and I want to say you're doing a good job on those grazing leases. Yours were over $41 and ours are under 6, so.
That's all Mr. Muldrow.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's Mel. Okay, Mel. Yeah.
Thanks. Further questions, further comments? If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
I move the director's direction, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would second that, and I might just read it out loud for the record, which would be to complete the proposed land exchange, amend grazing and agricultural lease 1-8330 to remove the state trust land being disposed of from grazing and agricultural lease 1-8330 and add the acreage required by the board to grazing and agricultural lease 1-8330.
Okay, discussion. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? The motion carries. General, did you ever think it would happen? Thanks. Thank you very, very much. Thanks also, Director and Kate. I know Kate's put a significant amount of time in this, and I know Director Booth, you have as well. And Kate must have left the room because she was worried it was not going to pass. And if it was yesterday, Kate, I would have said, oh, I'm sorry, you just spent 6 years of your life doing nothing. But thank you very much. That's a good thing. Done. All right.
Mr. Chairman, that completes the agenda for the Board of Land Commissioners.
All right. What's the pleasure of the board? You want to take a little break?
Yeah, I'd like.
Okay.
To go get a real cup of coffee.
I'd
like 15.
No, we'll do 15. We'll do 15 minutes, Mr. We are set to go. Good, treasurer is here and you have a full quorum, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have now convened as the State Loan and Investment Board, and for the record, this has been properly noticed as a regular meeting of the State Loan and Investment Board. The first thing on the agenda this morning is a presentation by the Wyoming Business Council.
All right, thank you. Please, Director Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The first thing I would like to see if you would consider the minutes from the last meeting and if there are any changes or additions.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to look at these. If there are any changes, corrections, now would be the time. I think we have two sets of minutes. Is that correct? Or is we have the June 5th? Did we pass those?
Yes, sir.
We did. Okay, so these are October 2nd.
That's correct.
Thank you. October 2nd minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move approval of the October 2nd, 2025 minutes.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? If not, all please vote with an aye if you support and a nay.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Thanks. I'll get my wits about me here in a moment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time today. We do have two projects to consider today, and both of them really follow along with the need that Wyoming sees, as well as the direction that I think we are embarking upon. And so, if you take a look at our communities, whether it be small ones or large ones, there are what we would consider barriers to growth, and those are varied. And we don't prescribe one methodology to solve all of those problems. We don't go out and say, well, everybody needs a business park and everybody needs a rail spur, everybody needs a splash pad. Rather, what we do is we say everyone needs to understand what those barriers to growth are and understand if there are ways to solve them. We typically think of solving them with money last, after you've exercised all of the other levers that are at your disposal. Now, that's not to say that those other levers are easy. And in the case of the first project that we'll talk about, which is the city of Cheyenne, there have been a number of levers pulled in order to fix this barrier to growth that have been worked upon and executed by the city in order to change their outlook of this particular area of the economy. And in their housing market, they have changed that dramatically, and they have done that without a lot of investment of money from the state. They've utilized political capital. I think they've utilized a lot of backbone, and they've done some things to their regulatory environment that have really contributed to their successes in this. And so we always think about how can you solve your problems without money first, and then if money truly is the thing that you need, then by all means, let's talk about that and let's work on that. And I think that's what we're seeing here is really how do we provide a small investment that will unlock a lot of growth and leveraging the resources of the state for a positive investment and a positive future for the state is what we're really after. And I think you'll see that today as Ms. Reed goes through the details of that. The other project that you'll see is a little bit different maybe than we've ever brought forth, and that is an area that we see our state really needing and wanting to do, which is maybe some regional planning. How do we take our small population and work better together to really, for lack of a better term, agglomerate talent and utilize the people that we have throughout our state and help those smaller communities and sparsely populated areas to really work together better. And that is it's a planning block grant. And it's all statutorily. There are a lot of sort of belts and suspenders in the statute that help us there. And there's a way for us to maybe move at the speed of business and take out some of the not speed, but it's not sloth. It's somewhere in between that government can sometimes do. And so I think that is another area where we want to help people really as they get their flywheel moving in their communities and in their areas, really encourage them to keep going and not have to slow down at all. And so that's the second piece that you'll see. It's really about how do we move faster? How do we utilize the statute that we have to do that? And then how do we get people moving together faster? And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Reed to dive into the City of Cheyenne's application.
Thank you, Josh. Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Noelle Reed. I am the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Wyoming Business Council, and I will be presenting the Business Ready Community Program materials today. We have one application from the City of Cheyenne for the First and Union Community Land Acquisition. They are requesting $2.175 million. And we currently have about $84 million in the BRC account. This project is unique and a first for the BRC program in that this is essentially a housing project. Therefore, there has been a lot of robust discussion at the staff level during 2 investment committee meetings and at the Wyoming Business Council board meeting. All of those discussions have led to a due fund as requested recommendation that is before you today. The City of Cheyenne is requesting $2.175 million of community readiness funds to purchase and lease 8.37 acres of land to Kamuka Responsible Development for a 184-unit affordable housing development. This land acquisition is phase 1 of a planned 3-phase development. Phase 2 will include public improvements such as sidewalks, landscaping, and the construction of public utilities. This phase will be funded by a grant the City of Cheyenne received from Related Digital. Phase 3 will then be the construction of the actual housing units. This construction, which is projected to be completed by the end of 2027, will consist of 8 3-story buildings. It will include 46 1-bedroom units, 92 2-bedroom units, and 46 3-bedroom units that will be available for residents to rent. On-site amenities will include access for people with disabilities, a clubhouse, an outdoor spa, gym, covered parking stalls for an additional fee, and 24-hour emergency maintenance service. Phase 3 will be financed with proceeds from the sale of low-income housing 4% tax credits and from tax-exempt bonds. For all 3 phases, total project costs equal approximately $48 million. This project is located in an area of Cheyenne that has proximity to vital services and amenities such as grocery stores, schools, and parks. These housing units will target families who earn 60% of the area's median income. And you can see the rates here compared to market rates. Cheyenne believes that expanding affordable housing opportunities for this income group is vital to its local economic development, as attainable homes help employers attract and retain workers. Furthermore, data does show that there is a persistent shortfall in rental housing for extremely low-income households, with Teton County and Cheyenne showing Wyoming's highest unmet housing needs with over 20% of local households waiting for affordable units. Finally, Cheyenne did recently lose its designation as having qualified census tracts, or QCTs, due to changes in its demographic and economic data from the 2020 census. Losing this designation has had an unfortunate consequence on private developers in the community, especially those who are focused on community development and housing, especially affordable housing projects. This is because projects that are located in these QCTs qualify for additional federal assistance, such as increased low-income housing tax credit allocations, as well as eligibility for additional points in competitive grant and other financing programs. Losing this status has made it more difficult to close funding gaps in housing and other community development projects. Cheyenne will recapture revenue via lease payments of $73,000 annually over 40 years. Net lease revenue will be split 35% back to the BRC account and 65% to Cheyenne's Economic Development Fund. If the developer exercises its purchase option or all leases prepaid, then 40% will go back to the BRC account. Of the remaining 60%, 40% shall be retained by Cheyenne for economic development projects, 15% will be allocated for general fund operational sustainability, and 5% will be deposited into the city's economic development fund. The City of Cheyenne has several potential uses of its recaptured revenue, including but not limited to revolving loan funds, affordable housing project expansion and rehabilitation, and other infrastructure improvement projects linked to economic growth and downtown development. Here's an overview of the sources and uses for the land acquisition component or phase 1 of the total project. The city will also be responsible for ongoing operation expenses. For the 184 unit, operating expenses are estimated to increase by approximately $184,000 per year, and the City of Cheyenne will cover all of that. Here's an overview of the City of Cheyenne's tax structure, as well as their local budgets. The city's general fund policy on reserves requires maintaining unassigned emergency reserves equals to at least 120 days of budgeted operating expenditures. Furthermore, the city intends to utilize some of its unrestricted or reserved funds for other projects, including indoor recreation and other amenities. Housing issues were identified in the statewide Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or SEDS, as both a weakness and a threat to the state of Wyoming. These included both affordability and availability of housing statewide. Furthermore, housing issues create additional economic challenges as businesses and essential services such as schools, healthcare providers, and law enforcement struggle to hire workers due to limited housing. In fact, lack of affordable housing is cited by 70% of Wyoming employers as a direct impediment to recruiting and retaining workforce. Key themes identified in the SEDS that have led to these issues include high regulations, infrastructure development needs, land supply, and high costs associated with materials and construction. So as we can see, there is a direct correlation between housing and workforce availability, and that correlation has been quantified by local employers. Furthermore, the low availability of workers in Wyoming pushes businesses to relocate out of state, prevents local employers from expanding, and deters businesses from relocating to Wyoming. As part of our analysis, we reviewed the economic growth flywheel and how well this project aligns with it. So we start at the top of the wheel with determine binding constraints. The City of Cheyenne has worked closely with many partners to determine what its binding constraints are, and housing was determined to be a major barrier to its growth. It was found that the cost to build in Cheyenne is higher than Salt Lake City, for example, but wages are less here. Furthermore, most new construction tends to favor larger single home families with insufficient smaller affordable units entering the market to match demand among young residents, seniors, and moderate income households. In 2022, the city created an affordable housing task force that put forth goals emphasizing higher density, more diverse housing types, reduced regulatory barriers, expedited permitting, and alignment with a citywide housing master plan. Since then, they have completed virtually all of those recommendations. Furthermore, they have addressed almost all of the recommendations referenced in the 2025 Wyoming Statewide Strategic Action Housing Plan. Since housing as a constraint was established, we then look at if this is creating or attracting a compelling project, which is the second one in the flywheel. This project is part of a larger vision for housing development in Cheyenne. In 2025 alone, the city permitted 1,100 housing units and has plans for more in the future. As the community grows, there is potential that the increased concentration of people can naturally create the conditions for stronger local economic activity. This is what we have been referring to as agglomeration, and Director Durrell had mentioned that. Basically just a mass collection of residents that can help drive growth. Next, we look at if the community researched and gathered resources and partners to move this project forward. Because Cheyenne has recently lost its designation for qualified census tracts, gathering resources for this project was a critical component. The city was able to utilize several different resources to help ensure this project's success. Additionally, there is potential that this project could catalyze additional housing development. If awarded, the BRC could leverage the grant funding secured by Related Digital to create a total of 444 units, which is more than double the amount proposed in this project. Finally, there are letters of support included in your board materials as well. Then we dive more into the actual specifics of the project and review if this project is the right type of investment for the Wyoming Business Council and the state. While this project would increase the overall housing supply, it is primarily intended for low-income residents. As a result, there is a somewhat low likelihood that this particular development alone would significantly contribute to driving growth in the Cheyenne community. We also look at if this project has the potential to generate local capacity. This project will generate approximately $73,000 a year in revenue recapture. Furthermore, at full capacity, this project will generate approximately $220,000 a year in property taxes. As we discussed a recommendation with our board, we reviewed what we found compelling and concerning about this project. So for compelling, housing has been identified and addressed as a major barrier of growth for the city of Cheyenne. There is potential for a stronger local economy based on that increased concentration of residents in the Cheyenne area, and this project could catalyze an additional 260 housing units. For concerning items, the project is intended for low-income residents. There is a lower probability that this project would significantly grow the community. The project can be funded as is without BRC funds, but then it wouldn't catalyze for that additional housing units availability. And the only city funds in the project are their CDBG dollars. Our board did approve this grant request at $2.175 million. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. The Cheyenne mayor is here as well. He does have a presentation that he would like to give as well. So I'm happy to move forward at however you would choose.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Let me ask first if there are any questions for you or the staff. Any questions? Okay. Mayor Collins.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Patrick Collins, and I'm the mayor of the city of Cheyenne. We have a lot of economic development momentum happening in Cheyenne today. A binding constraint that I fear could negatively impact that momentum is housing. We can't build a workforce if we don't have quality places for them to live. Since the start of my administration, we've been working to solve the housing challenge. We started with an affordable housing task force that studied the industry and recommended best practices to deregulate our housing uniform development codes. Our governing body has adopted all of those. And the WCDA has published a couple of studies that also include recommendations to encourage housing industry, and we've adopted those recommendations also. Today, Cheyenne has no minimum lot size for housing, allowing for smaller homes on smaller lots that are more affordable. We reduced our facade requirements to make the cost of multifamily developments more affordable. We've reduced our parking requirements. We allow housing in most zone districts to allow commercial buildings to be converted to housing. We allow more land area to be covered by development to improve the affordability. We've removed land area requirements for apartments. We now allow accessory dwelling units in all of our zone districts, and we have a new cottage lot program and a lot more. The private sector has responded. Last year, we had 1,100 permitted housing units. And at our last city council meeting, we changed the zoning for a couple of parcels to allow for smaller homes on smaller lots. We're taking large traditional lots and splitting them to improve affordability. And that development will have 120 apartment units and 194 single family and twin homes targeting that $300,000 retail price range. We've done a lot to help the private builders meet our housing goals. But as I looked at how other states are meeting the housing challenge, I learned they're using a 4% low-income housing tax credit to build large projects, a program not being used today in Wyoming. We spent the last 3.5 years working to encourage a developer to build these projects here in Cheyenne. Luckily, we had Wasatch Development currently building market rate housing in Cheyenne, and they have a division that does this kind of work, and they finally agreed to build our first 184 unit of building. What the math tells us is to build affordable housing, it takes a public-private partnership. The private sector alone can't meet this demand. These projects have lower rents that are set by HUD, and because they are below market rates, the private sector can't receive or achieve any sort of ROI without a public partnership. That's what we have here today, an experienced private sector builder who's willing to partner with the City of Cheyenne, the WCDA, to build much needed housing in our state. The goal at the beginning was to build 184 units, and Cheyenne, the city, needed to find $3.5 million to complete the funding stack to make that project happen. Related Digital gave the city the funding at their groundbreaking event at their data center earlier this year. What an amazing gift for us. The goal changed since that gift. The developer came back with an offer. If the city could find a way to buy the 8.37 acres for the project, they would leverage the property and the Related Digital gift and build up to 444 units, an increase of 260. That led to our application to the Wyoming Business Council for our request of $2.175 million, and it was unanimously approved at the Board of Directors meeting. The city will match that with $775,000 for a total project of $2.9 million. The city will lease the land to the developer, and we will use their lease payments to fund future economic development activities and to support housing. 35%, as Noel said, will go back to the Wyoming Business Council. The question that the Wyoming Business Council asked was, how does affordable housing meet the goal of creating quality jobs in Wyoming? I appreciated that question. I figured you might have the same one. With the strong agglomeration happening in Cheyenne, the pressure on housing is immense. We've worked hard on the regulatory arena to make the scaling of housing positive, but Wyoming housing supply is very inelastic. The introduction of any new housing is a very positive addition to meeting our needs. Many recent studies have looked at the difference between building new market rate housing versus affordable housing. The studies show that when new housing is built, people moving into them leave their current homes behind. The vacancy created gives new families an opportunity to find housing. The studies call this the vacancy effect. The interesting thing that I found in the studies was within a couple of moves, the folks that move into these homes that are vacated are the same regardless if they were at a market rate or an affordable house. Building of affordable housing leads to housing for workforce families being recruited by the Wyoming Business Council and by Cheyenne Leads via the vacancy effect. Housing is a binding constraint affecting Cheyenne's economy. The April 25th publication by the Wyoming Business Council shows that our economy in Cheyenne is strong, but limited because of workforce. Housing, amenities, transportation, a tight labor market, and smaller scale conspire to constrain our economy. The report states that the workforce supply seems to be a key constraint in growth, leading to a vicious cycle that makes it difficult to diversify the city's economy. The solution? Build more housing. I know some of you may be interested to know that while this project will benefit from this Wyoming Business Council award, the public will benefit from increased housing that will support our workforce, the annual property taxes that they will pay every year, and the lease payments that will be reinvested in economic development in our community. The city has asked Senator Lummis to help make housing development easier. We don't have any difficult development areas, and we lost our qualified census tract after the last census. These designations would make projects like ours more financially viable by giving the developers 30% more tax credits to bridge the financial gaps found in developing in rural areas. We will show a map, I think it's right here, that you can look at. On the left is New Mexico, on the right is Wyoming, and you can see the QCTs and DDAs that they have in those states, with the economic advantage that that would give. And you can see Wyoming, nothing. And the next slide, there you go, Colorado and Montana. They're literally covered with DDAs and QCTs. Wyoming has none. And so I really appreciate Senator Lummis in helping to remedy the discrepancy that we see. Maybe we can take a look at what a project looks like. This is one of the developer's existing projects. As you can see, pickleball courts, you have really nice amenities like the club room, the leasing room, a fitness center. And these would be one of the nicest apartment buildings in Cheyenne, but it's actually targeted towards affordable housing. They have a feeling that there should be dignity in where you live. And so this will be the exact development that they're building for the market rate across the street. A couple more things you can see, barbecue pits and the quality of the amenities that are in this housing. And then the question I think also gets asked is who's going to live in these apartments? The developers looked at the applications because these applications, you have to say what you do for a living and how much money you make. And it shows that it's filled with healthcare workers. It's filled with teachers, daycare workers, support staff, service and hospitality people, manufacturing and construction trades. Those are the folks that we're targeting to help make our economy stronger and more well-rounded. The Wyoming Business Council request of $2.175 million will leverage our current project and the gift from Related Digital and take our current 184-unit project and instead will result in up to 444 units. I like that kind of math, and I would ask for your support.
Thank you. I don't know if we're echoing. We're not. Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there questions for Mayor Collins? Mayor Collins, just a sort of a question. You know, we bound the low income or affordable housing on 60% of median income. And it strikes me that in Laramie County, median income is somewhere around what, 180, I mean, excuse me, between about 108,000 a year. And I guess I'm wondering, is there an advantage to thinking about this in terms of average income?
Mr. Chairman, I think I understand your question. And one of the things I thought was really interesting is a family of four making $96,000, I think it's $400, qualifies to live in this building at 60% AMI.
Yeah.
So again, those are your teachers and folks like that. So I think when we hear the story about, you know, low-income housing, I think maybe we have an idea of what that looks like. But in today's world,
That's my point.
The folks that live in those homes really are the people who are working in Cheyenne. But because of some of the great problems that we have with all the new jobs coming and maybe data centers buying up land and the cost of land getting so much more expensive, the cost of housing has just outpaced their ability to be able to find quality housing that they can afford. So now they're living in places where they're burdened and they just can't afford to live.
Yeah. So I guess that's my point, is these are the people that work. The other question I guess I have is, you look at places like Windsor. Why is it that when you leave early in the morning heading towards Denver, that you have a steady stream of traffic coming up from the south? I can't imagine housing costs are cheaper. I know taxes aren't cheaper. And I know this has been an issue that Wyoming's wrestled with for a while, but do you see, is it housing stock that makes the difference? And why is it that we have more going on down there?
Governor, I think that's a really good question, and I wish I had a better answer. I think it's a lot of different things. I think it's sometimes a housing choice that people make, or a lifestyle choice. Maybe one spouse lives and works in Denver, and the other one here, so they split the difference. But I do think that housing has a lot to do with it. We have a significant number of our Air Force folks that live in Colorado and commute because of lack of housing. It's just a challenge to find the quality place that you're looking for here in Cheyenne. And we've been working really hard on that. I think it was just a couple of years ago, we had like 1,400 housing starts in the whole state. And we had 1,100 permits last year in Cheyenne alone. So we've worked really hard to deregulate that, to encourage the private sector to be able to build the kind of housing people are looking for. When you had 8,000 square foot lots, the land is so expensive, you have to build a big house on it to be able to make it work. And so by allowing to have smaller homes on smaller lots, we have a developer that's building 1,100 square foot homes on 2,750 square foot lots that are going to be something that that folks who work for a living will be able to afford and own and start that life cycle of a housing. So we've worked really hard on our end to do it. And I think the private sector is really helping on that side of the story. But what we've learned is that because of the agglomeration and all the challenges that we have, the cost of housing has gotten really high.
Yeah.
And and if we're going to have a well-rounded economy, we need to look at both sides. And using 4% low-income housing tax credits, we can build an amazing quality of life place for people who work for a living.
Yeah. Okay. And I think I misspoke. I think the median income is between 80 and 83,000 here. The average would be more like 92. Teton County average is about 5.5. The median is about 130 or 140.
Yeah, Cheyenne is, in Wyoming's economy, we actually are doing pretty well compared to the nation when it comes to making money. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
But we do have some folks that need some help.
Yep. Thanks. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just to sort of follow up on that. So this is 60%. This project targets 60%. Is that the maximum amount? I believe that is accurate. So
I believed it was, but I just looked at and I got the nod. Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
So in the materials, it says that 60% of the median's area income would be 58,580 for a family of 4. So just,
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. I'm not sure if that's teachers and nurses or not, I guess.
I know Governor, through you to the auditor, we looked at that yesterday and the HUD website, and a family of 4 making $96,000 actually qualifies to live in this houses. So I apologize if there's a miscommunication there.
Yeah.
And Auditor, my point is that there's, we do some things for those at the lower end, and then the ones at the very high end don't have to worry as much. But that interim is really a tough, and actually having inventory to be able to step up is key as well. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and more of a comment, but I do really appreciate all the work the city's done to deregulate codes. I know you guys have been working hard on that. That's something I've harped on for a long time, and so I certainly appreciate that. I still struggle of this being the role of the business council and no actual ROI that's direct there. I know we've got property taxes and all of that, but in any case, just wanted to commend your efforts there to deregulate.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. It is a challenge. And I would say, though, that, housing, if we look at the vacancy effect, it will actually help the folks that the Wyoming Business Council and Leads are trying to recruit. The folks that are living in those homes right now are market rate homes. Moving into those, that's going to open those up. And that's going to mean that the folks working at data centers and in our healthcare are going to have places to live. So I do believe that the studies show it actually will be a benefit. At least I hope it will. Thank you.
Further questions, comments? All right. Thank you. Anyone else? If there are none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to pass, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there support for the motion? There's support for the motion? Exercising my prerogative, I will second the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will read the amendment. As a condition of funding this application, the applicant shall provide the Wyoming Business Council sufficient information for the WBC to verify that each individual who is afforded housing as a result of this project is a citizen of the United States. In order to verify and ensure that each individual afforded housing as a result of this project is a U.S. citizen, the Wyoming Business Council shall utilize the Department of Homeland Security's Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, the acronym is SAVE program, and shall report their findings to the State Loan and Investment Board periodically. Now, this is a priority of the administration, is ensuring that these benefits are only afforded to United States citizens. And this is a hole in the application. It's very simple to plug, is that we have this citizenship verification through the SAVE system. So that's the purpose of the SAVE system. It's used in a variety of contexts, but this is one of the ones that it's allowed to be used for. And so with that, that's the motion, is to move that verification. Thank you.
Okay. Is there support for the motion? Is there support?
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion's been seconded.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, now, does the SAVE program, whatever, does that allow for someone who's, I guess, has a work visa or green card or whatever, or would they be considered ineligible?
Mr. Chairman, what would happen was you'd get a SAVE paying on non-citizenship. And so non-citizenship would provide the ping.
Okay, so there's someone that can come here because they're authorized by the U.S. government to have a work visa, but they're not authorized to actually live in this project.
Mr. Chairman, the priority of the administration is that these benefits should be afforded to citizens of the United States of America.
Well, I think our priority, Mr. Chairman, should be priority to actually have economic development. You know, this is one of the few counties that actually believes in capitalism. They're kind of a novel concept in the state to actually do what they're doing. You know, it's kind of frustrating to figure out that you have a federal program that says, yes, you can be here. Then you have another federal program that's saying, no, you can't live in these I guess, facilities. I don't know where we're going to shake out on this, but I think this is a good project. I think it's good for economic development, and I'm tired of the socialistic concepts that we're getting into some of these things.
Mr. Chairman, I was interrupted, actually.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These benefits should be provided to citizens of the United States of America. And that is a key priority of this administration that you claim to support. And I think that we should be making sure that that is happening. And that's what this amendment does. And to call this socialism, enforcing the laws of our country and ensuring that, I mean, this is almost, it's a very nice deal. And these benefits should be provided to citizens of the United States of America. So that's my response to that.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, just a quick search here. So it appears that green card holders are included in the SAVE program. Is that correct? Everyone's understanding? So when it's not just citizens, but actually lawful permanent residents.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you're going to get a SAVE paying on providing both of those. It's a gradation, right? And so in the voting context, you're going to get a ping and you evaluate that ping one way or another. And it's not just green light, red light. It's green light, yellow light with a condition, red light. I mean, there are different classifications that you just discussed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if we could just say that the program will adhere to the laws of the United States. And if this is a law to the United States that says that you can't live in these types of things, then we're adhering to it. But for us to actually, I guess, put our place in enforcing an act of Congress that may be in conflict with other acts of Congress, you know, we're probably not the body to do that. But if we just say that if you're enforcing the laws of the United States and this is a law of the United States, then I think we're clear. I mean, we should all enforce the laws of the United States, you know, and if these projects, if it isn't expressly called out in the SAVE Act, then that you can't live in these projects, then we're actually, I think, embellishing what would be the laws of the United States. Now, I'm not, you know, into the details of this. I can't say, and I think we have you know, already a conflict here whether or not green card holders can or cannot do that. And so can the secretary actually tell us exactly what that is? And if we just enforce the laws of the United States, is that good enough, or do we have to, I guess, add something to one of the laws of the United States just for Wyoming?
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I mean, I think the first sentence is very clear that these are going to be provided to citizens of the United States, which does not include green card holders. And I think that that is a very reasonable position. In fact, it is the position of the administration, the Trump administration, that you claim to support. That now this project is outside of those typical conditions. And so we need to assert that in the amendments and in the conditions on this project. And so to have a save ping on citizenship, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, this is a benefit, and they should be afforded to citizens of the United States. This is state funds going to this. I think that is a very, very reasonable position. It's the position of the administration.
Isn't it also the position of the United States that we have a green card program, and these people can work here because they're needed to be in the United States because it's circumstances that allow them to work here?
Mr. Chairman, that program does exist, but it does not mean that they're afforded benefits everywhere and in all these different contexts. I mean, that's subject to the conditions within the benefit itself. And what I'm saying is that these should be afforded to citizens of the United States.
I understand that, but I'm just wondering whether or not the SAVE program actually prohibits the people to get pinged to actually, I mean, you say it's the administration's, but does this act or the SAVE Act actually say that? Or are we making another condition that's not in the SAVE Act?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think you're very confused. The Save America Act, it's called the Save America Act, actually, is an act before Congress. The Save America Act.
It's not passed yet.
No, it's not passed yet, but it's totally different. Let me finish. Please don't interrupt, okay? While I speak. So the Save America, pursuant to our rules, of course, which never get enforced when I'm speaking, but the Save America Act does a couple of things. One is proof of citizenship for registering to vote, voter ID, no men and girls sports. That's the Save America Act. This is the Save database, which is totally different. It's operated by DHS in a collaboration with USCIS, which is a sub-agency of DHS, okay? So Save America Act, I know, is totally separate. Different discussion. This is the Save database, which is operating currently.
Okay, thank you. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple procedural questions. I'm not familiar with the SAVE database. Does business, and this may be a silly question, so I apologize. I'm guessing there's a lot of, personal confidential information in there. My question is, does WBC have the right to that information? And where I'm pulling from is, I know, for example, when you run background checks on something, there's very specific federal laws about who can do that and how that information is shared. And do we know that WBC can comply with this? And my thought, without having any, time to look into it, are they able to do this, or would it be appropriate to say WBC shall utilize the SAVE system to the extent allowed by law in order to do this? I don't know. Maybe it's fine, but if they aren't allowed access to that system, that's my question, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, please. Through you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think the way the application would work, just like this system works in a number of different contexts, is that the individual, when they complete the eligibility application, that they would have a statement there that this would be provided to the Wyoming Business Council for a safe database check. So at that time, you'd have the notifications, you'd have the waiver. There's really no statutory issues. There might have been a bill that might have gone through that could have created some issues on that, but it didn't go through the session. But the reality is that you have that upfront notice in the application, and the person waives it. If you want to put that in here as a amendment to the amendment as a friendly, I think that's fine. I think it's understood there that they're going to make sure that there's some sort of understanding that this is going to be provided. But if that's something you want to put in there, I'm fine with that. I think it needs to, as a separate sentence, that it would be included in the application. And so that's where that waiver occurs and that notice.
And then, Mr. Chairman, maybe one last question. I don't know that the good mayor would know this or not, but would this condition, I know this is under HUD regulations, which I am not intimately familiar with, but does this condition compromise the whole project? Or is there, I mean, I guess if it does, we could come back and, but anyway, I don't expect you to have them all memorized and know that, but just one other question.
On up, that would be great.
Mr. Chairman, through you, what I'm being told is that it could be in violation of the Fair Housing Act, Section 42, where, and so I don't know how that would be. You have two separate laws and they're in violation or conflict with each other, how that would be resolved. I'm worried that it might hurt our ability to do this project if there's a violation of the Fair Housing Act.
And Mr. Mayor, while you're up there, and Auditor, do you have a follow-up?
No, that was all.
So just to sort of clarify where all of this is, this is being sought to purchase the land. And then on that land is where the housing units are going to be placed. The city of Cheyenne is not going to be building those housing units or managing those housing units, are they?
Governor, that's correct. We're looking to buy the land, lease it to the developer. They'll build and operate the housing.
Okay. Okay. Do you think it would be difficult to tell the developer that you're going to require notification from them pursuant to this that you would then pass on to the business council?
Governor, I think we could tell them that, but I think the problem is what they've shared with me is it would be in violation of the I think it's called the Fair Housing Act, and I'm not sure that they could do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Please, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Mayor, how would it be a violation of the Fair Housing Act when the administration is currently trying to bring through Congress this very same thing and has asked for SAVE identification for its current programs through HUD?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the Secretary, I'm not sure, has this passed already? Because I think under the current law, as I understand it, it would be a violation. Now, if the administration can change those laws, then it would not be a conflict. And then, of course, obviously, we would do whatever the law says. We wouldn't have to make it a condition because if it's the law, we would follow it.
Yep, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, do you have follow-up? And then I'll go to the treasurer.
I have a comment later. I mean,
okay,
but not questioning.
Thank you.
And I think this goes to my question about whether or not this actually is a law or we're trying to make other laws. I think that, I'd be fine, Mr. Secretary, by saying, that it's understood that all parties in this will operate, under the laws of Wyoming and the United States, including anything that has to do with, I don't want to say discrimination. I'd say a requirement that citizenship is required in the and there's basically it gets us to the point I think where you want to be, Mr. Secretary, from the standpoint, but we want to have a law in there so it doesn't necessarily upset the apple cart or we're not doing something that is contrary to law. And so, you know, from that, if you could have some language that would actually say, you know, you can do this, and you know, but it has to be basically under the umbrella that it is a law, and then it doesn't have any unintended consequences, because then we're just following the law. But I believe, from my perspective, is that they have to follow the law anyway. I mean, you're supposed to follow the law, the Constitution, the regulations that are there. But if we're making something that's a law that necessarily doesn't have specific authorization, then I'm not sure whether or not in these circumstances that we might not have unintended consequences. So do you understand what unintended consequences could be?
Actually, let's try to keep this above board. So appreciate that.
That's hard to do.
Further questions? Mr. Secretary, you said you had a comment.
Well, I'm not buying this immediate legal analysis. I mean, the reality is this is a HUD rule that this is outside of the way this is worded. So I think this is a condition that is very reasonable. There are agencies currently in Wyoming state government that are doing this check. And I think a Wyoming Business Council project these benefits should be provided to citizens of the United States. And I think this is a very well-crafted amendment to make sure that that is happening.
Very good. If there's further comment, that's fine. Otherwise, we're going to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam.
I would propose an amendment to the amendment. At the very beginning, I would suggest adding to the extent allowable by applicable federal and state law, comma.
I second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The only question I have is that issue of practicality that I brought up.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is unworkable, however it's amended, but at least with the amendment, Mr. Chairman, it, I think, gets away from some of the unintended consequences that may occur by moving unilaterally in Wyoming in a situation that was proposed.
Yeah, you understand my concern,
Absolutely,
which is, you know, not sort of bound by law or existing law. It's just the practicality of, you have somebody who's building on a piece of ground, but you're going to make it a condition on the sale, I guess, of that land. That they
I
adhere
think
to this.
maybe the way to actually do that, because they're not really renting a piece of land, they're renting a property after that, is that we should maybe endeavor to enter into negotiations with the you know, the manager of the building to follow all applicable federal and state laws, including these circumstances which the secretary brought up, you know.
Yeah.
And that I think would probably be in the right directed, not directing to the business council or in a land sale, but to actually endeavor that the business council negotiate with the manager of the facility to follow all applicable and state laws, including the circumstances which the secretary outlines here. And then essentially then if these circumstances come to bear, then that negotiation has already taken place and they can move forward expeditiously.
Okay. Further comment? If there is none, we are going to move for voting on the amendment to the amendment, which, Madam Auditor, to the extent allowed by
Applicable federal and state law, comma.
allowed by applicable federal and state law. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Now we're going to the amendment, which is now amended.
Mr. Chairman, in here, again, I think we need to say that the business council shall endeavor to negotiate with the manager, or let them let them know that that this law exists and that they should,
So, Mr. Treasurer, is that an amendment to the
I think that
amendment?
would be an amendment to the amendment.
And
I'm
let
trying-
me-
Yeah.
So is there support for that?
Yeah, I don't know how I could get that in there. Let me read it here.
Endeavor to negotiate.
Should provide the Wyoming Business Council sufficient info to verify the individual, yada, yada, yada. And, well, it's not the Wyoming Business Council should provide sufficient, the applicant shall provide the, no, well, shall, okay, the applicant shall, well, the applicant is the, yeah, I'm not sure if I can get it in there in that language.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
Further discussion?
Functionally, it's probably not going to work.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the amended amendment to the motion?
Did the treasurer withdraw his idea?
He dropped it. He dropped it.
That's, Chairman, I believe that that's necessary for it to actually be functional because the applicant is whoever's buying the land. And then that, I guess, is the town and you're leasing it back. And so then the town would have to actually talk to the manager and let them know about the law. So I think that's the way this is structured now. And so that puts the duty on the town to let them know that this law exists, which is not necessarily the normal course of business that a town does, is follow state laws and regulations, So why don't we just have the Secretary of State's office do that? Yeah, that the Secretary of State's office can actually follow the law and tell the developer that it exists and that they should follow it.
Mr. Treasurer, I'm not hearing a motion there, so.
Okay, I'll try that. Let's see. And the applicant shall, this is all like that, and that at the end of it, and we'd say, and the Secretary of State's office shall determine whether or not a law exists and inform the developer of the necessary actions which they need to do.
So if that is a motion to amend this motion, I will ask for support. Is there support?
The Secretary of
Wait,
State,
I'm asking for if there's support.
I have clarification, Mr. Chairman. I'm not understanding the motion.
Okay.
I think I might support it. Mr. Chairman, so you're saying the Secretary of State's office could evaluate the law and determine whether the developer needs to follow this procedure?
I think it should be, we're making conditions. We're basically giving an unfunded mandate to the cities. I don't like unfunded mandates. So if this board's going to do it, then probably somebody on this board should take that action. And it shouldn't be a whole board matter because it just muck up the times that we've got. It's just basically have the Secretary of State's office make a determination that the law exists and that means that, you've got to go through the whole process. You just can't have an executive order. This is a law, that is basically goes through the House and the Senate and the President signs off on it. And essentially that's what I'm talking about is a statute.
Mr. Treasurer, is there a way to put that in a succinct form? as a motion?
Okay, let's say, okay, that the Secretary of State's office shall determine if there's statutory authority and inform the manager of the facility that they need to follow the law of that statutory authority that exists.
For having a citizenship check.
Well, I think we basically would have a statutory authority which recognizes the contents of this amendment and then informs the facility that they have to comply.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you, Treasurer, the Secretary of State's office would determine whether state and federal law requires them to ping safe.
Yes, I'm going to say statutory authority.
Second. Yeah, I second that. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have, do we have a clear idea of what that motion says?
No, Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Yeah, let's take a moment
All right.
and write that down so that we
Okay.
know what we're voting on.
All right. Okay, I'll say the office.
It's a great idea, I think.
Well, it wouldn't work the way we got it here because you got the landowner, which is the city of Cheyenne, trying to do a governmental job and we're mandating it to them and unfunding it.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 5-minute recess to wordsmith this?
Yeah. And Mr. Peter, had an amendment.
Yeah, I think it probably restates a lot of the stuff that basically I think we all agree on, that we have to follow the law, but essentially it just tags onto the back of what the amended version of the order. It says the office of the Secretary of State shall determine if federal statutory authority exists that provides for limiting use of housing access. And then it goes on and says the Secretary of State has the duty to provide notice to the current managers of the statutory authority. The Secretary wanted to add after access, including but not limited to verification of citizenships. That really doesn't do anything that isn't already in there, because we're just adding it on to that. I guess we can consider that it's in there for purposes of discussion. And I think it doesn't do anything because you got to follow the law. I don't think it's going to be problematic. It does take away what I saw was a defect in this, which was an unfunded mandate to the town or the city of Cheyenne to do this. It's not their normal duties. I think it's reasonable to put it into the Secretary of State's office. You could put it in the governor's office or anybody else that you think would be reasonable. But so I believe the way that this is done, we essentially just say you're supposed to follow the law, but keep your awareness up. If this law exists, then you get notice that and this would probably be I would think the notice would go to any landlord out there or any renter that, okay, this is the law, and they're probably going to get it anyway federally, so that's going to be there. This is just, I guess, a state check that if it shows up, be aware of it. So I think that's all it does, is say, if this shows up, you have to be aware of it.
So, Mr. Treasurer, with apologies, can you just read what the motion says?
Okay. Let's see. I don't have the auditors, so she could probably put that in there. I'm not going to paraphrase.
Well, no,
it.
I'm just talking about the amendment.
Oh, the amendment would
To
say
the
the
amendment.
office of Secretary of State shall determine the federal statutory authority if federal statutory authority exists that provides for limiting of use of housing access. And the Secretary of State has the duty to provide notice, limiting housing access, including but not limited to verification of citizenship. And then that's period. Then the Secretary of State has the duty to provide notice to the current managers of the statutory authority. And if you wanted to make it broader, you just should say notice to the, now just leave it current managers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that have support?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure. So the including but not limited to is in the first sentence, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And then like we just gave to Ms. Kuba, and then this is in addition to, this amendment is attached to what has already been adopted above it, correct?
Yeah.
We have not,
Well, it's not been
we have
adopted.
not
It's already
passed
been
the
proposed.
amendment.
Yeah.
Well,
But this is an amendment to the amendment.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's in addition to what has already been put forward. It is not excluding anything. It is not deleting anything from the language above it.
No.
That's true, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm seconding that.
Okay. Discussion. 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 All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Right?
Nays? I will be a nay. Now we are on the amendment. I'm going to ask Mr. Peters to come forward. I think we're in some precarious places. So if you could take a moment just to kind of review.
Mr. Chairman, Jim Peters at the Wyoming Attorney General's office. Couple of things to unpack here as we've been trying to digest the the amended motion as it currently exists and a few things that we wanted to flag for this board's consideration. The first is on the amendment to the amendment that was just passed by this board. I'm not sure that it's within this board as sitting as a state loan and investments board's purview to direct another agency, the Secretary of State's office, to do or to not do anything. Also related to the directive, I'm not sure it's within that agency's authority to make a legal determination about what the applicable law is or isn't. So, that's sort of, I guess, the first piece to unpack. And then the second is related to the initial or the overall motion that's before us and related to applicability of this program and whether the business council has the authority to do what this amendment is asking the business council to do. That's not something that we've fully exhausted the research on to see whether there would be any issues as presented. We were just, informed of this fairly recently, so we haven't had enough time to determine whether there would be any authority or whether it would conflict with any authority or would be within the business council's authority to run those checks that would be requested by this amendment. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we haven't fully vetted whether we think this is appropriate, but we do have some concerns with the state of the amended motion as it exists at this point.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I think I agree with you on the Secretary of State. I think we could say the Attorney General might be able to do that. I don't know whether we can direct the Attorney General to do anything or not. Yeah, Mark?
I think the Attorney General, we've had that discussion, so.
Yeah.
Um,
You could say that, but probably the best thing you could do is the Office of the Attorney General may determine if that statutory authority exists, but I don't think you would probably say shall.
So here's a bit of, and I'm really hesitant to do this, but I feel that while I sympathize with the intent of the amendment and the amendment to the amendment and the amendment to the amended amendment, I also feel that it has nothing to do with the original motion. And so I think I'm going to rule it out of order.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we may be.
Motion to appeal the decision of the chairman.
Let's appeal the decision of the chairman. So, discussion.
Yeah, I absolutely disagree that putting a condition on an application is out of order. And that is a totally inappropriate use of the chairman's powers. Also would like a clarification. So are you saying the entire amendment now is out of order?
Mr. Secretary, I am.
Okay. And so I just think this is a huge misuse of the chairman's powers. And to say that now that these public funds are going to be used for non-citizens, for illegal aliens, and that us trying to put a condition on this so it wouldn't is out of order is just untenable and really troubling. So I have a motion to appeal the decision of the chairman on the floor.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary. As I said, I do appreciate the intent of this. I just am not comfortable with government telling private entities or other towns what they should do with their funds. I think it's fine to make things conditional. We do that on a regular basis, but this condition requires subsequent direction that gets beyond the city, gets to the private developer, and I think it's just technically unenforceable. On the other hand, I also think that there are a lot of laws that apply, and I think that those laws are going to be respected. They have to be respected. I think, Mayor Collins, could you clarify something for me? It seems to me that you are constrained to follow all applicable laws.
Governor, yes, that's true. And maybe for Mr. Secretary, I can help you a little bit with your concern. I was just talking to the developers and they shared with me that the Fair Housing Act, Section 42, requires a citizenship question. You have to be a legal resident of the United States in order to be able to do this. And the WCDA is the group that does the compliance to make sure that everybody who lives in these units, because they're providing the low-income housing tax credits, follow or fit into legal status. So maybe that helps overcome the hurdle that we're trying to do.
And Mr. Secretary, I'm sure you have a comment.
Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to that because this is often a point of confusion in this debate. It is in the voting sense and it is here now. So what you're talking about is an attestation. So what they do is they check a box whether they're a citizen or not. What this is saying is that there would be a check on the saved database. So what happens, right? People oftentimes, we found this in voting, we've had a number of cases where they falsely state they're a citizen when they're not. And so what this does, and this is the Save America Act too, right? It's already in the Constitution and federal law that non-citizens can't vote. But what the Save America Act does is it does a cross-check, okay? And it requires proof of citizenship for registering to vote. This is analogous, and then it requires a check to ensure that the attestation, which is just an attestation, it's just checking a box, that indeed the person is complying. So that's the difference. And there's a lot of confusion on this out there, but there's a huge, huge difference.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the Secretary, I appreciate that. And I think maybe the saving grace is the WCDA is the a state agency or an organization that does have the responsibility to make sure that attestation is in fact true. And so they have the ability to do that for us. So if that helps you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, I'll bring this issue up at the next WCDA thing, and just say that, here's a database that's out there. So we should look at doing verifying those attestations and see what kind of response they get back to me. Yeah, but I think we're probably jumping over places here and looking at things. We're almost acting as a legislative unicameral, and that's probably inappropriate.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify here, I want to bring the original amendment because I want to make sure there were additions. And so I want your out of order to be applied to the original amendment. So I'm going to bring an amendment here. I'm moving an amendment as a condition of funding this application. The applicant shall provide the Wyoming Business Council sufficient information for the WBC to verify that each individual who is afforded housing as a result of this project is a citizen of the United States. In order to verify and ensure that each individual afforded housing as a result of this project is a U.S. citizen, the Wyoming Business Council shall utilize the Department of Homeland Security's systematic alien verification for entitlements, often known as SAVE is the acronym, program, and shall report their findings to the State Loan and Investment Board periodically. That is my motion.
Thank you. And the same out of order applies because I am not clear that the developer of this project is in partnership with or will be in partnership with the developer, even through the intermediary of the city. So I appreciate that. You can certainly put that online.
Motion to appeal the decision of the chair.
Okay.
Thank
motion.
You. I'd like to bring a motion.
Is there a second for the motion to appeal? Is there a second for the motion to appeal? Is there a second for the motion to appeal? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam
I
Superintendent.
would just call for question on the original motion.
Okay. Question's been called.
Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called. All in favor signify by
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say one thing. We have comments before the vote.
Without objection, do you all want to hear from the Secretary one more time? Okay. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, certainly supportive of the concept here, but I just can't support it without the protections, without the verification protections. The attestation is not enough. This is in line with the Trump administration's one of their key priorities, which is to have the verification of the citizenship in respect to these benefits, which includes housing, and housing is one of them. So I can't stomach supporting it without that verification. Otherwise, very supportive of the of many of the things here, but I just can't support it without that. So
Thank you.
I'll be a no.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, does anybody want to hear from Mr. Treasurer?
Just
Yeah.
I love hearing.
Yep, okay.
I think the administration's, their overriding thought process right now is affordability. This goes directly to affordability. And I think we can't, abandon the opportunity to have affordability in Wyoming.
Okay, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. And I'm an aye. Nays?
No.
I think that motion fails. Sorry. Let's move on to the next. Mayor? Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Members of the board, let me get my presentation pulled back up and we'll finish the Business Council. There are materials in your board book on the Rock Springs First Security Bank building amendment. However, the city of Rock Springs has withdrawn that amendment request. So we will move into the second and last item for your consideration today, which is regarding the BRC Planning Block Grant. We have new BRC rules that were signed by the governor on February 27th, 2026. Those rules now state that planning projects will be awarded through a block grant process. Council staff shall update our Business Council board and this board at their next regularly scheduled meeting on those awarded block grants. Few reasons that we are bringing this forward to you today. First is, that those rules have been approved. Secondly, our Business Council standard operating procedures state that contracts that are below $100,000 do not need to be approved by our board of directors. Statutorily, all BRC planning grants cannot be more than $100,000. Secondly, every planning grant that has ever been presented to this board has been approved by this board. Finally, at the February 25th, 2026 Business Council Board meeting, a motion was adopted to develop a recommendation to fund, staff, organize, and support the delivery of individualized regional economic development strategies. This block grant process will also allow staff to accept applications more regularly. Currently, we only accept BRC planning applications once a year. With the block grant process, we will accept applications on a rolling basis to allow communities to come to us as needed. The Wyoming Business Council Board met yesterday afternoon and voted to recommend approval of $1.6 million for the planning block grant. This amount is consistent with the statutory requirement that no more than 2% of BRC funds may be allocated for planning grants. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Ms. Reed, this doesn't necessarily mean that you'll spend all of the block grant. It's just that 2% coming over into a block, and then you'll determine, depending on who those applicants are, and then you'll report regularly to the board.
Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Superintendent, that is correct.
Thank you.
Further
Mr.
questions?
Chairman,
Madam.
and what would be if there is one, what would be the expiration date of these funds where you would say, oh, okay, we need to get reauthorization from the board? Is there a date certain, or is it only when the funds run out?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that has not been determined. So we would follow statute on that. We can, if you'd like, we have a number of guidelines that we'll put in place for this money, and we can utilize an expiration date and get it and ask for this block grant at some frequency. The intent was to not slow down our communities when they're working to plan and keep the flywheel going. But if this board, for example, wanted to put a yearly or a biennium type of a frequency on getting this approval, we would be happy to consider it.
Mr. Chairman, and I don't know if this needs to be part of the motion, but I think I would like to do that just in the sense of, if we do 1.6 million and, a year from now, we could have a check-in or, maybe June 30th of 2027 and say,
oh, that was not enough, that was way too much. Noel wouldn't spend it all in the first month. Not that I would think that would happen, but because the amount I think is a lot more than we spend in 1 year typically on planning grants. So perhaps maybe a check-in at the end of the biennium would feel appropriate because that feels like enough money and maybe then some to get through the biennium. But I'm open to
Fair enough. Is
suggestions.
that, you make that a part of the,
Yeah,
motion?
yes. If you all are fine with that, I would just maybe like to have a date certain on it to see how this model is working out.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
okay, it's been, well, is it?
It wasn't really no, not yet. I figured there'd be other questions.
Okay, if there are other questions?
Mr. Chairman, just one more. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Reed, so the question, and Mr. Durrell, you mentioned at the beginning of the session as well about just regionalization and trying to create more of a strategy around regional planning. And so just ensuring that this will be part of the process as well.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, that is part of this process, is that the regional plan will be given priority in these planning grant funds.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm still confused on this, and I think the answer is no. Would you still come before the board to get approval before the funds were dispersed?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, this is the time that we will come before you and ask for this block grant. And then each time that we return, we will provide a report on what funds have been utilized from that block grant. However, we will not come before this board and ask for each individual planning grant application as we have in the past.
Okay. Further questions? Further questions? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Just comment, Mr.
Yep,
Ball.
okay.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve.
Okay, with the contingent.
I would second maybe with the contingency of like the idea being that for the 27 through, this is a little goofy because we're not there, but maybe with the thought process that this money sorry for doing this on the fly, that maybe this authorization would expire at the end of the 27-28 biennium, and at that point, potentially have a check-in. Would that work? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that would work perfectly. Thank you.
And that's clear enough that we have, okay, very good. So you've heard the motion. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I think a little flexibility would be appropriate in government, because too often our government can't act at the speed of business, and the Business Council is should be acting at the speed of business.
Okay. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly have always been supportive of these planning projects. I think I voted aye on every single one of them, but I'm going to vote no on this because I just think they should just come before the board. I really believe that. I think the Business Council has been under a lot of scrutiny, and I think continuing to have that conversation with the board is going to help in many respects. And I think just bypassing the board with respect to this is not something that I'm supportive of, but certainly appreciate these planning projects. I've always supported them. Would plan on doing them in the future. I guess if this passes, they won't come before the board any further. But I just think moving that oversight away from the board, I think, is a wrong policy, and I think it could be inconsistent with state law as well. So I'm going to be a no on this, although I'm very supportive of these planning block grants as they come before the board.
Very good. Further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Director, anything more to come before us?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for consideration of these two issues today. Appreciate your thoughtfulness, and we will, we'll digest what has been discussed today and make sure that we integrate that into our thinking as we move forward. I do want to say, you know, thank you for allowing us to move at the speed of business. I know that business friendliness has been in question over the last few months of Wyoming. And I think that that sent a signal that we do care about business in Wyoming and we want to move at that speed. So thank you very much for your consideration and approval of that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
make sure you introduce to all these people that aren't getting grants on their unmet housing needs about what you can do and can't do for them, because we are going to need a lot of partners, and you guys, I think, can help some, but maybe not all of them. Okay?
Thank you. All right, Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can now proceed with the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board. First on your agenda is tab A, minutes. We will need a motion to approve the February 5th, 2026 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes.
Thank you, members of the board. You've had a chance to review the minutes. Are there corrections, comments, any color you want to add? If not, I would entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of February 5th, 2026 State Loan and Investment Board.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye. I have an aye from the back of the room.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is tab B, reports. Staff is available to answer any questions that the board might have on the reports.
Are there questions on the reports on tab B? Are there any questions? If there are none, let's proceed. I know we're moving on during the day, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having been individually briefed on all matters on the agenda, I would like to propose a list of agenda items that appear to be amenable for treatment on a consent list. That consent list was provided earlier this morning to the board, and that includes matter E1, F1 and F2, F4, I2, and I4.
Okay, members, you've heard the suggestions of the director of items amenable for the consent list: E1, F1 and 2, F4, I2, and I4. Anybody want to propose that consent list?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the consent list as proposed.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? There is none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I would now entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations on the items that were on the consent list. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Thank you. And we'll record the treasurer is not voting on that. Yes.
One thing, Mr. Chairman, Town of LaGrange came down. It's been sitting back there. I think their matter did get handled in consent, but I don't think it's out of order to maybe give them a chance just to speak on their vision for their town and how this relates. Would you be okay with
Sure.
that? They wish
Yeah,
to.
if anybody wants to come.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Board. Kirk Hawes, Mayor of the Town of LaGrange. Thank you very much for funding this and approving it. And I don't have a whole lot to explain on that. It's a project we've been utilizing, working on a little, almost 5 years now. And we're now in the phase of actually moving it and putting it in place. And thank you very much. That's all the. Thank you.
Thanks very much for being here. You never know how these things are going to go, so thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So with that, Madam Director. Oh, please come on up. Yeah. Anyone else, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Hinkle, and I am here on behalf of Memorial Hospital of Carbon County in Rollins. I am the COO for the organization, and I just would like to extend our thanks for your consideration of our change to the original scope of work. We've made tremendous headway over the past year as a critical access hospital that serves a critically underserved area. And it's actions like this that will help us continue to make forward progress in that. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks for the services you provide. So. Very good. Anyone else? I don't see anybody. So. Mr. Bump, if there's anybody that shows up online, please let me know. Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That then takes you to tab F, Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Matters, and tab 3, F3. This is for the consideration of a request for a Drinking Water State Revolving Fund loan increase. This is on behalf of the Melody Ranch Improvement and Service District. They have requested an increase to their current Drinking Water State Revolving loan, which originally was for $829,300. The requested increase is $1,670,700 for their Melody Ranch Water Supply and System Improvement Project. This would bring the total to their loan to equate to $2.5 million. It would have an interest rate of 1%, and the recommendation of the office is to grant this loan increase request. I don't know if there's proponents available online.
It looks like we have somebody online. Mr. Bump, Matt. Ostadek, is that how I pronounce that name?
Yes,
Mr.
Ostadek.
Ah, okay, there you are. Please feel free to tell us about the project.
The project's been going on for a long time. It's the Melody Ranch subdivision. It serves about 400 homes in Jackson. A lot of the homes are designated affordable housing. Project was initially approved in 2018 and went from Wyoming Water Development Level 1 study directly to Level 3. And in hindsight, that was probably a mistake, since the project didn't go through a Level 2 study. There's been a lot of things that have come up on the project that have increased the scope of work and a lot of complications since 2018, 8 years ago. The major reasons the project has taken longer is we spent quite a bit of time exploring groundwater. Their current Melody Ranch wells are supplied by a 30-foot thick aquifer, only 50 feet below the ground. And we spent some time studying a private well only about 300 feet away that was 500 feet deep. We did some test pumping on that well and found that very robust aquifer, greater depth would be less subject to contamination in the future. And so the project then went into an exploratory well program through Wyoming Water Development Commission, which took a couple of years. We drilled a couple test wells that were unsuccessful. We tried to negotiate with a private landowner for a test well site just further west of the project. After spending a year negotiating with them, they decided to back away from the project, decided to change their mind. So we lost a whole year that way.
Hey, and just for the record, can you state your name and
Okay. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. My name is Matt Ostick. I'm with Rendezvous Engineering, and we're out of Jackson, Wyoming. I've been working with Melody Ranch for like 15 years now.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, working with water development, we moved further away from the project and drilled a test well about a quarter of a mile away. And our driller had lots of operational problems. Took several months to get the well drilled, but was successful. And just when we got that well drilled, COVID came, and pretty much shut things down. And then as a result of COVID, materials cost and availability, contractor availability was scarce. And Melody Ranch pursued ARPA funding, and they were successful at pursuing and receiving an ARPA grant. So all this has consumed years. In the meantime, the Melody Ranch wells are over 30. The whole water system's over 30 years old, and during that time, their existing pumps are obsolete, beginning to fail, and so they've had to install emergency pumps to just get by. They have no redundancy in their system and can barely meet their summer demands. We did bid a new well closer to an existing wells and pumping facilities. That bid process was very complicated. We had to go through 3 different bid processes just to get some bidders to even bid the project. The bids came in higher than expected, but we did end up drilling a exploratory well close to our existing wells that's 500 feet deep, and we proceeded with the design to develop that well. But the design work has increased in scope, mainly to address DEQ concerns that probably would have been discovered in a level 2 study, but especially all this well exploration work would have been discovered in a level 2 study as well. So, but now all equipment, existing electrical equipment in the water system is over 30 years old. It's obsolete, and so project now involves updating that equipment, updating the obsolete pumps and wells and piping. And so where we're at today, we bid the entire project, but we did receive 3 construction bids that all exceeded our engineer's estimates. Materials costs and contractor availability is very hard in Jackson. And when we add all the federal requirements of the SRF money, we pretty much have to beg bidders to even bid these projects. Anyway, with the money that Melody Ranch currently has, we've awarded placing the pumps and piping in their pump house and upgrading their electrical controls. But we still need additional funding to finish the new well that was started and to install larger pumps in their existing wells. And so right now the project is proceeding, but the additional money's needed to connect the dots to complete the project. Melody Ranch went through the process to increase their user fees to cover the loan amount. And this is a critical component to actually get this project done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any questions? Any questions? All right. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec of approving the increased loan amount.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent, moved by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? I believe that motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This brings us
Thank
to miscellaneous matters. We
Oh.
will first take up I1.
Okay,
This
thank
is-
you, Mr. Russell. Go ahead. Sorry.
I1 is consideration of applications for the rodeo grounds pedestrian transportation infrastructure funding. Pursuant to 2023 Wyoming session laws, there are $4 million available for infrastructure related to qualifying special events conducted on the grounds of any indoor or outdoor rodeo with a total seating capacity of not less than 7,500. In applications received, there were 4 applications received for this grant, 3 of them being eligible, and the recommendation you will see on the table in your board matter is to award the City of Casper Ford Wyoming Center $125,000, Natrona County Central Wyoming Fairgrounds $52,500, and the City of Cheyenne in partnership with Cheyenne Frontier Days, $3,822,500. I know that there are project proponents available for questions from the board today.
Very good. There's project proponents. Please come forward. Mr. Mayor, you may have a long day today.
Governor, members of the board, sorry I was up front there for just a second. For the record, again, I'm Mayor Patrick Collins from the city of Cheyenne. On behalf of the city of Cheyenne and our partner applicants, thank you for the consideration for our application. I'd like to acknowledge the staff and all the hard work they did in reviewing these proposals. I want to start off by sharing my concern for the future of Cheyenne Frontier Days. For 130 years, they've welcomed rodeo fans to Cheyenne and earned the reputation as the daddy of them all. The project comes to you at a critical time for Cheyenne and Cheyenne Frontier Days. The main parking lot used by CFD for many years will no longer be available starting next year. The land is owned by the United States Air Force, and they're completing a decade-long process to partner with a local developer to build housing and a commercial component that will be a great benefit to the city and to the base. Losing our parking would be devastating for the visitor experience at Cheyenne Frontier Days. The city is fortunate to host Cheyenne Frontier Days with a $50 million economic impact in Laramie County each year, impacting 660 full-time jobs and part-time jobs, generating more than $2.6 million in state and local taxes every year. I believe it is the #1 destination tourism event in the state of Wyoming. We can't compete with what God made in the Tetons and Yellowstone, but CFD is the #1 man-made destination. CFD is at a competitive disadvantage versus other rodeos, large and small. CFD is on city-owned land, but they have paid for all of the buildings and amenities you see in the park. They pay for those privately. Other rodeos are in publicly funded facilities and get help publicly. CFD needs our help now. The project brought to you by the City of Cheyenne, Laramie County, and Cheyenne Frontier Days represents years of hard work, and we have shared all of that in the application you have before you. Work with the agencies like the Air Force, the Federal Highway Administration, and WIDOT takes lots of collaboration and coordination. In our case, it's taken years to get the environmental assessment completed and improved through their differing processes. The plan to replace the parking is to build a new parking lot facility on the Air Force Base on land that was recently their golf course. The next phase, and what this funding would support, is a pedestrian bridge that would link the parking facility directly over I-25 and into Cheyenne Frontier Days. Removing the bus requirement would greatly improve the visitor experience and ensure the viability of CFD into the future. Our proposal fits with the pedestrian safety provision of the legislation that provided for the funding we're asking for today. CFD's attendance greatly exceeds the 7,500 seating capacity requirements. Our rodeo attendance exceeds 12,000 on weekends and routinely over 7,500. This application would minimize pedestrian car traffic on uncontrolled streets in the neighborhood across from CFD, minimize pedestrian lines which frequently spill out along the street while waiting for the buses. And Cheyenne Frontier Days has a lot of nighttime concerts where safety issues increase because of the darkness. The cost of the bridge and the parking facilities are in excess of $10 million, and it will take all of the $4 million available and then some to complete this project. The city, the county, and CFD are committed to matching the grant and making this project happen. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, tourism is an important component of our state's economy. Helping Cheyenne Frontier Days will help them continue to contribute for decades to come. Thank you for your time today, and I ask for your full support of the $4 million. And Mr. Herstick, the CEO of Frontier Days, is here if you have any questions that I cannot answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there questions for the mayor? Mr. Herstick, anything you want to add? No. Okay. Thanks. Comments or discussion? If there is none, what's the pleasure of the board? Oh, we have one. Oh, we have actually a few online. Ms. Kimber Solberg, recognize you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Kimber Solberg, Fairgrounds Director for Sheridan County, Wyoming. I'm taking you can hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm here to request your support for a pedestrian safety infrastructure project at the Sheridan County Fairgrounds. As you know, the fairgrounds host several of our largest and most complex events, including the Sheridan County Fair, Sheridan WYO Rodeo, and WYO Winter Rodeo. These events bring thousands of people onto the grounds over multiple days. During the WYO Rodeo alone, attendance during the week-long event exceeds 25,000 people and reaches approximately 9,300 visitors. At the same time, we have constant vehicle movement, including livestock trailers, vendor traffic, and service vehicles operating all in the same space where families, children, and visitors are walking. During the rodeo, the carnival occupies the main parking area, which forces even more pedestrian traffic into a shared use areas without defined walkways. While the grandstand seating capacity at our facility is 6,247, and we realize that doesn't meet the 7,500 seat threshold outlined in the loan criteria, the reality of how these events operate is that pedestrian exposure extends well beyond the fixed seating. Attendance figures, vendor areas, and carnival activity significantly increase the number of individuals moving throughout the grounds at any given time, particularly in the exact areas identified for the improvements. Currently, several of our highest traffic corridors, particularly behind the grandstands between the exhibit hall and the grandstands, the main road to the exhibit hall ramp, and the ADA parking area. They lack permanent pedestrian infrastructure. This creates avoidable conflict points where vehicles and pedestrians. The proposed project would install permanent concrete walkways in these areas, improving safety, accessibility, and overall circulation. The total cost of this project is approximately $318,000. This project is eligible for the state loan and Board of Investment funding under the Rodeo Grounds Pedestrian Transportation Infrastructure Program, which requires the one-to-one match. Approval of local funding positions Sheridan County to leverage state dollars to complete a project that directly addresses public safety at one of our most utilized county facilities. Importantly, the fairgrounds is one of the few county properties with the potential to generate a return on investment through large-scale events. Investing in safe, functional infrastructure supports not only public safety, but the continued success and growth of these events in northern Wyoming. I'm asking for your support and approval of the matching funds so that we can move forward with this project and pursue state funding to address other safety concerns. I would stand for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Solberg. Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Solberg, for being here today virtually. The issue that we have is that within the statutory language that I have pulled up right here, it specifies no less than 7,500. Let's see, with a total seating capacity of not less than 7,500. And so we're pretty locked in. I mean, it's not part of the rule or part of the Office of State Lands designation, but it's right there in statute. And so I just hope that you understand the limitation there that we have.
I do. I am aware and do understand. I guess it was just a hope that there might be some flexibility in that. And if there isn't, I understand. And I guess we will look to increase the seating so that we do meet the requirement.
Thank you, Ms. Solberg. Further questions? All right, and then we'll move on. Thank you very much for your comments. We are moving on to Zulma Lopez.
Good afternoon, Chairman, distinguished board members. My name is Zulma Lopez. I'm the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Public Facilities for the City of Casper. And we are requesting today your support for our grant application totaling $125,000 for improvements, pedestrian improvements at the Ford Wyoming Center, which of course is the host of the College National Finals Rodeo each year here in Casper. So the proposed improvements would include lighting a lot that was actually very recently constructed, particularly for CNFR, Historically, a couple of the dirt lots on the property were utilized for contestant parking of all of their rodeo trailers and for them to exercise their animals in advance of the rodeo. However, because the city of Casper dedicated that land through a lease agreement to the YO Sports Ranch, which is our new large youth sports complex, we lost access to those lots. And so the city of Casper has constructed a lot adjacent to the property and actually maximized land there to top what was available before in the existing dirt lots. However, it does require that pedestrians utilizing those lots, including those contestants to CNFR, have to cross our roadway to get to the Ford Wyoming Center and into events. And so we'd like to light that lot and provide safer pedestrian access, including across the street through a lighted crosswalk. In addition to that, we need to improve ADA accessibility from that lot into the building and the east entrance of that facility. And so this funding would go a long way in helping us to make those improvements, not just for College National Finals Rodeo, but for other large events at the facility. The Ford Wyoming Center certainly hosts a number of events. In fact, in 2025, we've hosted 77 notable events with, attendance ranging from 10 to 8,500 people. And many of those events, of course, span multiple days. And so the direct economic impact of the Ford Wyoming Center in 2025 is estimated at just under $32 million. And that's in Turner County, but of course for rodeo, including CNFR, as well as many of our major concerts. Most recently just announced Benson Boone, who has seen 3,000 tickets sold in the first 24 hours of on sale. A lot of our visitors come from outside of the state of Wyoming. And so with that, I would stand for questions and respectfully request your support of the director's recommendation to fund our grant application.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, and I apologize, I think you said this. I see in the application that seating capacity varies from 6,000 to 8,200. That's accurate, correct?
That is correct. Yep. It depends on the configuration and the event that we're hosting.
What is the configuration for rodeo specifically, and what is that seat capacity?
It depends on the rodeo. For CNFR, we're about 7,000, but for other rodeo events, we can do higher seating, given that for CNFR, NIRA, the National Intercollegiate Rodeo Association, restricts some of the seating for various activities that they want to do in the arena.
Follow-up, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
please.
What other rodeo events do you hold there?
Currently, CNFR is the only one. However, historically, we have also hosted Pro Bull Riders. We lost Pro Bull Riders a couple of years ago when we hosted the National Junior College basketball tournament, but we are working with PBR to bring that event back to Casper. And that was we had that event for multiple years until 2023, when we had date conflicts that we couldn't work out for them to come back.
And further questions? Further questions? Ms. Lopez, thank you for giving us more information on the project at Casper Ford Event Center. Members of the board, what is your pleasure? We have not heard from Central Wyoming Fairgrounds. I don't see anybody online.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I would just, if anyone is here from Central Wyoming Fairgrounds, I would be interested to hear from them, I guess.
The auditor is requested, and I think all of us would be eager to hear from Central Wyoming Fairgrounds if they're available. And not hearing a response, I'll go back to the question of what the board would like to do.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
would recommend $3,950,000 for the city of Cheyenne Frontier Days. I'm leaving 50,000 to give a little bit of money to those, I guess the other, probably to the Ford Wyoming Center. But I think 3.95 million will get Cheyenne. I think Frontier Day is pretty much where they need to be. And it's important, I think, to address that parking thing, especially I'm surprised we haven't had several hit and runs on 8th Avenue down there, because it's just really hard to get across there. That's going to mitigate that situation. And I'd like to see them actually put golf carts across there, because it's going to be a long run, but they'll figure out how to get the people from the far end of that over to the interstate, I'm sure. But yeah, so $3,950,000 is what I'd recommend, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it didn't sound like quite a motion yet. I was, in doing the math, if we were to provide for the city of Casper that meets that threshold and then the balance to the city of Cheyenne is $3,875,000. And so I don't know if that's amenable to the treasurer.
So they're making $32 million a year now, city of Casper. I thought they could take a little haircut down to, but so I'm at 3,950 and you're at 3,875. Any place to go right in the middle of that somewhere? How about 3,925 and give the city of Casper 75,000? You're good?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Motion's been made. There's a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you. Madam Director.
That's got, that was both for Casper and for Frontier Days, right?
No, just for Frontier Days.
Oh, just Frontier Days. Oh, yeah,
Frontier
okay,
Days,
all right.
Okay. Now you can follow up with the motion for Casper.
I'll let the good superintendent do that.
So moved, Mr. Chairman, with
Second.
75,000.
75,000. Is there a second, Mr. Treasurer?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, madam.
I actually don't think they meet the statutory language, so I will be a no on this. The statutory language, whether we like it or hate it, it says what it says, and it specifies a rodeo with capacity of over 7,500. And so I don't believe that they currently meet that statutory construct. No offense to their request, but I will be a no on this one.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam.
perhaps we could ask the applicant that question, because my understanding, when I read the statutory language, it says capacity. And so that's where I'm curious what their capacity is for rodeo.
And so you want Ms. Lopez back if she's available?
And may I make a note real quick? Mr.
She's there. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that was the point of my question. The only rodeo they host right now is CNFR, and that has a capacity of 7,000. So again, not a lawyer.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would say, but capacity versus what they're hosting for the event or the requirements of the event, I would look at as different things perhaps, but that's where Ms. Lopez, if she could.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And board members. So our capacity for seating is close to 8,000. It just depends on the event. And so again, right now with CNFR, we're at, in fact, it exceeds 8,000. We're at about 8,200 max capacity right now for CNFR, because of the actual agency that brings that event here restricts some of the seating. we're at about 68 to 7,000 for CNFR. For other rodeo events, we would exceed the 7,500 as long as there weren't limitations imposed by the actual promoter. So our seating capacity does meet that. The people who bring events to us may restrict that.
I mean, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please.
I mean, you've done the bull riding in the past. I was at it. I mean, I think were you restricted to below 7,000 on that?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so, but I don't have those ticketing numbers right in front of me at this moment to give you an exact answer.
I mean, I think ultimately, I mean, I appreciate the question for the entity. It was really a question for the AG. And I think they've done the analysis, but I think if we could call them up there to give their input on it.
Asking for legal advice from AG. What a novel thought from him.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just for a moment, just clarify
Thanks,
the
Ms.
question. Is the question, does this applicant, Casper Ford Center, does it qualify under the 7,500 seating, total seating capacity? Is that what?
I think that is the question, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So without wading in too far into the depths of legal advice while we are in a public session, what I would say is reading the statute, what it specifically, well, and not the statute, I'm sorry, the session law, what it specifically allows for an eligible applicant, it specifically allows with a total seating capacity. I think that, when we have different events, obviously, these facility managers, they have to work with the promoter, with the company who's bringing in this event. I think that that's one thing. And if the event is limiting attendance, I think that's something for this board to consider. However, I think the true word within that session law is the total seating capacity.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Okay, the question has been called. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries. We're clear on all of this,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
all right?
This now brings you to matter I3, the Unmet Housing Needs Grant Program. A few things that I will point out as we move into this matter. There were 2 sets of comments that were received yesterday afternoon that we can pass around so that the board has copies of those. And then we received a request this morning from the town of Sundance to request removal of their application for consideration today by the board. They will be using their matching funds for a different project.
Sorry, who was that?
Sundance. So please remove Sundance from your list for consideration today. To give a little bit of background as everyone gets oriented with all of their documents, the Unmet Housing Grants funding was created by the Wyoming legislature in the 2023 General Government Appropriations Act, and it is under Section 334. And it provided in this section that an appropriation for $5 million from the general fund to the Office of State Lands and Investments for the purposes of providing grants to cities, towns, counties, and tribal governments in Wyoming for infrastructure, including water and sewer and utilities, to support unmet housing needs as determined by the Office of State Lands and Investments. Today, we are providing the board recommendations by the office. We received 22 applications totaling over $53 million in requests for the $5 million available at this time. As discussed in your briefing, we tried to separate these into like type categories for the board's consideration. So you will see past your recommendation from the board how they have been organized, whether it were infrastructure, ready to deliver, housing, land acquisitions, and other future development concepts. The prioritization for the office and the recommendations before you today were to deliver hopefully proof of concept where housing would be readily available as quickly as possible in communities that have expressed need. So you will see on page 2 of your board matter the recommendation by the office to award funding to the city of Rollins for their attainable workforce apartments at the Ferguson in the amount of $1.9 $1,922,505. The Eastern Shoshone Housing Authority for $794,395. The town of Slib for $629,000. Washakie County for $654,100, and the town of Alpine for $1 million. As you can tell by the size of the crowd, there are many project proponents that would like to visit with the board about this recommendation today.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr.
Madam
Chairman.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have quite a task before us, as folks know, with, over 54 million in asks and only 5 million here. And begs to question how to kind of go through this process. I appreciate the analysis by OSLI staff on looking at kind of ready to deliver housing. I look at it maybe a bit different and would favor looking at infrastructure first. And so would propose, I put together here kind of a different list. And I think we should probably go through and hear from every applicant about their project. But updated, there are 4 projects that I believe meet kind of a threshold of infrastructure, skin in the game, and workforce type housing. And so anyway, I'll pass these around to the group. And I think perhaps my suggestion would be to work through this list as proposed, starting with those applicants.
Okay. Members, what is your?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I really think on this one with so little being, in relation to how big the requested size is, I think we should just go through everybody. I think we could, in theory, go through the funding recs first, but I think we should provide the opportunity for everybody to be heard and then go back. And I just think it's a little different from some of the things we've done in the past, but that's my opinion. I think it's ultimately up to you, but.
And Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that. I think we should still go through everyone. I just wanted to kind of place those in differing order on the list.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
One of the things that I wish we had on here is something that the WCDA does when they look at these type of projects, and they actually have the different areas where you can get, where these guys are getting money, and the other thing is that they have the number of units that are there. Because some of these I look at, and they're really efficient. Others I look at and we're going to do $1 million, but only get 2 houses. In others in here, you're gonna spend, less than 800,000 and you're gonna have 25 houses, And so looking for the most bang for the buck, I don't really have I think all of a table that actually gives me the ability to actually make that type of a decision. And because I've had really great discussions with a few folks that came to the office, and I think that the biggest thing that we need is that we need some help in grant applications and different opportunities that might present themselves, so we can leverage all of these different buckets. And we really haven't quite got the ability to do that. But I think this is going to be an ongoing program, or at least we're going to try to make sure that we have something like that, because it's a big push for affordable housing. So I think there's a few things that we can do, but I do think that we should hear from everybody, and hopefully we got, I don't know if we got anybody from the Business Council here yet or not, because it'd be nice if they heard these things at the same time.
All right, Madam Auditor, anything?
No.
Okay. Well, trying to figure out, Superintendent, how we blend the 2 approaches here.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and I mean, I think maybe we just go through the list, and I'm happy to point out, the 4 projects that kind of met that threshold. I just figured we needed to start somewhere with some parameters. So,
Sure.
but happy to go through whatever.
Well, if that's the case, then we'll walk through the recommended ones and then come through the no funding, and with the first being City of Rollins workforce apartments at the Ferguson. Is anyone here from? There you are. Thank you. Mr. Hall.
Governor, Mr. Chairman, board members. So I'm Matt Hall, currently the city manager of Rollins. See me have some other hats, and I think the one thing I will say is no matter where it seems to go in the state, housing is a problem. So I appreciate you taking this up under consideration. I would also like to thank the staff. The OSLI staff's been very good to work with and patient with us, as opposed to, I'm sure, with everybody. With me today is Steve Sanger. He's one of our council members, and he's also the chairman of the Downtown Development Authority, and Pam Thayer, who's our executive director of the Downtown Development Authority. And, with that, I'm going to turn it over to the people that know what they're talking about. So, Steve?
I would have said good morning, but it's good afternoon now. My name's Steve Sanger. I'm from the city of Rollins. I am the DDA board chair, have been for 11 years now. And I'm a city councilman, and I've been a city councilman for 12 years. Thank you for your time today. The information I'm going to give you is from a feasibility study that was completed just this past December, and it's with the WCDA master plan. Workforce housing, you've heard this a lot today. The need for workforce housing and a gap. Rollins has a clear and immediate housing challenge. Nearly 70% of our houses is single-family homes. Limited attainable rental options for our workforce, direct impacts on correctional officers, teachers, and healthcare professionals. This is affecting recruitment, retention, and economic stability today. The project is the Ferguson building, which has been sitting vacant for 35 years directly in our downtown. We are developing this historic Ferguson building into 1 and 2 bedroom workforce apartments located in the downtown core. It includes an adaptive reuse of existing structure and its ADA compliant accessibility improvements. We're doing all this work in partnership with our city, our county, who actually donated the building to the DDA, the state, and private fundraising that we do every single year. It's a shovel-ready, already in motion project. It's not conceptual. We are actually removing paint and taking out windows and that kind of work. So we have lead paint remediation, asbestos remediation. Construction has started in the window frames. The windows were falling out. Funding will translate into immediate progress and visible results. It's an efficient use of infrastructure. We're going to reuse in a building. It's 35 years old. It's a smart investment for public dollars in that once it's paid off through the ROI, we then reuse that money again within our downtown area. That's a consistent thing, which we call revenue recycling. The project just keeps giving back. Every time we are able to do that and redo another building, it keeps giving that money back to us to do it again. The revenue generated will be sent 100% of it back into the downtown area. To support additional housing projects, we have another one online, and infrastructure improvements, redevelopment of underutilized properties. And it creates a self-sustaining funding model. We can do this over and over and over again. We actually did a project that started off at $100,000 and it turned into $1 million over time by just reusing that money again and again and again. And why this matters, obviously, it's not a standalone project for us. It's shovel ready. It's already underway. It's efficient use of an existing infrastructure, strategic and strengthening the workforce housing designed to reinvest in future development. It addresses our current problem of not having workforce housing and or attainable housing, and it strengthens the local economy, creates a sustainable path forward for downtown Rollins. And with that, it's really short, not as eloquent as Mr. Collins, but that's everything that I have for you, and I'll stand for questions that you may have, and I won't be able to answer most of them. Pam will. I'll just say that up front.
How many units?
12.
Well, okay, thank you.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam.
thanks for being here. This project is already in motion. Where was this funding going to come from otherwise?
We fundraise yearly. We're doing, so the return on the investment ends up being a long, long ways away, or it ends up with your,
Closer. Okay.
yeah, with your contribution, it ends up being very close to us, actually.
Thank you. And what are the limitations? You use the term attainable housing. What does that mean in this? Are they income limited, or is it just housing?
Currently, it's just housing, but we haven't gone through the whole entire process of which way to go with this. How do we best utilize it in our downtown? Because it sits smack dead center in the downtown area. So if it needs to be affordable, we can figure out how to do that. It just changes the ROI.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer.
So I guess Cheyenne's 60% was like 92,000 or something. What's your 60% of income?
What this would fund currently is 38% of the total project. We have.
I think you're misunderstanding me. The qualifications for a lot of these federal funds is like you have to keep it at the average of 60% or less of the community income.
52,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further questions?
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the budget? When can you start construction?
The actual construction time?
Yeah.
So we're in remediation, which is the taking out of asbestos and the lead paint. The interior of the building's all metal. By metal, I mean it's nailed on steel plates and what have you, and they're covered in lead paint. So we have to remove all of that first, and then we can start the next part of that process. We do have preliminary plans for each individual apartment, how they work, and then from there we go out to RFP to get the request for proposal. But we're scheduled to be done by 27.
What do you mean that, Mr. Chairman?
No, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What do you mean by you were going to do it off fundraising? So you had raised enough to do this?
That's how we've always done it.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. So how much had you raised off the fundraising before this?
Currently, with the grants and everything that we have, we're at $500,000 into the building, give or take. Currently.
Okay. So you're way off.
Yes, in the finishing phase of that, yes.
Okay.
That'd be correct. But we have to get to where we can come in and say, okay, what's it take to finish out each one of these apartments and what's the total?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple follow-ups. Mr. Chairman, and so what are the sources of the grants? Are these like private foundations? Are you doing anything federal right now?
No.
Okay.
We have debt services. We own property as well that we can leverage.
Okay.
To use to move this project along as well.
You're just using internal grants from other entities that you control?
No, we own property. We have leverage. We physically own property.
Okay.
So we can leverage, just like you would take a HELOC on your house. We can do that same exact thing. We can get to a certain point, but once we get below a certain dollar amount, it starts to be a struggle. So, like I said.
I'm just a little confused. So when you say fundraising, it's maybe you've had a fundraiser or two, but really it's this re-leveraging that you're doing that so far has effectuated some funding to start getting towards where you need to be to pull the trigger.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chairman and Board, so how the structure is set up is we started the project, the building was donated by the county. We started doing a fundraising campaign. We have had private dollars put in on including additional funding that we GDA have put in from our own coffers, whether fundraising, but also the biggest component is to make it attainable workforce housing. We could do the debt services, but to keep that cost down. So we had the discussion earlier today that there's the low income housing and then there's the high upper, but we're missing the gap on the workforce where the correctional officers, the teachers. And so what we're doing here is structuring it that the debt services, this would bridge the gap in the funding to make it attainable for workforce housing. So it would be the debt services that DDA on our pro forma that was in the grant application showed within 15 years, we'd have the debt services covered with your funding would be the final gap in the funding to make this project fluid. So the other thing I wanted to say real quick was it is a strategic project. We this building was donated to us in 2022. And really, when we talk about infrastructure, to us, if you would talk to our hospital or our superintendent of schools, housing is infrastructure. And so we feel like on this project, it's heads and beds. You know, we need the additional gap funding, but we are ready, set, go for a solution for this project and leveraging. So the infrastructure funding this project would be the infrastructure, but it also would complete 12 apartments and we would be ready, like Councilman said, by the end of 27, beginning of 28. So we just wanted to have this opportunity. We've talked about this project. We just couldn't pull the final trigger till this grant came about for unmet housing, that we were running the debt services. We didn't want to put ourselves as an organization, as a downtown organization, that we couldn't meet our financial obligations. This grant came available, and that is that final partnership, that final piece. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I assume that any amount of funding is helpful in this project.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Further questions? All right. I am assuming, Madam Superintendent and Mr. Secretary, that we're just going to walk through all of the projects and then come back and visit. With that, Eastern Shoshone Housing Authority. Is there anyone here from the Eastern Shoshone? Yep, online. Oh, okay, Mr. Ritchie. Mr. Ritchie, I think your hand is up, but you are muted if you're trying to address us. I think that's good. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board Chairman and fellow commissioners. How are you today?
Doing well. You?
Thank you for the time and opportunity to let us go over our project.
Very good.
Okay, so if I can go ahead and get started on our narrative for our project.
Yep.
Okay, well, the Wind River Reservation continues to face significant unmet housing demand driven by our growing population, multi-generational households, and a shortage of safe, affordable homes. Workforce development is limited and housing needs remain acute, with many tribal members unable to secure stable housing near employment. Inadequate infrastructure such as insufficient roadways, water, sewer, utilities access creates major barriers to new housing development, delaying or preventing construction even when funding for homes may be available. These shortages have direct community impacts, including overcrowding, increased housing instability, and limited opportunities for families to return or remain within the reservation. The Eastern Shoshone Housing Authority's Medicine Water Project, the project that we're requesting funding for, had encountered financial challenges due to COVID-19, which significantly increased our construction costs and limited the availability of our skilled labor. Additionally, the Medicine Water Project was delayed by the stay-at-home mandates during COVID-19, which further hindered development progress with the project. Our initial project plan was 21 units with a 5-year rent-to-home ownership program. We would provide certified housing counseling services through a partnership with Wyoming Housing Network, home site assistance, construction services, and we would be servicing current tenants' low to moderate income preferences, and we would be making a selection from our low rent project tenants to move into the Medicine Water Project to free up those units to allow low income families to be selected from our significant waiting list. The Medicine Water Project is a rental to homeownership project in which we would provide construction services, home site leasing assistance, and and counseling services to help build mortgage and credit capacity along the way. And so our project is pretty much 3/4 done. We just needing some funding to complete the internal infrastructure and construction services to get those units completed, which we could do within a 6-month timeframe. Once we get the 21 units occupied, that would free up the previous low rent tenants units to move those families up off of our waiting list, which could potentially house 42 families.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'm trying to get the numbers here. So the 21 units that you're finishing off, are there going to be low income or workforce housing?
They're going to be a combination of both. A lot of our workforce live in our low rent projects, and they're income eligible to start pursuing a home ownership opportunity. So they would be selected to move into the Medicine Water project.
Okay, and now is the 21 units or the 42 units the Medicine Water project?
There's 21 units for the Medicine Water project, but we'll be selecting 21 families from our low rental program to occupy those units, since we'll be assisting them on their home ownership path.
Okay, where does the 42 units come in? And I'm curious about the financing on this. And the reason I'm curious is that there's literally billions of dollars of federal tax credits, tribal federal tax credits available. And I'm wondering whether you've availed yourself to any of those.
Sure. Well, 21 units are derived from the Medicine Water project, the new construction of those units. And the other 21 units are from our low rent program, in which we'd be selecting tenants from that program into the Medicine Water project. And we'd be assisting them on their homeownership path with various housing services.
Okay.
And we did receive I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, that makes sense. You got two basic projects that are
Yes.
20, you're adding the 21 onto it. Okay.
And for the funding for the Medicine Water project came from two main funding sources. One was an Indian Community Development Block Grant. That was a competitive grant for infrastructure. And then we also received Indian Housing Block Grant competitive for the construction of the homes. The infrastructure cost was $610,000, and the housing construction cost was $4,200,000.
But it sounds like, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, it sounds like you have about the 794 will actually finish the inside off, but you still got more than $2 million left over that you have to actually build roads to these things, right?
Exactly. We're working with the Tribal Department of Transportation's roads program that are providing us a reimbursable grant to complete the road infrastructure.
But the contractor didn't avail himself to any of the federal tribal tax credits.
No, we just utilize the federal funding from HUD.
Can you use those federal tax credits and stack them onto the HUD funding?
We could potentially utilize that resource, yes. We're wanting to get the construction of the units completed in a timely manner, since our community development block grant and IHB grants are expiring soon. So we have a timeline that we're trying to get that completed.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
No answer to that.
Further questions?
Nice.
Further questions? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate you.
Stay tuned. We'll be back. Now we're going to go to the town of Tensley, Sagebrush Vista Unmet Attainable Housing Development Streets and Alleys. First thing I want to know is, do you have any snow over there over the weekend? None?
No.
Darn it. Okay.
About as dry as you are on your side of the mountain.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, members, my name is Ernie Beckley. I'm the mayor of the town of Tensley, and with me is Chris Lidstone, our chief engineer. You have before us a request from us for two items, which we believe completely meet the unmet housing requirements, both from an infrastructure purpose and also from a workforce housing perspective. First is part of that is to finish up our streets and alleys in our new subdivision that we've been putting out. We received a large ARPA grant to do that, to put water and sewer out there. At the time that we came to that 3 years ago, the expectation was we've been working with YDOT, who was working with us on that. They'd wanted some workforce housing. They were going to put the streets in. Before we got the MOU and everything signed about last October, current head of YDOT pulled out. So it left us pivoting a lot, trying to finish it up. Our water and sewer infrastructure is in, but I can't sell lots if I can't have roads. So we've pivoted. We've tried to cut back gravel streets. That's perfectly fine. Not trying to go pave. So we tried to cut everything back to as affordable as possible to cut back on that. There are in the subdivision, there are 17 lots available for housing. Part of our grant request here is for us to keep one of those to provide a workforce housing as well. And our maintenance person, for example, we have now has to live in Worland. He hasn't been able to find anything affordable. Unfortunately, we can't pay very high wages. You know, at $20 an hour, it's kind of hard for someone to be able to come in. So part of that is to meet a need that we have with our workforce purposes. Not sure. I'll stand for questions.
Very good. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I want to make sure I understand this. These are homes, so is there going to be an application process? Like, how are you verifying eligibility?
As far as the lots are concerned?
Yeah.
No, we're just going to place them out for sale. I mean, we're not meeting, we're not making it specific someone there. We've gone back and forth. We talked about putting in, Teton County and Jackson has been used a lot of different things to try to mainly make them affordable. And I think the term affordable is very difficult to get. Attainable, finding a piece of property that someone could put a home on. We're making them attainable based off of the price that we're able to do it, based off the cost of the thing. We're not looking to make any money for ourselves on this. Basically, we've looked at what we're putting in. We've put in, by the time this is finished, we will have put in, the town will have put in $900,000 of our own money on this, aside from the grant. We are, like I said, 95% finished on that. The infrastructure is there. We're waiting on some parts to actually make those work. But in terms of making a requirement on who can purchase a home, we haven't set any of those.
Okay. And Mayor, follow up?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, and I'm not trying to be difficult, but these come in different forms but there's basically on this form, it's no sideboards. I mean, it could be a multimillionaire buying their 10th house and you're gonna, and I'm not trying to be difficult, Mayor, but I just want to understand because, the amendment on the budget is very broad. So I'm not saying but I'm trying to understand what form you're taking.
Certainly. No. One of the requirements that we're putting in, and it's difficult to, as I talk to different lawyers and how much of this we can enforce and what we can request, is that this is their primary home. This is not, we're not looking for somebody that's going to come in. I mean, we're not Teton County, so we don't have some of those issues. But the goal of this was somebody that, it may be a retired person that's worked in the county before, and they may go south for the winter, but this needs to be their primary home. This isn't for a third and fourth home or even a second or third from that perspective. We're not allowing any short-term rentals, Airbnb, Freezeball, those kinds of things. The design on this is strictly residential. We're calling it a rural residential, if you are, because from the standpoint that it was designed without curb and gutter, sidewalks from that perspective. Also, it's adjacent to an existing subdivision in the county out there. And we tried to keep it as as close to what they had. So there's a lot of designs that we've gone back and forth and trying to say, well, could we have made the lot smaller because they go from a half acre up to an acre? You could have gotten more lots in and these kinds of things, but then you also have the issues of neighbors and what they were looking and these kinds of things. So that was why the decisions on our sizes were there. But yeah, it's not we were trying to come up with a way to make it so that you could only qualify if you're this or that. We've gone back and forth, honestly, for 2 years on what some of those rules would be. And it's difficult. I look and say if we put restrictions on where, for example, that you could only gain a 3% or a 5% a year or something like that on your investment, it keeps coming back. And if we've got I've got teachers that want to buy out there and some others, I'm thinking, well, but I want to buy a piece of property that I know isn't necessarily going to gain either, So some of those we've pulled back on some of those requirements. We don't have all of it. We don't have all of the requirement specific in place because we've gone back and forth on some of the terminology that we have in, but we're ready. From a road perspective, I've got a local contractor who has given us a bid that is ready to start in 2 weeks. So from a completion standpoint, we would be complete on the roads within a month and a half, and which then makes it so that we can open up for the lots and people can start building. So from a time perspective, we're ready. It's go.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Treasurer.
So I'm trying to figure out this 629 will save you $37,000 a lot. You got probably 60,000 in it now before the road contractor. So I'm wondering what you guys are going to price these lots at.
Right now, based off what the expectation on the final numbers were coming in, the smaller lots are going to run 60, maybe 65,000, and probably 80,000 for the larger lot.
Madam Auditor.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the secretary brought up a good line of questioning, and I think we're going to probably struggle with this all day and the terminology, but in your application, there's a place that says affordable housing, but I want to be really clear. Affordable housing for federal guidelines means something very specific, income limited. This project is not affordable housing. This is just housing.
It's more.
If we are putting infrastructure to these sites, and then myself or anyone or someone or a teacher, but the idea is to just increase the supply of availability for anyone who wants to come in. There's not going to be any income requirements. It's not affordable in the federal sense of the word. It's just unmet. It's a need you have that is unmet.
Correct. We've got an unmet, and it's the goal was probably more attainable, I think is a better terminology, because again, it's not low income, if you will, that we're trying to meet for that. It is the working folks, it's our teachers, it's my maintenance man, it's these kind of people who can't afford to get, we have got very small amount of properties that open up, you might have a house that opens up in our area every 6 months or 9 months that one even comes available. Typically they come out at what I consider very high prices, where if we make these lots where the lot itself is more attainable, then the individuals can build a house, put a house on there.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, well,
Mr. Treasurer.
I'm kind of thinking of the covenants that you got on these things. So you're going to be able to pull a double wide in there.
Our goal right now is not to allow trailer houses. Modular homes coming in is fine. We were having discussions on how large a house that should or shouldn't be. There's a big push for tiny, smaller houses now.
Yeah, you got something else now that's basically it's not a modular home, but it's basically I guess, in between, it's like a stick-built home, but you build it in a factory and you haul the walls out there and you erect it. I don't know, there's some over here on South Cheyenne, you might look at them, that might be something that you want to definitely not bring the value of the neighborhood down, but I'm just wondering what you're planning on.
Yeah, no, in the zoning, because basically we're going to zone this subdivision separate. And in the zoning of that, we were not going to allow trailer houses as such. The building had to be on a foundation
Okay,
for that reason. And whether it's a modular that's come in pieces or whether there was one that just went up in tent sleep recently, they came in big sheets all together, they piled on top of each other and.
yeah, okay, thank you.
For the width we were looking for as far as for our own workforce housing, we're only looking for like about 1,500 square feet house, 12 to 15 for that individual, modular home.
Thank you. Further questions? All right, thanks. Stay tuned. Sorry, we're working our way through this. So
Thank you. Appreciate it.
thanks very much. Washakie County Employee Housing. Is anyone else here from Washakie County? Online. Okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Gillette.
Hello, I'm Tertia Gillette from Washakie County. I'm the grants director, and I appreciate the opportunity to be considered for this funding, so thanks for hearing us. So Washakie County has two municipalities. We have the city of Worland and the town of Ten Sleep. They're about 30 miles apart, but currently all county employees have to live in Worland because that's where the available housing is. The prices in Ten Sleep and the lack of availability mean that several of our vital employees often have to commute. So this includes the road and bridges, who takes care of the plowing in the winter, and our sheriff deputies. This significantly delays their response time, as you can imagine. So, as Mayor Beckley just described the new subdivision in Ten Sleep, we're hoping that we can purchase two of these smaller half-acre lots in this new subdivision and construct two modular houses for these county employees and their families. We currently think that these employees would be a sheriff deputy and the road and bridges foreman. Because of course it's a challenge to provide these services out in Ten Sleep and the surrounding areas, given the distance and the lack of available housing. So we anticipate being able to turn this project around rather quickly. The commissioner who suggested this project to me, Commissioner Smeltzer, sorry, has had 30 years of construction experience and has been in contact with people about foundations and estimates for modular houses. So we think as soon as the subdivision is complete, we would be able to turn this around very quickly, possibly as soon as like the end of August, depending on the timeline. But the modular houses do provide a fast way to get a little bit more housing there and provide these important services to that part of the county.
Thank you. Are there questions from Ms. Gillette? Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Does that include the 654? Does that include the lot price?
Yes, it does.
It does. Okay.
Yes.
So you're actually putting some money into the town of Ten Sleeps project when you're going to basically buy these things as soon as they get it ready. Okay.
Yes, yeah. So the plan was to do the two lots and then the two modular houses.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? All right, stay tuned. We'll be back. I now have the last of the ones that were recommended. This is number 5, Town of Alpine Village Workforce Housing Project. And I believe we were handed a letter today on this for your attention. We have Monica Chenault. Ms. Chenault.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the State Loan and Investment Board, thank you so much for this opportunity to present to you today and apply for this funding. My name is Monica Chenault, and I am the Town Clerk Treasurer for the Town of Alpine. The Town of Alpine is requesting support for the Alpine Village Workforce Housing Project. This project represents phase one of a multi-phase workforce housing development on town-owned land. Phase one includes construction of a duplex and the civil engineering needed to support the future housing expansion on that property. This approach allows us to begin addressing an immediate need while building the foundation for long-term workforce housing in our community. As our community grows, we're experiencing a shortage of available and affordable housing for employees and essential service providers. Often the very people that we rely on to meet the needs of our community live over 30 minutes away. The lack of available and affordable housing contributes to employee turnover, making it difficult for employers like the Town of Alpine to retain a reliable workforce. The project includes a 2-unit house, which reflects the current cost of construction in the Town of Alpine. The cost of the building in our area is significantly higher than it is elsewhere in the state of Wyoming. As you're probably aware, we provide much of the workforce from our community to the town of Jackson. And so as a result of this inaffordability of the housing, many employees commute to, Afton, which is about 45 minutes away. There is a big disparity in income between Afton and Alpine. Afton income can be about 60% of what the Town of Alpine's average income is here. And so those things participate in increasing the cost of our housing. So the goal of these units is to provide housing within our community for the people who respond to water main breaks, sewer systems emergencies, and other critical infrastructure needs. Reliable housing is a key component to maintaining a competent workforce. The project is intended to begin addressing that gap and provide housing so that people who work in Alpine can live in Alpine. And this also builds a community, a stronger community. We appreciate your consideration and the state's continued partnership in helping communities like ours adjust these challenges, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Chenault. Let me ask if there are any questions. I think the auditor has a question. Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the application pulled up and it's a little vague on who's actually going to live in these homes.
Yeah, and so we're building the initial plan application, as you're aware, I'm sure was for a little bit bigger project, and we became aware early on in this process that there was a lot of applicants, and so we did have conversations about how we could pivot from the original application. So the plan is to build a 2-unit building that will house Town of Alpine employees. However, there is also an opportunity that the Town of Alpine's working on currently to possibly provide housing to a Lincoln County Sheriff's deputy in a partnership that we're developing with them. Because the Town of Alpine does have a contract with the Lincoln County Sheriff's Department to provide police protection in our community.
And again, they're also struggling with the very same needs. The truth is, you can't hire somebody who has the qualifications to be a sheriff's deputy that lives in the town of Alpine, because they will simply drive up the canyon and make a considerable amount more money in Teton County. And so, you know, we are essentially creating the same thing for other communities that Jackson created for us, is people are commuting. And so we'd really like to have a community that you know, that the people who work here can actually live here, and that we can provide a housing at a price point that they could afford.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. So is this going to be only for government employees?
That's correct. That's correct. So, and it is, I mean, obviously, we're not going to let it sit empty someday. So if for some reason no town employee wanted to use it, and our partnership with the sheriff's department, they didn't want to use it, we have the opportunity to even look. Star Valley Health built a medical facility in the town of Alpine within the last few years. And so they also have the same problem in their organization. So this project is really structured to meet community service needs. So I can't commit to only be government employees, but this is about meeting the needs of the community from those essential services.
Thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Okay, thanks. Stay tuned. We'll be back. We're now moving to the list that did not receive any recommendations. And first up is the City of Buffalo, Buffalo, Wyoming sanitary sewer extension along North Main Street.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Julie Silvernagel. I'm the clerk treasurer for the city of Buffalo. And I've brought Kevin Silvernagel, the public works director, with me today. First of all, I have to thank OSLI for the tremendous amount of work that you did vetting through $53 million in asks with a $5 million budget. Our project that we are looking at is to extend the sewer line up north of Buffalo along Main Street from Cowboy Trail. It would go up to this property where potentially 200 lots could be developed. It would be in phases, and then it would run across to the airport. The first phase would include 30 lots that would be developed, which would include a 16-unit apartment complex on that, on one of the lots. And then I know that our ask was 1.2 million, but in visiting with the developer, if we could get the sewer line just to the property, like 500,000 would really go far in helping get that first phase of this project started. If you have any questions on the technical stuff, that's why Kevin's here.
Questions, please, Madam Auditor.
Thanks for being here, Julie. Is this, what sort of housing is this going to be? Is this just adding, is this for anybody, or is it going to be income limited, or is it just, gosh, we just need housing, period?
Well, I think all of it. I mean, I know that the developer has talked to me about bringing in some HUD housing, you know, partnering with that and with Habitat for Humanity also. Right now, the problem we're facing in Buffalo is that we are having a hard time attracting businesses because there's no workforce, because there's no housing. So which do you create first? And I think he will plan on doing all of it.
Gotcha. Other questions? Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just one of the issues that I had with this one was just lack of other funds. And so if you could just speak to that, if you're pursuing any others, or if there might be availability of those.
So I can't speak to the housing part of it. I mean, I know that the developer is looking for funds that way. Our project is just to get the sewer line up to to that project. So any shortfall here, the developer will be picking up the rest of the cost on.
Okay, great. Any other? Well, thank you both. Well, stay tuned. I mean, it's been an exciting day so far. I know you enjoyed sitting here, so we'll.
It did rain from north of Douglas all the way down yesterday. So,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Ooh, we might have grass. For a while. Yeah, okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, we're moving now to City of Casper infrastructure development to support the creation of the Goodwill Landing Housing Project in Casper. I think we have Melissa Noah, Ms. Noah.
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can. Good to
All
hear
right.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. We also have the City of Casper here as well. They are under Liz Becker. If they can be unmuted, they'll have technical questions. But Goodwill Landing is a rental project here in Casper. And Wyoming Housing Network is the lead developer on that. We are a nonprofit developer here and the only statewide community housing development organization. Organization is also a HUD housing counseling agency. So we manage and run approximately 481 units around the state already. This project for us is a housing innovation project. It came from a need in the community. We'll be serving low and very low income individuals with 24 units. And that is in collaboration with a variety of community partners. So Natrona County's identified that we have a definite need for low-income housing to ease the burden of use of services and resources for various public service agencies, the justice system, the hospital, our nonprofit community that provides services to our low and low-income individuals. And so that is the target audience for the 24 units of housing that we will be building. However, the project is more than a rental project. It is actually a proof of concept housing innovation project here in the state of Wyoming. So Wyoming Housing Network has a partnership with a housing innovation nonprofit called In Our Hands. And we will be using innovation construction materials and technology to build the housing for this project. So the project will be using high performance structural cellular concrete in two different forms. One is a single pour dome home. So these will be modeled after a tiny home village concept, but the tiny homes will actually be single pour domes that are living space and then a sleeping area and a loft above. And then that'll be 22 of those units right now. And then we will be using a panelized version of the high performance structural cellular concrete. And panelized housing is the panels are created offsite, shipped to the site, and then they are assembled. So it's basically offsite housing production. And that will give us 2 ADA compatible units in a duplex form. And then our clubhouse and office building will also be using the panelized version of the material. It will give us an example of a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. So our goal with the project is to meet the immediate needs for low-income housing in Natrona County. The broader goal is to bring some type of housing innovation to the state of Wyoming as far as introduction of a new material and new production methods for housing. We have the intention and have already been in conversation and have an MOU within our hands to potentially be their first microsite for a factory to create panels for this type of housing here in Wyoming. So that's the broad concept of the project. The City of Casper has been a wonderful partner for us in this and have been engaged in this conversation about alternative construction materials, engineering for the land, opportunities for infrastructure support in support of the project. And so we are actively pursuing this. We do have a seed grant that we were given by Goodwill Industries of Wyoming that allows us construction funding, but also funding for the training and hiring of staff to become certified in this construction method. So that's a short skip a rock across the top of the project. Our full application there has more details. So I am available to answer questions, as is the City of Casper.
Thank you, Ms. Noah. Are there questions? And you indicated that Ms. Becker was there. Does she have anything she wants to say?
Unfortunately, Ms. Becker had to step out. She may be in a few minutes, or she may be stepping in right now.
I can't speak to our funding sources. We have the Federal Home Loan Bank grant application just opened yesterday, and we score in the high 80s for that application, which is a very strong application. So we have that in our capital stack to apply for. And currently we have, we've entered into the final stages of private funding for $1.5 million of committed funds with several other funders as well. So we are working to fund this privately, a good portion of this with private funds for both the community we're serving as well as the innovation in the project. And we are very excited about the interest that we've had and the committed funds we have already. So.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions from Ms. Becker? All right, stay tuned. We'll move on now to now there's been a request for a break for 10 minutes. Is that all right? All right, hang in there. We'll have a break for 10 minutes. Magic Meadows. Okay. Mayor, it's a delight to have you here all day. You ought to run for one of these offices.
Well, sir, it's a delight to be here. Thank you so much. For the record, I'm Mayor Patrick Collins from the city of Cheyenne. Before you, we have what I think is a very exciting partnership. We have the city of Cheyenne, Habitat for Humanity, and Magic City Enterprises. Magic City Enterprises owns 4/10 of an acre of land, and they're changing the way that they want to build housing for the developmentally disabled folks. They're normally in group homes. They want to put them in more typical homes. Habitat for Humanity does such a great job of building homes for home ownership, and they partnered together, taking Magic City's property and Habitat's ability to build, and they're going to partner to build 12 homes. Our goal is to build the roads and infrastructure this fall and build the 12 homes next year. You guys have been here all day. Maybe I'll stop at that, but I would like to say also, I saw how many projects you have on asking for this money, and I look at the $500,000 that they're requesting. You know, if we could get $250,000 to build the roads, that would make a huge impact on making this project happen. And so with that, I'd answer any questions you guys might have.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. Are there any questions, please? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mayor, so this is for disabled individuals, the housing project, or is it beyond that?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the superintendent, 6 of the homes would be for Magic City's clients who are disabled, developmentally disabled. 6 of the homes would be for Habitat for Humanity, which would be home ownership. These folks would have a mortgage and pay for these homes, but they're on the low end of the economic area.
Thank you.
Further questions? Are there any other?
Appreciate your help. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to City of Douglas, Community Center. Oh, wait, do I have, I see Clara Chaffin. Did she want to address Magic City?
No, I'm here to address the City of Douglas.
Okay, very good. Well, that is the Community Center subdivision. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Clara Chaffin, and I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Douglas. We did request a lot of funding for this development, a little over $4.5 million. The city has invested in building the 2 primary collector streets, including the curb gutter and sidewalk. That equated to about a $6 million investment. We're also investing in a Douglas Community Center, which is currently under construction, and the proposed attainable housing development will surround this new center. The City of Douglas has seen steady population growth over the last 25 years, but we haven't seen the same growth in our housing. The shortage of housing affordable to households earning moderate incomes, those who fall above that traditional low income threshold, but well below the level required to compete in the open housing market, has been growing. We also see a growing mix of young families and our older residents, meaning we need more diverse attainable housing. It's directly impacting our workforce and our essential services. Because of the shortage of attainable housing, we see that many of our employees are being forced to live outside of Converse County and commute over 40 miles each way to work. That does cause heightened safety risks for workers as they travel the long distance. As you well know, we have a lot of fun weather in the state of Wyoming. It also causes economic strain on those households with the rising fuel costs, vehicle wear, and lost personal time. Our local employers, including our major employers, the Converse County School District, our hospital, the county itself, and the City of Douglas, have all reported losing employees because they're unable to fill open positions due to the lack of housing. Although developable residential lots do exist within the city limits, land and infrastructure costs are prohibitively high for the missing middle housing development. The city has determined that by only removing the cost of the land and the infrastructure, can we actually build this attainable housing development. We're proposing a development of 94 deed-restricted attainable housing units that are targeted at the missing middle workforce. These will be deed restricted, as I said, to ensure long-term affordability, with resale prices capped at an attainable rate to ensure that those values are correct for the time of sale. We will limit resale prices, will require the homes to be owner occupied, and will ensure that future home buyers are income qualified or workforce eligible in order to purchase those homes. We're aiming at 60% AMI, possibly up to 80% AMI as a population to come in. This includes essential workers such as our teachers, nurses, firefighters, our law enforcement officers, municipal employees, and our young professionals, as well as seniors seeking to downsize and re-enter the housing market. We believe this will have an immense community impact. We'll be able to recruit and retain essential workers. We'll be able to reduce that long distance commute. We'll be able to strengthen our local economy and stabilize our workforce participation. We'll be able to enhance the quality of life for the workers and their families. And we'll be able to have long-term preservation of an attainable housing stock. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions. And I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to be able to speak today.
Well, thank you very much. Are there questions? Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do you have any other partners or other funding sources that you're contemplating? I don't know what the county can or can't provide.
So we did seek out direct appropriations funds. We haven't heard back from that yet. And we're also very willing to develop an assessment district to cover half the cost of the development, which is a little over $2.2 million. So we're looking at both of those. We also do have the URA set up in our community. So we're looking at overlaying that as well and getting some TIF funding to help repay the cost of the infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further questions? All right. Well, thank you very much. Stay tuned. We will be back to discuss these. We have the City of Kemmerer next, the construction road project is. Thanks so much for being here.
Chairman, members of the board. I'm Mary Crosby. I work for Lincoln County, but we partnered on this. I wrote the grant, so I will be happy to answer any questions. The reason they applied for this, the project is a private development. It is moving forward. They've let the contracts, they've selected a contractor for the infrastructure. But the city really would love to see this because this road parallels Canyon Road, which they built in a former boom, 4 lanes wide. It needs work. If they allow construction traffic on it, it will be expensive for the developer because they will be responsible for damage. Even though the surface is gone, the subbase isn't, and allowing heavy stuff on it will damage the subbase. So that was why when this came out, they said, well, we will own the road eventually. The road will help us when we need to rebuild the other one. The developer is perfectly willing to commit to anything you would want to show that the money is truly whatever you could grant is going to reduce the price of the rental units. This is primarily initially going to benefit Track 3, which is rental apartments. The developer, in an agreement with the county, has already agreed to 6 of those initial units, the first 6 that come online being low income by federal guidelines. The rest is intended to be attainable rental housing for workers. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't get the total number of units.
The initial that the developer is planning to have done by the end of 2026 is 45 units. They could easily go to 250 after that, and there's actually quite a few more, and the road will benefit the next phase, which is single family homes.
Is, follow-up would be, is it 5 million for the road clear up to 250 or is it just part of it?
It's the entire road, and they are committed to the project. Any money that the state grants to the project will go to reduce the cost. I would assume you'd want the units that'll be online first to reduce rental costs. It could be apportioned to single-family homes because they will be built as well.
Thank you.
So I'm going to have the auditor and then superintendent.
Thank you. So are you speaking to both projects? Do these projects sort of go hand in hand? Or are you only speaking to City of Kemmer's application right now?
At the moment, I'm only speaking to the city of Kemmer. The Lincoln County does support the city in this. The county would have been willing to sponsor it, but as we read it, to stay in with the Constitution, it needed to be something that would be owned at the end. And we thought the city we all agreed that the city was the logical applicant.
Sorry, a couple follow-ups. Does the road construction project lead to the same development that is touched upon by Lincoln County's application, or
No.
two totally separate things?
Separate.
Okay, so, and then the overwhelming amount of units, and again, Kemmer's problem, I know affordability is a problem, but Kemmer's overwhelming problem is just gonna be availability. So most of these units are just gonna be market rate.
Yes, with a concern that they be attainable, be in line with wages.
Thank you.
Thanks. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And similar line of questioning of just kind of the two different projects and why you guys didn't come together on those projects, or just walk me through how those are different.
Okay, Chairman, I will kind of mix the two together if that's your pleasure. We need as much housing as we can get. Both came to us at about the same time. I mean, we have been working, obviously, with the applicant, with the developer that is the focus of this application for years at this point. The other one is a person who, while a Texas developer, has been a staunch community member of Kemmer for several decades, has invested a lot of money, and has a very good building background. What he is proposing is somewhat different. He is a rancher, and this is a more rural development where it has more mixed sizes of lots. The focus is a little different, but having lived there, I think there's a certain segment of the market that will really like what he's doing. The difference initially, I guess, is that the JPB, our Joint Powers Board for Water and Sewer, will be serving the Kemmer application for the apartments. The other one is for what you so graciously helped us with as the county to put in the sewer plant through the Wyoming Business Council. It will connect directly to that. So our limited sewer availability is something that we want to take advantage of. Without a lift station, which is millions of dollars, we can't serve this particular area in the Kemmer application. So it's topography a lot.
Thank you. If you're listening online, we're talking about both number 10 and number 12. So we started with the construction road project and we kind of moved on to funding water and sewer lines and to and from Fox subdivision. Are there further questions on either of those? Madam Moderator.
Mr. Chairman, this may not be a fair question for you, and please don't answer it if it isn't, but there's obviously not $10 million to give out, so I can guarantee both of these applications. And you're sort of speaking to both, I guess, as we move forward, would there be any sort of prioritization in your mind? And if you're not comfortable answering that, that's okay.
They're both good projects because of things we've done previously with both parties. We know that if they say they believe they have the financial wherewithal to put it together, we believe them. That said, I would say the focus of the City of Kemmeris project is further along if you're asking an absolute time. They've got all, they've got permits. They've got the contractor on site, So if it's expediency, it would be the one I'd probably rank a little bit higher. And any amount would be helpful to either project.
Thank you. We have a Regine Strube-Fossen on.
She's from Lynn.
Thank you,
Okay.
Governor. I'm waiting to speak for the next subject.
Oh, okay. You're on the Lander project would be the next. Any further comments on either of the Lincoln County or Kemmerer projects? If there are none, we'll move on to Lander. So Regine, you're on.
Thank you, Governor and members of the board. I really appreciate and understand the predicament that you guys are in, trying to allot $5 million out of $53 million worth of ask. I do echo the OSLI staff praises from Rollins and Buffalo. They were a great help to us in this process. But I want to describe why this unmet housing opportunity is so important to Lander. Both Lander's 2025 Council Strategic Plan and our 2025 Master Plan list increased housing opportunity and addressing housing policy and programs as top priorities. You're going to hear me say housing opportunity a lot today. For Lander, we're focusing, yes, on affordable low-income housing, yes, attainable workforce housing, and we just simply need to increase our housing stock. That's the whole story. The Lander Planning Commission has presented zoning regulation changes as suggested in the Wyoming Housing Needs Study by the Harvard Growth Lab. We have been successful in reducing our lot sizes and increasing the allowable number of dwelling units per lot. Full disclosure, we had two subsequent proposals for zoning changes to reduce off-street parking and reduce setbacks. Those were not successful. Outside of this funding request, Lander is partnering with the Grand Altitude Credit Union and the Go West Foundation to identify diverse solutions to workforce housing, focusing on the industries of education, healthcare, and government. This incentive program focuses on providing housing for those earning up to 120% of the median income. Lander has contracted multiple studies that show that these three industries support employees who make the median income of $74,800 or more, but still cannot find suitable housing in Lander. Although we do have low-income housing need, we simply need more housing today to support our current workforce for those key industries. Our housing stock shortages were identified in 2012 and 2025 master plans. Both of those plans recommended focusing on infill development. Infill development because it takes advantage of the existing infrastructure and the current maintenance budgets. Infill development also incentivizes demolition, renovation of our aging, abandoned, or uninhabitable housing stock, of which we have quite a bit. Our housing stock was recently quantified by the 2025 Economic and Housing Assessment. This report calculated an ownership housing demand of 19 to 32 units. Again, today, 32 units short for housing ownership, and up to 60 units in the next 5 years. Similarly, the current rental demand was calculated at 13 to 21 units and up to 49 units over the next 5 years. So Lander focused this new program on providing sidewalk, ADA accessibility, and street repairs within the city right-of-way because water and sewer infrastructure funding is readily available through other state programs like SRF, MRG, Business Council, and Development Office. So funding Lander's request establishes a city-managed infrastructure assistance program that funds and constructs the required subdivision infrastructure within the city right-of-way for individual landowners and developers to provide infill housing projects. By removing this upfront right-of-way infrastructure cost, typically borne by the owner, the program will accelerate small-scale residential development at a pace that our local construction industry can accomplish. The program increases housing supply using existing city infrastructure within existing neighborhoods. So in conclusion, the City Council has authorized $300,000 for this project. Respecting everyone else here that had great programs that I've heard so far, we would appreciate your consideration for a funding contribution at a reduced level of $500,000 from this funding source. That level of investment allows for infill development over a shortened period of time, 1 to 2 years, but still enhances Lander's housing opportunity as recommended in our strategic and master plans. And I would stand for any questioning, should you have any.
Thank you. Are there questions? Mr. Treasurer.
I'm just wondering, you know, we don't have this money, but I know that we could do it with a special purpose legislative effort, and that would be a loan of somewhere between, 2 to 3%. Does that interest you? And I guess I'd pose that question to anybody else that doesn't get funded, whether or not that's something that legislature might contemplate next year.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Treasurer, Mr. Treasurer, we'll say that. Thank you for that question. And I tried to display in my narrative that Lander is working on a lot of different avenues, this being just one of them. So if there are other funding programs available, low interest programs available, Lander would likely be interested. You may remember that we already have a $44 million SRF loan grant project for 5 years worth of infrastructure in Lander. So we're trying to be progressive in all avenues.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? All right, well, and same admonition, don't go away. We'll be back to you here in a bit. We're going to move on to the town of Evansville, Platt Park Road Extension. Do we have anybody here from the town of Evansville? Anyone? Anyone online? All right, well, we'll come back and make sure that we dry due diligence.
There's a message here. So they've sent some sort of message to you. Okay.
That what?
Message was from the town of Rancho.
Okay. All right. So we'll move on to the town of Ranchester. And we have Mayor Peter Clark.
Mr. Chair, this is Peter Clark, Mayor of Ranchester. And our project is because of our rapid growth here and being close to the Sheridan North Industrial Park, our main sewer line to our sewer lagoons is almost at capacity. So if we wanted to continue our growth and continue building on the 23 acres that we have in town already, and the proposals are coming to maybe annex more in, we're looking to put another interceptor in there to remove some of the existing houses off the main line so that we have more capacity for our growth. So that's it in a nutshell. We understand that we're looking down the road maybe 2 or 3 years, not immediately, but it is part of our, I think we've built our latest subdivision, we've built out in about 2 years of 50 homes and apartments. So we're filling up and moving forward. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Peter. Quick question on watershed for you or for Dayton. How is that looking?
Right now, it's looks okay as far as the fire scar. We're waiting to see. Obviously, this year we don't have any snowpack, so if it's a rain event, it might bring down a lot of debris. We're getting to the point where the trees themselves are going to fall into the river and creeks, and we're also looking at an alternative water supply so that if we do have a major event, we can temporarily draw from another source. That we're in the process of identifying that now. So we're got our fingers crossed. Let's put it that way.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Madam Auditor, did you?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mayor. Could you just talk a little bit more about this? This isn't so much for a specific type of housing, correct? This is more just to sort of government checking the infrastructure box so that sites are more ready for developers that may come in. Is that, am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. We work with a single developer up here for the most part, have been able to get them to change their business model from single family housing to multiple housing, tiny houses, duplexes. And so if they actually annex in more, we can work with them to develop a different type of housing style than what we've had in the past. So
just to follow up,
Sure.
you just need more housing, right?
Yes, we need more housing. We don't, we've completely infilled for the most part, and I think and all of our new subdivisions are full now. So, and we're kind of hedging our bet in case anything happens at the Brook Mine, which is about 7 miles from us. If there's an influx of activity there, there isn't any place to go for us. Being a bedroom community, the city of Sheridan, and just 15 minutes from their light industrial park, we catch a lot of the overflow for the town of Manchester. And we're basically looking down the road. Our infrastructure, the horizon on replacing our infrastructure is shortened up quite a bit since the pandemic. So.
Okay, thanks. Further questions? There are none. Peter, we'll get back to you here momentarily.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. We are not going to touch the town of Sundance. It's been withdrawn. So town of Thane, Franklin Street Improvement Project. Anyone here or online from the town of Thane? From the town of Thane? Another one we can come back to. How about the town of Wright? We have Melissa Noah. Are you also talking about the town of Wright?
Well, I was waiting to see if anyone else from the town of was online.
Is anyone?
I can speak to the project though.
Okay, please.
So, we, again, as a nonprofit housing developer, typically have multiple projects in our pipeline. And this particular project in Wright came about because the Habitat for Humanity in Campbell County closed in 2023. And we were aware that they had a contract on land in Wright that already had some infrastructure in it, which we knew was an immediate cost savings to developing housing on those lots. And so we are working with the town of Wright in collaboration with them to bring housing in general to the community. The needs there, we've heard it all day long in our rural communities, how very difficult it is to do the lift of developing housing. So we are working there in Wright. Our phase 1 development is actually underway and will be going in the summer. So this application was for infrastructure for phase 2 and 3, which is approximately 26 lots. And roughly estimating that the infrastructure cost with those 26 lots is about $100,000 to be covered by a homeowner if they were to purchase each of those homes, which very quickly raises those homes out of attainability. So we are talking about attainable housing, not low-income affordable housing. We are also in conversation with one of the land trusts in the state to see if we can partner to have them help manage those lots for long-term affordability, whether that's deed restrictions. There's a multitude of mechanisms you can use to guarantee that the investment of infrastructure that would potentially come from an outside source like the state is carried through that project long term, so that it doesn't become instant equity for the first home buyer who buys the home. So we are working on those solutions for phase 2 and phase 3. And then we have identified in this project for phase 3 the use of our sky panels, or the high performance structural cellular concrete panels, as for housing development in phase 3. So that is a continuing line from our other application for Goodwill. Once that proof of concept is done, we plan to use that technology to have a positive impact in creating attainable housing. And this is our next step in that project. The town of Wright did an extensive economic development study, and housing was a significant piece of that. And so we're working very closely with the community to identify what their housing goals are. Our mission is to help strengthen Wyoming communities and help people reach housing goals. So we are, again, have been up there and working very closely with them to make sure that the housing we're bringing in furthers their community's goals for both growth and focusing mainly on workforce housing. They have definite struggles with keeping teachers, and a variety of other service agencies and services there in the community. So that is the right project.
All right, thank you. A question from the auditor.
Thank you. Will these homes be available for anyone to purchase? Will there be income limitations, or will they be deed restricted at all? Or
So
they're just
yeah, so our phase 2 and 3 will be. So phase 1, again, we're already under construction with that, will not be, but this infrastructure request is for phase 2 and phase 3. And that's where we're communicating with actually the land trust out of Sheridan. And then we're also researching deed restrictions or land lease options in order to maintain that affordability long term. So yes, my answer is yes to you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Noah. We're now going to Jackson Teton County Affordable Housing. Good to have you here.
Thank you so much, Mayor Orange Jorgens, and thank you so much for being here. Christy Malone, who is our housing supply specialist, is probably online. She's available to catch me when I misspeak about something technical, probably. I just wanted to really acknowledge, Ms. Berry, the staff has been amazing, both on this this project and this application process, as well as the rest of the work that we've been working on in housing. And I just have to say, and I made a last minute note here, as a confirmed housing nerd and advocate, this really makes my heart proud. And it is amazing to hear from across the state the amazing creativity and commitment to our communities. That being said, there's a clear illustration that this demand far exceeds what's available. And so kind of given that, I just wanted to acknowledge that, the strong recommendation from the staff, other changes that you guys might be making about this, I think it's just something to take at heart and look at. There's a lot of work to do. And I know that this is a reduced amount of money. I know that we've had several discussions with some of you, some of your offices, and recognize that We've also had recent support from this board for a housing project in Teton County. So while I'm not formally withdrawing it, I certainly understand and respect the choices that you're going through. We're incredibly proud of over 1,700 housing units that we've created in Teton County that are restricted for people that live and work in Teton County to support our economy. And we're really looking forward to the addition of these additional 13 units. And I had a couple of notes here that just in anticipating some possible questions, there are 13 units. 8 of them are available to the town of Jackson for employees. Those are restricted under affordability rates up to 160, I believe, % of median income. The remaining 5 units are what we call, our term is workforce restriction. It's an attainable housing restriction where it's primarily restricted by a requirement to live and work in the community. The purchase price is restricted upon the first sale, and it's limited growth over time, so it gets more affordable over time. Other sources of land, with an additional $300,000 of town of Jackson dollars into this. This particular request is for a reimbursement of the purchase of the second lot. We were able to buy that at a $400,000 reduced dollar number off of the appraised value by our partners in this. And then the last note I had here before opening for questions. As you know, Treasurer, the legislature considered a $30 million loan program this session. It wasn't successful. I think that kind of work could go a long, long ways to addressing many of the things that you're talking about. And it's certainly something we would be interested in.
Thanks, please.
Yes. Thank you. You probably don't have any WCDA loans in your community, I suppose.
Chairman, I cannot adequately express our intense appreciation for WCDA. We use their programs across a wide range of those 1,700 units, would not have been able to be built at the levels of affordability that they are. This particular project, I don't believe that we're using them, but WCDA has been a huge partner for over the 30 years that I've been involved in housing in Teton County. So it's an incredible partner.
Yeah, the reason I bring that up, Mr. Chairman, is that we've got a $15,000 down payment assistant program with 0% interest. And I'm thinking that if we could come up with something that would put, 20 or 25,000 in there for infrastructure, and that would essentially work the same way as a down payment assistant loan that they could come in there, they wouldn't have to pay for it. It would be a 0% interest program. The contractor wouldn't be out those things, so he could actually put the house, on the market. But at the end of the term, you'd take that 20,000 and add it just onto the 25. And that's the only way I see that we could spread butter over too much bread and actually get maybe the total cost of the house down so you could get more people into it. And that 15,000 is really good. If we would double that to 15 or add 20 to it for tap fees or whatever you want to call it, infrastructure development, that might be able to take this 5 million and actually spread it across practically everybody on the pages.
Right. I mean, that particular program or that kind of work, this particular project that we're talking about here, 8 of those units at town of Jackson, which is a little bit different. The other 5, the developer is marketing primarily to businesses for them to purchase and then rent at the restricted affordable rates to their employees. That doesn't mean that they're not looking for the ability to sell it to an individual that might be a first-time home buyer. But that's certainly something we'd be open to looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? Thanks.
Yeah. Thank
Mayor
you.
Jorgensen, thanks for making the trip down here too.
There was a lot of rain coming across I-80.
That is very nice to hear. We're moving to Albany County Foundations for Scaling Up Laramie West Side Workforce Housing Project. Good to have you here.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair and Board. I am Fred Schmeckel. I'm the brand new Executive Director of the Albany County Housing and Land Trust, who's put this application together forward with Albany County. I'm joined today by my board chair, Brad Enzi. You might recognize from the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance. We are the Laramie business community's frustrations made manifest around housing. is why we were created through a very community-oriented process. Our project is one that has correctly been identified by the OSLI staff as development in the conceptual category. The Albany County Housing and Land Trust, working with Albany County, identified a property that had nearby adjacent infrastructure, but has remained undeveloped via traditional development. The total cost to traditionally develop this project would require approximately $10 million. We requested 3.4. While Albany County certainly shares and has our unique housing challenges, after hearing from other projects around the state that need this limited funding and have projects capable of putting units into play for Wyoming workforce this year, we feel the available monies would be better addressed using, excuse me. We feel the available monies would be better used addressing those needs. Wyoming workers and communities need the tools to create the housing to maintain local workforce. Communities are currently trying to drive nails with screwdrivers when it comes to the tools in the toolbox to increase housing units. Because we are in the conceptual phase and after watching the entirety of the hearing today, including the Cheyenne project through the Wyoming Business Council, it is evident that there is a massive demand for this little pot of funding. Albany County and the Housing Trust would respectfully like to withdraw our application and ask for your strong and vocal support that the legislature be deliberate in greatly increasing the tools and available funding for housing, including through this program. We will be reapplying in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And one of the things that's most heartening here, I think, in front of this board, has been the responsibility that applicants often take. And so thank you very, very much for that.
Thank you all for your consideration.
All right. With that, we'll move on to Fremont County. Innovative to address unmet student housing needs on behalf of unaccompanied students. Thanks. And I think we have a letter that has been distributed to us on that. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Dan, Chairman, members of the board. Thanks for having us here. My name is Dan Mayer. I'm the Executive Director for BOCES 5. I have with me Ted Hansen, Deputy Director of Programming for our organization, Taylor Jones, Innovations Manager, and Tracy McClintock, Strategic Manager. She really led the project and the grant writing. I'm going to turn it over to her in a minute to talk more specifically about it. But before I do, I really wanted on behalf of BOCES 5 to just thank all of you for your consideration and review of our application. We recognize sitting here the last couple hours, the hard decisions you have with the limited amount of money that you have. But we just wanted to highlight a little bit about our innovative idea. At the center or the heart of this conversation are disabled students, young people who are working to overcome their challenges, their home instability, which means they lack a stable place to be. Develop these critical life skills so they can gain independence in life. Regardless of the outcome today, our commitment will remain the same and we'll continue to look for opportunities to help serve these students. Tracy, do you want to?
Oh yeah, I've
talk?
been waiting for this for months, everyone. So I first have to thank Shelley Hood. I'm sure everybody feels the same. I submitted, I mean, if you had to print it out, it'd be as big as that application folder on your table, but she gave us some very, very valuable intel for today. She said, pack snacks. So thank you, Shelley. So like Dan said, we recognize the importance of each project and we appreciate you all taking the time, just like we appreciate our community members and community members from around the state for expressing interest and taking time to like seek an understanding of what it is that BOCES does. And before addressing any questions, I think one question and one thing that comes up again and again is this concern for the type of student that we're dealing with. And with this particular project that we were proposing, it would be a student, a transition age student who can then learn, not just get your educational needs met, your special education needs met, but also have some vocational training. So kind of what the fun little dynamic of this is like, we wouldn't just be housing our workforce, the workforce that it takes to take care of these children, but we're housing the children who are our future workforce. So in those ways, that's why this pot made a lot of sense for us. But these kiddos are not primarily juvenile offenders or delinquent youth. They're K through 12 students, and they experience homelessness. They have special education needs, and they have learning needs that cannot be met in a traditional school setting. And in some cases, a student may be just as involved, but typically because the court determines that this person should be removed from their home temporarily so that they have a more safe environment for their well-being. And these placements are made with the goal of stabilizing the student, ensuring their safety, and allowing them to continue their education in a structured and supportive environment. The focus of BOCES 5 programs remains educational support, stability, trauma-informed care, and not correctional services. But this morning, random, but it happened on Facebook, I got a request from a student. He worked in my culinary vocational program at Sblc Ranch 7 years ago. I friended him, and he's married, he has 2 children, he has a job, and he still wants to be my friend, which is great. But that speaks to the type of success that is success. He has a good life. His needs were met. He's doing well. He's built a family. He has work. He's contributing back to society. That's the kind of kiddo that we're hoping to serve with programs like this. So thank you again for your time and for all of your knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, this is something that I think that a few years ago, when I was a state senator, we funded St. Joe's and a lot of the institutions that do almost exactly what this BOCES does, but because they were BOCES, they kind of fell through the cracks because they weren't an educational thing. And I think that's something that we really need to get behind, is to actually include them in that, get them into the school facilities, get them into the other areas, because they are a substitute for the schools for kids that necessarily can't be in a regular high school setting. And they kind of fell through the cracks on that one because they had another funding mechanism that was outside of the school foundation and that stuff. But Mr. Chairman, I think that we really need to whomever is going to be governor next time, or even through the end of your term, maybe try to get together a task force or something that would actually address this I'd say the funding in that area, because I mean, St. Joe's and those folks really touched my heart back then and got it done. Left these guys out. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Are there other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
what a great, what you're looking at is a facility that does not need to molder. So I very much appreciate the
Thank you so much.
innovation.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Okay, we're now moving on to what I think is probably my title, dilapidated and renovated. So, which is the Newcastle and Upton project.
Board members, I'm Beth Blackwell, grant loan specialist for the city of Newcastle.
Have we seen you before?
Once or twice,
No.
maybe for 13 years every month. I understand this is a difficult pot of money. When we got it and I still worked at OSLI, I wasn't excited to have to venture down this road, because knowing the need is great and the available funds are limited, it's hard to ask. As you all know, I work best outside the box. So our projects is a little different than anyone else's. What we're proposing is going into our communities and taking care of the dilapidated properties. Every community in the state has this problem. And historically, addressing housing has been a big picture thing. It's been 300 house subdivision that requires all the new infrastructure, which makes it unaffordable. This idea takes the current footprint within the communities and we clean up the community. We make it so that a lot that was trashed gets cleaned up and is available and ready to be built on. We then sell that lot to someone to build on it. We use our grant funds to purchase it, but when we sell it, we take the sales proceeds and we put it into an account to reinvest into our communities. Essentially, we hope to spend, if we receive any grant funding, spend that dollar at least 10 times in the sense of continuing to reinvest in our communities. Both communities have done a great job to address their infrastructure. Upton's a little ahead of Newcastle, but Newcastle is going full steam ahead. I feel like this pot of money is a great opportunity for this project because, as we've said, it's kind of the Wild West. There's no rules. There was 2 sentences that appropriated the funding, so it kind of left it open. The problem with our project is we're workforce housing, so federal programs like HUD aren't going to work for us. Our idea, we've shared it with with WCDA. We're still in those conversations. We're having the conversations with the Business Council, but given that this is a new, different approach, we don't really fit in anywhere. So that's why this pot of money feels like a great opportunity for this idea. And as I said, I think the 2 communities working together can show everyone in the state how 2 communities can come together, work together, and both be winners. And I also feel like this project can be a pilot to show maybe starting a new program for the state of maybe this is how we address it in our small communities. Rather than building a bunch of new houses, we go in and take care of the dilapidated properties. We clean up the communities because one thing is known that as you let a community go dilapidated, it keeps bringing the dilapidation. It doesn't attract the people you want. It attracts the people you don't want. So as we clean up our communities, we're going to be attracting people. And as you are well aware, the rare earth demo plant is starting in Upton, and that is one of the big drivers. We also have a refinery in Newcastle that can't keep employees because they can't find housing. We have the Honor Camp in Newcastle that also can't keep employees because they don't have housing. One of the interesting things about Newcastle is their hotel, one of their major hotels, had to purchase another hotel to house their employees. So that's kind of the situation in the 2 communities. So the idea of this is out and about. We've had people approach the members of the group to say, we're interested in buying property and building on it, or we're interested in selling our property to you. We don't want to deal with it. So we stand for any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Are there, Madam or Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm just, the 3rd time will be the charm. I don't know how to get a wig. That's funny. Oh, well, so I'm wondering that, to make things bankable, necessarily you may not need 100% to do everything on every lot to get it done. And that's where I'm coming back to some kind of a situation where we could partner with either the WCDA or put some money into it to where the numbers actually work. So there's some equity in it to start with. And then that equity is recovered upon, a transaction of some kind, But so I'm just wondering what you guys might be able to get, what your goals are. And I'm thinking, maybe, 2 to 3 houses in each community a year. And then just trying to figure out, doing the math, what that would be if we added anywhere from 20 to 50,000 into each one of those houses. Would that be enough to actually move the needle to where that would help with the upfront cost, or however we want to you guys try to structure that, and then get that into your revolving fund so you could start addressing the problem. Because, frankly, there just isn't a lot of money to go around, but I was thinking if there's a way that we could move the needle a little bit and see, you guys could be a pilot program or something to see, because there's several people that came in with more or less the same idea. I think there's 3 or 4 other communities that were thinking of more along the same lines as you, but I've got a great confidence in Upton that you would be a great place to start a pilot.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, I envision, or Treasurer, sorry, it's been a long day. My intent, if we get any funding here, my intent is to go to RER and to the refinery and say, hey, we got a little bit of money from the state. Are you willing to match some of that money? I think once we have some money in that pot, it's going to be a lot easier for us to go around and fundraise, because I'm willing to knock on anyone's door and ask for help. I'm not scared to do that. It's just finding the right pot for this project to hit and to show that it can be successful and done, I think is the big thing. And so when we applied for the 5 million, it came from my experience through ARPA when we had 15 million and we gave 3 million of that away. So I thought, well, if they only get 1 million in requests, then I'll get 4 million. So that was our reasoning for the $5 million request, knowing that it was the whole pot and we wouldn't get it. But $500,000 would get us going strong, or $100,000 would be great. You know, just something in that pot so that we can show the next person the state believes in this idea. And really it, like I've said to each of you, what's happening in Weston County is going to change the state, not just Weston County.
Other questions? Well, personally, I want to say I really like this project because it isn't going to be a new subdivision that is going to require us to figure out how to provide all kinds of new infrastructure to, and curb and gutter and all that sort of stuff. I think it would be appreciated because it would raise the value of houses adjacent to the dilapidated properties and make communities a lot more livable. And, you know, one of the issues that RER is having is that people aren't particularly interested in living in those areas. And this would make it a lot more worthwhile. And as we see the expansion of opportunities there, you know, it would kind of build on itself. So I really, I want to compliment you on being innovative, being frugal, although your request was there it is, but I just really appreciate the work coming out of that. So I hope we consider it favorably. Thanks. With that, we'll go to our last project, and then we'll visit two that weren't able to answer when we asked them. So this is now Town of Meeteetse Southeast Infrastructure and Housing Project. Is there any? We have Angie Johnson online.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to finally get to speak, and I know you guys have had an extremely long day, so thank you all for being there and taking the time to hear all of these applications. I'm Angie Johnson, the clerk treasurer for the town of Meeteetse, and I'd also like to thank the OSLI staff and appreciate all the help and efforts that have been provided. I'd like to echo the same sentiment as Albany County. Our project is also the future development concept. Although we had 5 acres donated to the town of Meeteetse, and we could phase it out for infrastructure. But listening to everyone's applications throughout the day, I've realized that I could be way more creative and utilize some of the resources that I've heard about today. So I'm starting to make my list and creating some contacts throughout, and would like to withdraw the application at this point in time, but definitely know that in the future, we all have these housing needs, and I just appreciate you guys listening to every one of us. Thank you.
Very good. Well, again, thank you very, very much for that. Any comments from anyone? If there are none, I'm going to put a call back into the town of Evansville, Platt Park Road Extension. Is anyone here wanting to address the town of Evansville, Platt Park Road Extension? And then also town of Thane, Franklin Street Improvement Project. Is there anyone online or here to discuss those? All right, members of the board, we have covered all of the applications here. I again thank everyone for putting in their applications and especially for really being thoughtful in how they approach them. But I guess we are where we are, and I am entertaining any particular way forward here.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we could perhaps just go through them individual with individual motions. Does that seem amenable?
Sure, we can do that.
Let's see, Mr. Chairman, I would start with moving $400,000 to the city of Lander.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and that's been seconded. Do we want to just put together a running tally of this? And that way, Madam Superintendent, we can check our math a little bit at the end. Does that sound right? So that's been moved, that's been seconded. We'll try to keep track of this, but we'll go. Okay?
Good discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Yeah, the Lander is that, it says for infrastructure. Now, I guess, I guess how many units is that gonna be and how long till they start getting those things I guess occupied?
I can answer.
Go ahead, Madam.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'll talk about this and then Regine can come on and tell me what I've said wrong. I really like this project, mainly because it does a couple of things. First off, Landers brought their own money, which we always love, but this is dealing with infill, so using space they already have. And essentially this is not the government putting up housing. This is making development more attractive to folks. So where somebody is going to come in and build, they would normally have to fund the sidewalks in front of their home. And so this is a first come, first served basis to anyone, not income limited or whatever. So I don't know if Regine has an idea of how far this amount of money would get them, because I think it can.
So
I
it's
think
more
the
like
cost-
Upton.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's depends
All right.
on the lot.
All
Yeah.
right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Regine is on, so.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I do want to let you know that we've had over the last 2 years, 12 individuals or developers that have come in and talked to me personally about either subdividing or building. When we told them that they were required to do the sidewalk infrastructure, water taps, those things at their own cost, they were like, I'm out. I already have, $40,000 I have to put into this project and I can't afford to do that. Those 12 people are still in contact with us. If those 12 lots were all successful at the level they recommended, it would be 45 housing units.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you for the question.
All right. Next.
Mr. Chairman,
Mm-hmm.
Are we just gonna put things on a list and then we'll tally them up when we get close?
Or do we go ahead and vote on?
Well, what I was saying is let's put what we have on the list because it's sort of an ad hoc process.
Okay, all right.
Then we'll have an accounting.
Yeah.
And then we can come back, revisit, and then perhaps pass in one motion.
Oh, okay, Mr. Chairman, I'd request we put 500,000 into the town of Upton. Because I really like their rotation of basically getting the money back. And I don't see the rotation in the Lander thing. Maybe it'll exist, but I think I really like that kind of like the revolving water fund. It'll be revolving unmet housing needs fund, so I like that. So I'd request 500,000 for the town of Upton.
Okay. I would second that.
Mr. Chairman, any chance for a friendly amendment of lowering the amount, or should we just deal with that?
Let's just roll on and,
Okay.
and we can make those fine tuning things later.
Yep. Okay,
So I got this list here, 400,000 on Lander now. Okay, all right.
what?
So you envisioning, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
are you envisioning this as? Are you envisioning this as a package, Mr. Chairman?
we could have it either as a package or not. My point was that by the time everybody gets what they think is a good project on there, we may exceed what we have in the amount.
Yeah.
And they maybe want to have a chance to revisit that.
Yeah, Mr.
And some of
Chairman.
the amounts that we have may be so de minimis that the people will say, thanks, but no, it won't help us. So-
Mr. Chairman, I've got a second one here to take Alpine from $1 million to 500,000, so that'll pay for my Upton one.
Okay. What else?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would propose Ranchester for 500,000. This is another one that has skin in the game, infrastructure, workforce.
Second.
Okay,
Is that the same type of thing?
that's 500, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Come on, Manchester, which one is that one? What number was that?
that is number 14.
Number 14? Okay, thank you. Oh, that's a fairly large percentage, okay.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
sure.
I would propose 250,000 to the city of Cheyenne with a limitation that it be used specifically for the homes for folks with developmental disabilities.
Second.
Okay,
Was that number 8?
that's number 8.
Okay. And so the full amount, but for DD?
No, the request was for 500,000.
Yeah.
And half of those homes were for Magic City clients. And so that's the portion I would like to fund.
So you're gonna overfund half of them?
No, the total project was 500,000 for 12 units.
Yeah.
Half of the units were for Magic City clients. I would like to do 250.
Okay, 250. I thought you said 500,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would propose 500,000 for Rollins.
That's the one at the top. Number 1. Okay,
Second.
okay.
And then Mr. Chairman would propose 500,000 for Buffalo.
Okay,
Is that that's number 6, and that's for the sewer extension, huh? Okay.
Second.
just noting that Washakie County has 2 projects. Anybody got any ideas there?
I do. Mr. Chairman, I would propose, and again, these amounts may be tweaked. I'll start with $500,000 for 10 Sleep.
Which number is that again?
And number 3?
Yes.
Okay.
But maybe there's no support.
I'm happy to second that. That's,
Oh, there's 500 grand for that?
yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
it looks like the county employee one here, we're just buying employee houses for Washakie County, right?
I think that was
Yeah.
more or less the
Yeah, yeah.
sense.
I think I'd cut that to 250.
I'd second that.
Okay. Does that come to the end, or are there
No.
more?
Sorry, I'm just doing.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
we got on
Madam
the total right
Superintendent.
now, guys?
what did the treasurer suggest on Alpine? I don't know if I'm on board with that one, but just curious.
For who?
Alpine, I think you suggested 500. Is that right for Alpine?
Let me see here. Was that, okay.
Yeah, that was the town of Alpine, number 5. You suggested 500.
Right. I cut that in half, thinking that should be, that's basically one unit there too. And so we cut the other one down that was in there that we were buying houses, basically cut that down to about 1 unit. So that's pretty much a direct subsidy.
And Mr. Chairman, if the proponent of Alpine is on, I'd be curious, just because we received information of concern that this project wasn't fully vetted within the community. And so if someone is still on, I'd be curious about that, because that would be a concern.
Mrs. Chenault. Ms. Chenault, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, speaking on the Alpine Village Workforce Housing Project, the superintendent noted that the community wasn't uniformly supportive. So I just wanted to, I think, Madam Superintendent, I don't mean to.
Certainly. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sorry about that. I let you hang to dry there. Yes, Ms. Chenault, if you could just speak to the community's involvement in the process. We just received correspondence from a concerned citizen that perhaps there wasn't agreement within the community on this project, and particularly the process. And so if you could speak to that.
Yeah, so as you're aware that we're notified of the opportunity for this grant. And there was a very short window to turn around the application. Housing has been one of the things that the current administration has spoke about. However, the town council did authorize staff to make the application at a regularly scheduled meeting in January. They passed the resolution. So, I mean, yes, it was a very short turnaround for us to do this, but I don't think that makes it less of a community need because people were concerned. I mean, everything that we do, staff works really hard to try to ensure that the projects that we put forward benefit the community of Alpine, but not everybody's going to agree with them.
Yes.
We're a growing community. It's a changing community, and we're just trying to meet those changes.
Can I have a clarification? Was that a resolution for affordable housing or against affordable housing?
The resolution was to apply for the grant.
Okay, all right, that's okay.
Yes, yeah. Yep.
I think the question is whether $500,000 is going to move the needle at all for you.
500. I mean, originally we asked for 1.7 million. We believed we could produce a 2-unit structure, 2 bedrooms each in a modular fashion for $1 million. Unfortunately, Mayor Green is on vacation and has not been able to be reached. But what you're proposing is about half of the need.
Yeah.
Correct. To do what we modified this project to look like.
So, members of the board, I note the Eastern Shoshone Housing Authority has not got a recommendation yet. Is there a recommendation for that? That was one of the ones that was on the recommended list from staff.
Mr. Chairman, you
Yeah.
know, I think it's fairly efficient because I think there was 25 houses that they were going to finish off there. They're still waiting for money for the roads, and they've had other Indian development block grants. But I don't know why they haven't availed themselves of the federal tax credits and actually got a developer. But I think it's so far down the road that ship has probably sailed. So probably 400,000 would probably get them halfway there and get them working on half of those 25. And by the time, I don't know, was it only going to take them a month to get the road fixed? I'm trying to remember if this was, I can't recall.
I have no idea, Mr.
Yeah.
Treasurer.
Yeah.
So are you proposing 400?
I'll propose 400,000, you know, I'm not against the whole 794, but you know, I think that that it'll take them a while to get halfway through, and that it might even take them long enough to finish those up that the legislature will be in session by the time they get half of them done.
Okay. Yeah,
Where are we at now on dollars?
right, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, 4.3 million.
We're at
4.3 million, so 700,000 left. I'm glad that nobody said, you know, there's a, well, 4.325 million something, because we got a $50,000 one here, so, right? Okay, so 4.25.
I
No?
think we're 4.3. You have two 250s.
Oh, we have two 250s. Okay, all right, missed that one.
Mr. Chairman, would it
Oh,
be
that's
helpful
right.
for
I
me to
just did the
recount what you
250,
have
yeah.
so far?
Yeah, why don't you do that so we're all on the same page? Thank you.
So far on the recommendations from the board, 400,000 for the city of Lander, 500,000 for Upton, 500,000 for Alpine, 500,000 for Ranchester, $250,000 for Cheyenne with the limitation on which portion of the project they use, 500,000 for Rollins, 500,000 for Buffalo, 500,000 for Sleep, 250,000 for Washakie County, and 400,000 for Eastern Shoshone.
Did you start again in Buffalo? I'm gonna write all this down.
Oh, sure. 500,000 for Buffalo, 500,000 for Sleep, 250,000 for Washakie County, and 400,000 for Eastern Shoshone.
And Newcastle, what do we have? I didn't hear that on your list.
They're partnered with Upton, so I believe that's the
Okay,
$500,000.
all right, thank you.
That's a split in half, or however they want to do it. They've got their own.
So you're 700 short. I'm happy to go as you wish, but I might just recommend on some of the smaller ones, or even on any of the ones that are, you know, quite a substantial reduction, if we want to ask if it's actually going to be helpful.
Yeah,
for
and
the
Mr.
project.
Chairman, one other thing I would mention that I would also like to put in some for Kemmer. And so knowing that brings us over, but we might not agree on all of those, I would, for initial recommendation, 1 million for Kemmer.
We're over 300,000 now.
That's okay.
Correct.
We're not-
Yeah, I
Right,
think that's,
Okay. All right.
okay, 1 million for that, okay.
Well, do you want to keep spending money we don't have?
Well, I think the point was to figure out if there are some adjustments that we could have, we could make. We've got 300 reduction that we'd have to make at this point.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do think we have spoken to Upton / Newcastle and Lander already, and they have indicated that
I think that's correct.
that they are in good shape.
If Peter Clark is on, Mayor Clark, I'm just noting that you know, we're only 100 shy of what was recommended. I'm wondering if we could get any like a little bit of a reduction there.
Is it on Ranchester?
That it would be Manchester.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, yeah, maybe. Yeah, we could, I think we could work it through.
Okay, I was only thinking of another 100 reduction, so it'd be 400. And I hate nickel timing you, but
Be
what I was-
honest with you, we can work with that.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
just.
thank you, Peter.
Oh, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment more than anything. I continue to struggle a little bit with Alpine and Eastern Shoshone, just because I've received feedback from community members not in favor of the projects. And we have such need by so many people that if communities aren't all in on a particular project, then that gives me hesitation.
And sorry, Mr. Chairman, on that note, I'm sort of under the assumption that we'll still vote on these individually. Is that accurate?
We can sure do that. I want to be talking about the number that.
Right. Yeah.
that
Okay.
we have.
Thank you. My preference would be
I'd like to
to,
try to get it fairly close. And the other one that we almost did all of it was the town of Tinsley. I don't know whether they could go down to 429 or not, or where I know we are nickel and diamond there. I want to keep it in round numbers, I guess, where they could go down to 400. That would get us to within 200,000. And then if you took another, I don't think that the town of Alpine, anything less than 500, because what I had heard that they wanted to do, go from doubles to singles or something, and that the singles were going to cost 500,000.
So just as a check, we have to reduce this by 200. Is that correct? Not 300.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
200
that's
now,
correct,
yeah.
because you moved
Yeah.
Manchester down to 400,000.
Right, so we're short 200.
That's, yeah.
Positive, all of them will pass.
Yeah, that's true.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like to reduce ours down to 400.
Okay,
We'll make
So,
it work,
okay,
whatever.
thanks, Mark.
okay.
Make it work.
You're wonderful.
Thank
Thank you. I'm just going to throw out town of Alpine to 400.
Town of
That would be the number 5,
Alpine.
or either that or the Eastern Shoshone. Or take 50 out of both of them. And then we can,
I'd go with 50 out of both of them if it gets the deal done.
so 350 and 450. And then that brings us to,
sorry, can you repeat that? 450 to Alpine and
350 to
Shoshone.
Eastern Shoshone Housing Authority.
So
I think that brings us to 5.
yeah.
So, you want to go through these individually?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll start with the city of Rollins. The recommendation from our deliberations was 500,000.
And do we need a motion and a second on everyone?
Why
Because
don't we go ahead and do
yeah.
that? I think
Let's-
most of
let's
these
just-
did have that, but
some of them-
yeah, but some of them not.
How about we have a rolling motion that we have a motion and a second on all of these, and then we'll vote on them individially.
Okay, is that fair? We'll vote on them individually and that'll save us maybe a little bit of time.
Yeah, yeah.
I would entertain a motion for what we have here, and if we
Okay,
need.
I would move that we vote on the list as a whole and ask for a second, but to vote on each one of these separately.
And Mr. Chairman, I have amendments on the ones that refer to housing or have applications attached to them. So, I mean, obviously,
Okay.
you got a
Yep.
sewer line. I'm not gonna put the conditional, you can't put the conditional amendment on a sewer line. But, I mean, if you have an application, which is the Lander one, or if it's, housing need itself, I've got the amendment that we did earlier.
Yeah, so
So it would be all but two.
Why don't we have that motion, then let's vote on the amendment so we can deal with all of those at one at a time, that issue one at a time.
I think we'll get lost. I think we just go through one at a time.
Okay.
So the first one is City of Rollins Attainable Workforce Apartments at the Ferguson for $500,000.
Aye.
Is that motion made? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. I'm passing out the secretary's proposed motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this would be a amendment. We saw this earlier. The WBC in this case is replaced with the Office of State Lands and Investments because they're administering this program. And it would be that as a condition of funding this application, the applicant shall provide the Office of State Lands and Investments sufficient information for OSLI to verify that each individual who is afforded housing as a result of this project is a citizen of the United States. In order to verify and ensure that each individual afforded housing as a result of this project is a U.S. citizen, the Office of State Lands and Investments shall utilize the Department of Homeland Security's Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlement SAVE program and shall report their findings to the State Loan and Investment Board periodically. So with that, I move this amendment. I think this is pretty common sense that when you have a housing need, that it should go to citizens, and we have a procedure in place that the administration is backed where we can do this check, and it's administered through the Office of State Lands and Investments. So it's very simple, and it addresses a huge concern that's out there. Only citizens should be receiving these benefits. So with that, I move the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
Is there a second to it?
question. I
Yeah.
have a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm just wondering if Mr. Peters could come up again. I'm just struggling with, I mean, I'm not opposed to this concept, but how this fits in with federal and state law and how this would be administered, that's what I'm struggling with.
And if you feel like we need to go to an executive session.
Mr.
please
Chairman,
make that recommendation.
Madam Superintendent, we've had a little bit of opportunity to look this over since it was first brought up this morning. And I think with the board's indulgence, I think a brief executive session might be appropriate.
Okay.
I don't anticipate it to take terribly long.
All right. With that in mind and with due respect to everybody who's here, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for a brief moment.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we go into executive session for the allowed purpose of receiving legal advice from our attorney.
Is there a second? Is there a sec? It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
Okay, we are going to be in executive session.
Be in
You can go in the
legislative group
adjacent
5.
room.
Yep.
Yep. We're back. I think we were at the point of the secretary distributing a proposed amendment. And so I think we're now asking for a second. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, just to explain the amendment again, because there's been a break, this is to ensure that, verify that only citizens of the United States are receiving this benefit. It's a conditional statement, and it would run these applicants through the SAVE database, which is a key priority of the Trump administration at the federal level. So it's mirroring what the Trump administration is doing at the federal level on the state grants. Thank you.
Thank you. So is there a second?
Second.
Has been seconded. Thanks very much. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, is Rollins on? Oh, okay, sorry. Hi. A reminder what, and I know I asked you this before, but which of or how many of these units are going to be income limited or deed restricted or anything other than anyone can rent it?
Chairman and board. They are attainable workforce, so they are not low income deed. They are open to that middle ground where we say we have the low income and then we also have the high, the teachers, the correctional officers, the mainstream that cannot, we're turning away correctional officers and teachers because they can't find housing to be recruited to Rollins. So it's an infill project.
Would this be limited to government employees or,
No, it
okay,
would
to anyone? Okay.
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question of clarification so I would understand, should this amendment pass, will the directive to the office be as tenants change in this 12-unit building in Rollins, every time a tenant changes, the applicant will need to report to our office and then we'll need to double check citizenship and report that to the board. Is that correct?
I think that's the way this reads,
That's
and that
what I
was my question to you, if you took it that way.
Mr. Chairman, I absolutely think that's the way it reads. I think it's a plain intent. If you have a suggestion to make that clearer, but I think it's very clear. Yeah, I mean, what suggestion there would mean anything but that?
Mr. Chairman, not a suggestion, just a clarification to
Okay.
understand what the lift will be for
Okay.
the office and the responsibility will be for the applicant.
I just want to make sure, I mean, I don't want to get it. I think it's good you asked it because, you know, it's on the record now in terms of the legislative history or the executive history. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, do you have a way to fashion to make it even clearer? I mean, you'd have to probably just put an extra sentence on saying that this obligation, you know, continues. I just think it's very clear. So
I think, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, my only question would be, does it ever end, I suppose, or when the funds are expended, or at what time indefinitely do we continue to work with the community every time a tenant changes over to report to the board on their citizenship?
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it would continue. I mean, I think it's like anytime you apply for an apartment, right? You have an application, they do a credit check, they do all sorts of checks. I mean, it's just not, I think it's very consistent with this model. There's gonna be an application, there's gonna be some sort of checks, you know, I think it works in this model very well. Yeah, I do.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what's difficult here is ascertaining if this is a non-HUD project. Because, right, we know that these proposed changes are on those HUD projects. Makes sense, but how do we, I mean, if there's changed ownership here, does that follow? Because it's now been, and anyway, that's what I think, grappling with, of if we change ownership here. And because it's not so simple if it's a project like Rollins where it's not a HUD project. And so they don't have that verification. And so that's what I'm struggling with. Not opposed to this concept at all, how we implement.
We'll see on that. But Mr. Chairman, I mean, I think that on the first question, I think look, I get what you're saying, that the administration is doing this on HUD, on the ones that interact, but we know the pendulum shifts in this country. And so I think the intent is that with a project that is getting state funds, that it would continue past then. I mean, unfortunately, we haven't gotten this into federal law yet. It's an administrative action. And so probably, you know, if the pendulum shifts again, it'd probably be in the suite of things that would be reversed. And so I don't think the fact that HUD is currently doing it, which is wonderful, and you know, great work by the Trump administration. I don't think it means that even a project that interacts with HUD, and I'm not 100% sure whether this one does, I don't think it does, that it would preclude this amendment. On the second question, I mean, I don't have a good answer to that. I mean, I think, why would they be selling it? I mean, I don't even understand why they would be doing that. They say they're going to provide this housing indefinitely. And so I think it's pretty clear that they're going to be doing that. And if we're going straight to that, I have to wonder, like, why are they engaging in speculation off these state funds? I mean, I certainly don't think the intent from any of these projects is to do that. And then I think if that happened, then it might get litigated if we had a good governor that told his attorney general to follow the provisions of the original grant. If not, then I don't know. The court might say there's no standing there, but I think that would be worked out over time, and would be dependent on the rigor and vigor of the AG, and the rigor and vigor of the governor at the time when that action happened. But I don't think we can write in all these different exigencies like that. I mean, I think it's pretty clear what we're trying to do there, and I think the intent of all these projects is to provide this housing indefinitely. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't, well, certainly not in the case of Upton and Newcastle. The plan was to sell that and then reinvest that funding. And so thus the reason for the question.
Mr. Chairman, I think this amendment on a few of these later on might need some refashioning, but I think on Rollins, it works pretty well.
Madam
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor.
Representative Thayer, who is going to manage this? A management company?
Yes, that is correct. So we would require, as a project for the city of Rollins, as the city of Rollins does any state funding, follows all local, city and federal laws, whether it's in the AG contract, it's in the federal funds, we always follow all rules and regs. So to answer you, yes, that would be written in.
Sorry, question for the secretary. Can entities other than the government access the SAVE database to do this work and make these checks?
Mr. Chairman, through you, government entities are definitely green lighted. So that's why we have OSLI doing it.
Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if the city of Rollins would be a better place to do it and then report to us. I don't know the answer to that. Just a thought to maybe cut a middleman out.
And Madam Auditor, I think the way this reads, it would still be up to OSLI to verify.
Exactly. I guess that was my question.
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just really comfortable with OSLI doing it. I think that it'll standardize this process. And I think that on state funds, the state should be interacting with conditions on the funds and providing oversight in that way. And I think that's more than appropriate.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer, did you have something?
Yeah, I guess so, Mr. Chairman. Looking at it, I think we're running afoul of discriminating in our basis, our Constitution, I think, from what information we have. So that's a little bit of a problem. You got 11 different people here right now, if they all apply with this, that they're going to have to do that, but they have to follow the law anyway. So that's not that big of a lift for them. So it's just another unfunded mandate to them to move forward with this. And I'm trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve here. I think it's just getting information to the Department of Homeland Security, systematic alien verification of names that they may not have on there so they can actually find out whether or not these people are U.S. citizens or to comply with the law resident aliens. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what problem we're trying to solve here, and if there's an easier way to solve the problem. So if we could get maybe a statement of what problem we're trying to solve specifically, rather than just saying that aliens shouldn't be affording benefits of the U.S. government, which I agree that they shouldn't have benefits of the U.S. government. But there's a national organization that actually does that. That's ICE. They're the people that are supposed to actually get out there and find the aliens among us and make sure that they're taken care of, and they go through the whatever process that the government has to either renationalize them with their original country or throw them in jail if they've done something that's wrong, which I all agree on. But why are we doing ICE's job here? The other folks that do this, that is their job, is that, local law enforcement is supposed to actually, get into this situation. So why aren't they, when these folks are going in these projects where there's public dollars in it, that their name isn't they just don't go through a background check at the sheriff's office, and the sheriff, when they find out that this person is an illegal alien, then they can call ICE. And so why are we getting into law enforcement when essentially they're set up to do that? So just have the local folks here that are in the housing project take that into the sheriff's office, because that's where you get immediate action as far as law enforcement. If you run them through this housing project and we find out that they're an illegal alien, then what do? Are we supposed to call the sheriff then? So we can cut out of a lot of middlemen. We can just say that these folks are going to, everybody that applies, tell them that the rules is that we have to give your name to the sheriff's office so they know whether or not you're an illegal alien, and if then you cut out all these middlemen. So we change this to that. Yeah, as a terms and condition as this, the applicant, upon the rental or purchase of a property, runs that person in to the sheriff so they can actually find that out, and the sheriff can go bam right to ICE, and then problem solved. This is a whole lot of unfunded mandates and administrative burdens that bypasses the actual system of law that we have set up for this. So let's just go right to the jugular.
Hey, Mr. Secretary, did you have something you wanted to?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think, with the previous administration, there was a massive illegal immigration issue. And the current administration, Trump administration, has done great work on reversing that and securing the border. But we still have an enormous population that is here illegally. On top of that, and we have the reality that these are taxpayer funds. Taxpayer funds in this setting should be utilized by citizens of the state of Wyoming, citizens. And that is a totally reasonable policy. I don't agree with what you said we heard in the executive session, which is part of the reason why I voted no on the executive session. I think we need to just start getting these things publicly. I totally disagree with the interpretation that you said of what we heard. And I think this is a very reasonable and prudent policy. Is that only these funds, they should be utilized by citizens of the state of Wyoming.
Mr. Chairman.
And just as a point of order, I'm not sure you mentioned anything about what was said in the executive session.
Well, I think the only thing might have been, Mr. Chairman, the term of resident alien, but that aside, I'm not arguing with the premise that we should not be using state or federal funds for illegal aliens. And I think that you misstated what I'm saying, what I just said. I'm saying, why do we have this administrative burden that we place on the Office of State Lands when you can get a lot quicker results if they report those names to their local sheriff office? And their local sheriff can go right to ICE, and then those people can be handled with. This is just a lot of burdensome administration, and I'm just cutting through all the burdensome administration that the state would have to do and going through the process, which is already set up in law to where you can get these people off the street and going back home where they should be. What you're going to do is just basically put in another bureaucratic step that's going to cost the state money and give a lot of mandates where all you have to do is just say, when these people rent or buy something, they report that name and that identification to the sheriff office, which is a very secure area, rather than taking it to a state office, which doesn't necessarily have the same type of probably information collection that a sheriff does. I mean, I'm trying to help you, Mr. Secretary, get the results you want. Just have these guys report it to the sheriff about who's doing it.
Well, I want to try to move on if possible. I think we've had the argument and back argument. Madam Superintendent.
And yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would just say, I echo some of that. I mean, I think what we're talking about here and why I think we should refrain from some, criticism that someone doesn't agree exactly on something is implementation of it, because you want to get it right. And I think we're on the same page here of wanting to protect these benefits for our citizens. Just wanting to make sure, because we just saw it today, we have not worked together on this at all, of how we properly implement it. That's the question that's before us right now. We're trying to figure out. That doesn't mean that someone is opposed to something in its entirety. And so that's where the question of how does that go through the office? What processes occur there? Because right now, this is just kind of a little bit pie in the sky if we don't know how to implement it. That's the most important thing to me.
Well, we could keep going for quite a while on this.
Let's have a question.
We're inaccurate things that were said there. I got to respond to this.
You don't have to respond,
I
but
don't like the inaccuracies.
And there's a lot of inaccuracies that fly around this place here.
Mr. Chairman.
And
Mr. Chairman, hold on.
Stop. Shut up.
Mr.
I
Chairman.
have the superintendent, then I will recognize you.
You're violating your rules currently. You just referred to me in a negative fashion. You're violating your own rules for decorum.
We're going to pause for a bit. Come on.
Are you?
Okay. There we are. So I've got the superintendent and I've got the secretary, I guess maybe the treasurer. I want to try to bring us to some resolution here. And I want to try to keep it on a topic that is not just point counterpoint. So superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one option that I was willing to make is a motion to table this to our April 23rd treasurer's session, because I think that the conversation happening right now is not getting us to a productive place. I personally would like to get a place where we are ensuring that our taxpayer funded benefits are going to U.S. citizens. I think we can get there. We need to talk through exactly what this amendment should be. And so in that sense, I would move because we have a lot of uncertain. Yep, sure. You got it.
A tabling motion, just so we can get through the conversation, please, Mr. Secretary.
Well, I just want to respond to a couple things. That's all I was trying to do there. First of all, the SAVE database does not cost the state any money. The Trump administration has waived any of the fees for the SAVE database. Just wanted to respond to the treasurer on that. And responding to the treasurer's point about why don't they just go to the sheriff? Well, how would they know? The point is that the SAVE check provides a check on the individual that is attempting to receive the benefit. And that check is what allows an individual to understand whether they should report it to the sheriff, and also for the purposes of the application in front of us, whether they are eligible. And that's why the verification, rather than just the attestation, is so important. That being said, I think there are some questions on implementation of this and getting this to a place where we can all get on the same page. So I welcome a motion to table so we can work on this over the coming month.
All right, Mr. Treasurer and then Madam Auditor.
I guess where I was at is that I wanted to get it into law enforcement hands as quick as possible. And I felt that I didn't. I'm assuming that the Department of Homeland Security Systematic Alien Act for entitlements to SAVE program was available to the sheriff. If that wasn't the case, then the sheriff couldn't do those things, and that would basically shorten the process and get rid of anything that our Office of State Lands would have to do. And the only burden that the project people would have would be to report that to the sheriff. And so they would be in and out, really simple deal. OSLI would be totally eliminated from it. The sheriff would have to look at those names through the SAVE program, because that's the most reliable database that there is, I'm assuming. And if they got pinged, then they would basically call ICE, and then you're right into the legal system, and the system that is actually set up by the federal government to handle these things, where the Office of State Lands isn't set up to essentially enforce these things. But our law enforcement, I think, are very cooperative. I think the governor's been cooperative in those things. So this isn't California or Colorado, it's Wyoming. And I think that we all share the same idea about how we want to have this relationship with our money. And so I'm fine with tabling it, but I think that if the secretary in the meantime would do me the favor of finding out whether sheriffs have access to the SAVE program, I think that would streamline things and streamline the implementation and have less impact on the project managers.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, one question before we potentially have a motion for tabling and can't discuss it anymore. Just recognizing we're getting sort of short on time on these, and maybe Mr. Secretary, I think there's a few of these where this where the conceptual goal of this amendment maybe isn't as relevant. I'm thinking the sewer line ones. And I'm also just, again, knowing the time crunch and OSLI getting through grant processes, I'm wondering if we couldn't get a couple out the door where this amendment where the goal of this amendment maybe doesn't apply necessarily because the sewer line benefits the entire community. I'm thinking, I have a few on my list, but I look to the secretary. I mean, I don't want to push anything through, but I imagine even if we could get 2 or 3 that we are all comfortable with today, it might help OSLI get a few grant agreements drafted. And so we're not crunching them all between April and June, if that makes sense.
And to that point, we're really only talking about this first one at this point, which is the Rollins, and that's the attainable housing.
Okay,
So,
okay, so,
yeah.
okay, so your thought is just table, okay.
And understanding the intent, and I made the recommendation to the secretary that sometimes it's better to kind of work these amendments before we get to the meeting, but it maybe doesn't have quite the same effect. What I was going to suggest is that I think we can proceed with these amendments, with the caveat to anybody who takes the any of these grants that they could be exposed to legal issues, and so that's a warning, but I think we can pass it with the proposed amendment. So, however we want to proceed.
Mr. Chairman, was the table for tabling the amendment or for tabling the city of Rollins, or what was
the matter that was before us that had been moved and seconded and had the amendment that was being discussed was for the city of Rollins. So technically, what would be tabled at this point, in my estimation, would be the amendment, which would be problematic if you wanted to attach it to the grant. But we hadn't gotten to voting on the grant.
The city of Rollins is tabled, not this.
Nothing is tabled at this point.
I mean, but this is what's on the
where we
table.
had the city of Rollins, and then Secretary Gray had passed out his proposed amendment. And so by my account, we were on the topic of the amendment.
Okay, all right. Fine.
And so if there was a table, it would be tabling the amendment at this point, not the full motion.
Okay.
And of course, the motion could be withdrawn too.
Well, Mr. Chairman, now I'm getting pretty nervous. I think, look, I think if we're going to be on good faith here, we table, I think Buffalo and Ranchester are 2 projects that are water and sewer if we want to table. I'm happy to continue taking this up if you want. It seems to be you're suggesting that. I'm fine with working it. But I think certainly if we're going to have some, I think we table the whole thing in terms of the projects individually. But I think Buffalo and Ranchester are water and sewer lines that are different concepts that are just at large water and sewer. I think Lander is in this catchment. I do believe that. Yeah, but I think Buffalo and Ranchester are not, but all the others I think are. And so I think the choice is either, my view, how this could be handled in a way that would be appropriate is either everything tabled except Buffalo or Ranchester, or we just proceed. I'm not going to withdraw the amendment. I think the amendment makes sense, and I stand by it. I'm not sure in a month of, I actually think it's really well crafted. I think it's very clear. And I think we're just going to get more sort of excuses on why not doing something that is actually very common sense. I think that's what we'll probably get over the next 30 days. So I'm fine proceeding as well with, these amendments. So
yeah, thanks. So what we are on the amendment. If we want to vote on the amendment, we can certainly do that. Again, I think the appropriate action there is to warn anybody that takes that money that they could potentially run afoul of some federal laws and maybe some state laws. But that would be something that they would have to sort out with their county attorney and so on and so forth. But that was with that caveat, I think we can proceed if we want to, or do whatever we want.
Mr. Chairman,
On the table.
I might just add to that, that I think then determining what processes are in place. Because I think it's largely, there, but that's what I worry about is how we effectuate this. But perhaps that can occur while moving forward.
Yeah, I'd be interested. I know you're kind of caught a little bit by surprise, as I think all of us were with sort of the drop of an amendment. Not really having an idea of how to process it or what it would take or anything else. But my assumption is that we would have to have a capacity to be able to investigate who's got these, and that means probably somebody running around.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I think the questions that really come up for me are capacity to do citizenship checks essentially in perpetuity for grants that are awarded. So to follow like an award for $500,000, our staff would continue every time there was a new tenant to do those double checks and report back to the board. So maybe to address that, maybe until the completion or the full award of the grant, or depending on if there was a line in time. That is one thing that sort of is lingering for me on the sort of indefinitely on the citizenship updates to the board, especially in larger housing type of situations like this, where you've got 12 units that then we'll be managing in conjunction with the localities on that citizenship question. So maybe if we can have some guidelines to the superintendent's point on what carrying this out will look like, that would be really helpful.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, my preference would be that we table either all of the project or all but the two that are really just sewer, and make sure that we get this in good shape. And then the good news is that we have the treasurer's session on April 23rd. So we're not talking a considerable amount of time. And so we can still get money to these folks, but make sure that we have a process in place for staff to follow.
I think you can make whatever choice you want, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to table the unmet housing applications until the April 23rd special meeting of the treasurer's office.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Noes? That motion is stable. Motion stable. All right.
Till
Just the
next
motion.
one.
Aye.
So
It's
basically
tabled.
we
Oh,
spent the whole.
It's done.
Okay.
Yeah. And I apologize to everybody who traveled here and spent the day with us. But sometimes it takes a bit to get done. Thank you. Thanks so very much. We'll move on.
Mr. Chairman, next on your agenda is tab J, Board of Deposits.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can hang this amendment on this. Got tab K? Okay. Oh, J. Okay. Let me see. All right, so. Mr. Chairman, this is our quarterly report of deposits, and you'll see what is attached here. You will see that in December, we had a bank that had higher than normal deposits at the end of December. And so we've made sure that they caught up on their collateral to cover their shortage, and now they are fully collateralized. And so that's really about the size of it there. We've got more than twice as much total collateral as we have on deposits at this time. And we have a few banks that aren't taking advantage of this. And I think as interest rates go down, or for whatever reason, we'll have to make a determination why they're not taking advantage of it. I'm assuming that they've got fairly good deposits that they're paying people less money on, or they don't have as much of a interest in people borrowing money themselves. Mr. Chairman, any questions on that?
Are there any questions? Hearing none?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, now we're going to board matter K1. And this is the hiring of an opportunistic investment manager, Flat-Footed LLC. And we have our senior investment officers here to Caleb and Tom to go over this. Tom.
Very good. Thanks. Good to see you.
Hi. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, committee, my name is Tom Chapman. I am a senior investment officer for the Wyoming State Treasurer's Office. Today, Caleb Simpson and I, my colleague, are recommending a $60 million investment in a firm called Flat-Footed through a committed interest class structured in 6 $10 million SPVs within our opportunistic portfolio. Flat-Footed is a special situations manager focused on value-oriented investments in asset-heavy businesses in complex capital structures. The strategy targets heavy industry such as MLPs, REITs, coal companies, and is not focused on technology. I want to reiterate that, which in today's world, at least in the investment side, that's pretty unique. The SPV structure provides the positions in a way that sort of protects so that we have limiting if there are any downsides per SPV. And with that, if an SPV does lose money, that loss is carried over into the next SPV. So from a portfolio standpoint within the Wyoming Treasury, we are, as a state, materially under allocated to opportunistic investments. In fact, we are 0.44% of the total fund is in opportunistic investments. If you look at our peers, they are 3 to 5%. So there's a meaningful room for us to grow this allocation over time. One of the other things that the Investment Funds Committee has pressed upon us is the fact of, instead of sort of looking at single asset deals, why don't we try to look at opportunistic managers that are professional that can actually do this, frankly, move quicker than say we can. So we've listened to them in that regard. The other thing about this manager is they've had strong historical performance, and really most importantly, they are non-correlated to the market. So as an example, in 2022, when the S&P was down tremendously, these folks were up. In 2024, they were down a little bit when the market was up. So in a way, we like that non-correlated sort of aspect to it. The management, the people, since people are probably the most important thing when we talk about investments, Mark Anderson and Paul Carpenter, they bring 30 years of experience together. They're based here in Wyoming. One thing that's really interesting about Mark Anderson, he was the first outside manager backed by Tiger Management. Tiger Management, Julian Robertson, could be one of the most famous successful hedge fund managers and seeding managers of our time. So RVK is going to talk about the due diligence and their findings. Castle Hall completed their operational due diligence, and it really reflects that this firm has strong institutional infrastructure. Wyoming Retirement System has invested with this manager for a number of years and have had great experience with them. So we think alignment is so important in terms of when we talk about managers, and both Paul and Mark have significant personal assets in this investment. So I'll conclude that basically we think this is a really differentiated opportunistic return stream through a specialized manager that focuses on complex, non-tech, hard asset situations. And this is a Wyoming manager that we feel will make and is a great partner to the state.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else, Caleb?
Yeah, well, I think maybe Josh and RVK, Mr. Chair.
Josh or Joe?
Josh or Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to reiterate some of the points that Tom made, that we support this allocation. These founders are seasoned and very respected investors, as he noted. The people are really the most important part of the process, and they are very well respected. The returns are compelling across not just trailing time periods, but also across the different SPV vintages, which is important. It's a great fit opportunistically for the portfolio, inside of the opportunistic portfolio, given Tom's note of uncorrelated return streams. The concerns that we may have had and the mitigants are as follows: the potential volatility of the underlying SPVs. The sizing of the investment largely takes care of that, as does the return history and the carry forward of losses, as Tom noted, and the smaller firm size. And with Castle Hall's operational due diligence and our review of that, they have many mitigating factors. Largely, they partner with very high quality third parties to perform some of the operational duties that would normally be absorbed in-house by a larger firm. And so with that, I'll pause and just reiterate that we're supportive of this investment. I see Cecilia is on from the IFC, and perhaps she may have some comments as well.
I am here. My video is disabled, so I'm sorry I'm not there video, but I think the things that Tom and Joe have mentioned are spot on. IFC is excited about this investment. We think they're excellent managers. We love the Wyoming connection, and we love the diversifier in terms of not being giant sized pieces in the opportunistic bucket. So we're excited about this.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions? Any comments? Mr. Treasurer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the team's done a great job. They got a great track record with WRS with these folks. And it goes to showing that we're getting a very good relationship with the other investment folks in the state. And I'm looking forward to making that a stronger ties. And thank you. A lot goes to that, our new CIO, Carl, and opening up a great dialogue with Sam Masudi. And so I think that we're going to be on a track to where we're going to get to enjoy some of the fruits of their labor. They get to enjoy the fruits of our labor a bit, making sure we don't, I guess, have any subscription violations. But other than that, we'll be in good shape. So if there's any other questions, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure we can answer them. But barring that, I would make the recommendation that the board select Flat-Footed LLC as a state opportunistic investment manager, conditioned upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, moving on to material terms in 2 over here. Let's see, we have counsel. Alicia Goldman.
Ms. Goldman, thanks for being here.
Of course. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you heard the material terms yesterday. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, but other than that, I think we just need a vote on it.
Yeah, okay.
Are there any questions about the material terms?
Okay.
If there are none.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I recommend the board approve the material terms of the state investment in Flat-Footed LLC, SPV, special purpose vehicles, and ask for your favorable consideration.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Nice
Chairman.
job.
Members of the board, appreciate it.
Madam Director,
Mr. Chairman, you have completed your agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board.
wonderful. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Been moved. Is it seconded? Is there a second on the adjournment? It's been seconded. All in favor, signify